Never bring the private into public. Always stay in honor at all costs. And there is no money. Is that pretty good for a few maxims?
Let him who will be deceived be deceived. Equity aids the vigilant. Every man owns his wages. Every man has the right to work in his or her field of expertise. There's another one I wanna throw out there, but I'd have to go back and look it up because there's a lot of them. But they're spanning different types of law. If there is such a thing.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different types of law. It's just most of it isn't really law. Most of it is by codes and
Codes, canons.
What's that?
Policy.
Yeah, policy.
Codes, canons, and policy. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what the police are doing. They're policy enforcers.
Right.
And they're not really, what's the word? The top dog. Really, it's the sheriff, right? Because doesn't the policeman always take you to county?
Right, but they're under a contract. Most of the police are generally city police. They're under a contract by the city to act as, but the city didn't have the authority to give that authority away in such a broad manner. The authority was very limited that they could give. If anybody actually reads the county charters, but yes, the sheriff was the only one that was in the Constitution originally.
Yeah, the sheriff has a constitutionally protected job. So does the journalist. 2 jobs protected by the Constitution. So,
right. But propaganda was against the law. It's communist. Communism was illegal, against the law, unlawful, lying of any kind. Yeah.
So is there anywhere I could talk to you privately? Because I'm pretty sure everybody don't want to hear about this all night long.
No. I will keep going.
I'm listening. Oh, come on, guys.
Okay. All right. So my wife got pulled over and got caught with a roach, and they charged her with possession of a controlled in a school zone.
What?
Even though there's no school zone, nowhere near a school. So I was thinking about firing the lawyer, and they never read her rights, and accusing them of violating her rights, and basically trying to settle with them before court to just forgive and forget. Any advice on how to do that? Because I don't even know where to begin, except for I don't even know. How does she fire her lawyer?
Why is the lawyer there in the first place?
Because the court presumes that she's not capable of handling her own business.
No, but she hasn't been arrested, so
yeah, she got arrested.
Happened.
They confiscated my wife and my car.
But they didn't read her. Did they read her rights when they arrested her?
They didn't.
Then she's not arrested, right?
Yeah, she's detained but not arrested. She's detained illegally. So yeah, just go in and tell them. I mean, a cop can lie, right? I mean, they can. Injustice.
But
it's always unjust.
The thing that you should remember, Bong, is asking if the case before the court is appealable or not. That would be something to focus on heavily.
Why?
Oh, if they haven't read her rights, then you got to back it up, right? I mean,
No, because Nobody has the authority to tell you what your rights are. Nobody.
Okay. So why is the
Unless-
lawyer there?
Unless you have actually committed a crime, nobody has any authority over you in any way, shape, or form. Period.
Right. So she
I think you
didn't
can have
commit a
it thrown
crime.
out.
She violated a code. Yeah, but the lawyer isn't going to do that. The lawyer is going to want her to plea, right?
No, that's am jurisprudence. What is it? Section 5, Article 5, Section 7. The bar attorney's first duty is to the court, second duty is to the client. If the first duty is impaired or impeded with by the duty to the client, the attorney must stick to his first duty.
Yeah, I mean, you can just
Well, I said-
she can just represent herself, right?
Yeah, whoa, what does represent mean?
She doesn't need the
And-
lawyer.
In which definite, right, but that's
Yeah,
You're
represent the name that they're using. You know,
You're using the word-
you're the body, right? And you're there to represent this name, not this lawyer. Lawyer is there to f you over.
right, but I ask for the same reason that we do it with everything else. Semantics. Words mean something. There's at least 15 definitions for that word in their code, depending on which chapter they're using. Plus, we have the colloquial one.
So should she say speak for herself?
Well, you
Yeah,
never
just tell the
read
lawyer to be.
you're present or you're not. You can't again present what is already presented. It's here now.
Just
Doesn't
like,
make any
like
damn
Michael Jackson and beat it. Beat it, beat it, beat it. Beat it, beat it.
Well, anyway, I'm listening. Do you got any advice for me on where to begin? Because
Well, who appointed
Okay.
the lawyer? That was supposed to be approved.
appointed
Like,
the lawyer.
well, they're supposed to ask her.
They can't. They can't and
I
they
would
don't.
just said no. Yeah, I would just said no. I can do this. Yeah.
It has absolutely nothing to do with the law. First off.
Okay, what does the lawyer say though? Like, what is he saying about throwing it out? Like, why won't he listen?
Vaughn, can I get this guy to answer my question, bro?
My bad. Go ahead.
It's okay, bro. It's okay. Yeah, so where do I begin getting rid of the lawyer? Because I did a FOIA request for the body cam footage and the dash cam, and they told me no because it was an ongoing case.
Okay, so for the affidavit. For the true bill of damages.
Okay.
Somebody ought to shoot a pickle. I mean, there's like I handled this with the court appointed attorney a different way. Once upon a time. I would probably handle things differently if I were to do it again. But I told that lady that I wasn't pleading to shit. If the first thought she had to enter a plea, she's fired. That was it. And that's where I left it. 6 months later, I got a phone call that I won my case. The judge has to enter a plea of guilty. But if you go over to the federal rules of court, Rule 11 is pleas. Option 4, if the court enters a plea on your behalf, they must dismiss the case. Ta-da!
So there has to be a plea entered, and if they enter it, then it dismisses it.
Right, that's Rule 4. No plea. No plea is entered. The judge must enter a plea on the defendant's behalf. However, once the court gets involved acting on your behalf, it nullifies the case.
See, I knew there's remedies out there. I just don't know what they are.
Right, well, the federal rules
That's
of
one
court
of them.
apply to any court, period. That was, year 2, year 3? Maybe year 4. I don't remember. It's been a while. But yeah, federal rules of court applies. Applies to every court, every lower court, because it's all administrative. They all come from the Fed. Police department, city, county, all comes from the Fed. It's all under that one charter. So I told people a couple weeks ago that if y'all wanted to have some fun, Visipedia, Dun and Bradstreet, Tax Exempt World, go look up every single government agency that you can think of and look at their W-9. Every single one of them. Take a week.
Take a week and look at their W-9.
Every W-9 you can get your hands on. Hell yeah, why not?
What's the significance?
It shows you jurisdiction. Plus, it'll give you the registered agent. So if you really want to play ball,
So when you play ball with these people, you're supposed to be like really kind and nice and smile and cheerful, but you're supposed to be like brutal with, if you don't do this, then this, right?
I'd be thinking about if I really gave a shit about what they said in the first place. I would be thinking about writing a letter to their agent, the registered agent, and starting
on
a
the
claim
W-9?
and starting a claim on their insurance policy. Your agent, one of your subordinates, is causing me damages. I need to make a claim on his bond or your bond. If
Well,
this continues, I need X, Y, and Z. Hey, look, one of your guys, this company, you're the registered agent for them. These guys are acting outside of their capacity. I need you to get a hold of your boy, tell him to cut this shit, or I'm going to need his bond information, period. I'm going to need the insurance policy information from you on the entire company. And I'm going to need your information.
so how do I find out who the registered agent is?
That's what I'm saying. You got to find it.
Okay,
It's
and
normally
so
in their documents.
Normally
Where?
what?
The W-9.
So Freedom of Information Act for their W-9, the sheriff's office.
Well, no, you could literally look it up. It's public information, mostly. It's all supposed to be, but see what you find out when you look, you'll find out that a lot of these places don't exist. Not anymore. There's a couple of sheriff's departments that their shit was cut off in like 2011. Their W-9, their company, all of it was. It's from the IRS. Company's gone, doesn't exist. It was liquidated. What are these dudes still running around in them costumes for? So there's something else going on. There's a registered agent. If you look at specific offices when you're looking for, like, say, W-9s, things like that, you'll find appointed and not voted for. They're, oh shit, what's the term? Interim, which means appointed. Abbott is an interim office holder. He is an appointed, not voted, appointed. Two totally separate words. But you could write a letter to the DA, which they generally will hide their address. Their location is generally hidden on Google Maps. They don't like you knowing where the hell they are. You could write them a letter. You could write their agent a letter. You could write the police department's agent a letter. Or you could write the so-called congressman who's supposed to be the registered agent for, or the, what was it? Provost Marshal. Employees of a business registered to this registered agent are acting outside of their scope of authority.
Is that it?
Well, I mean, there's that's one option. I get what, 2 or 3 by now.
Run it down.
I mean, you got to make it simple. This is what happened. Short, simple, sweet. Employee working for this company. You happen to be the registered agent for. Is trespassing, causing me harm, injury, loss. Two beautiful sentences right there. Then you just finish it off. Please notify them, contact them, get them to stop messing with me, causing me harm, injury, loss. However you want to phrase that last part. But short, simple, sweet. You could do a notice with it too, and an affidavit.
Okay, what about making a claim that this man, the cop's name, or the deputy's name, trespassed against me?
Yeah, that's Article 3. That's Chancery. Can't do that in lower courts. They're all administrative. They're Article 1 and Article 2 courts. I mean, you could put an affidavit on file. You could. Even in a kangaroo court, an affidavit unrebutted stands as a fact. That's a maxim. Once it stands on the record unrebutted, it's damn near law. It's quite literally the closest thing you're ever going to get to law in one little piece of paper. At least in one of their little systems.
What if they rebut them? Then you gotta find a way to make them go into dishonor.
Right. But now we're in the realm of debate, like actual debate. You have to go over point by point now for a point by point rebuttal. The rules of engagement are clear. So they have to go down point by point and rebut everything in your affidavit. If you had a copy of their affidavit, you could make one point by point rebutting all their bullshit. It would nullify everything.
So, what do you file to request all that information to discover?
Well, that would be a motion for discovery, but that's legalese. I mean, they did the FOIA thing.
They rejected the FOIA thing.
But see, all right, so the weird thing is you have discovery, and then you have... It's so weird to say it. It's like pre-discovery, because there's the What they give you in discovery is what's allegedly, been documented. But what you want is everything leading up to it. Where's the proof of jurisdiction? So that's why I hate really using a whole lot of legalese. If I'm going to use something, I'm putting in one thing and I'm ending the show. But most of them, I don't deal with them. I don't even deal with them. I have other shit to deal with that's way more important.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out how to get them to leave her alone, because that's a charge that goes on your record for life, right? And it sounds bad in a school zone, but she wasn't in a school zone.
Right, I know. That would be something that would allegedly be in their affidavit, but they're never going to give you an affidavit because there's no harm, injury, or loss. All it's going to go on is the complaint, and the affidavit is going to mimic the complaint. It's not a proper affidavit. It's not real.
Right. It's
That's what sucks.
It's hearsay. Right?
Right. Without proof of harm, injury, or loss, yes. I mean, people say adhesion contract this and adhesion contract that, but what starts in fraud is always fraud.
Right.
There is no way to unfraud it and make it legal. At any point, if there was anything where there was no closure, no full closure, it's it. It's fraud, stays in fraud. It will always be fraud. The use of it for prosecution is fraudulent. But I hate Maxine.
Affidavits are going to trump their bullshit affidavit. So if she makes a real affidavit,
the complaint disappears.
Right. So what if she says, I'm willing to cover any man or woman that I've caused harm, injury, or loss. So she's not disagreeing with the facts. But if any man or woman takes a stand, I'll write the check right now.
Right. You're just there to settle the matter. Go into equity. That's another way. And now we're up to like 5 or 6.
You're good, bro. You do know quite a few ways. All right. So that's another way to do it. That's Issa's way, by the way.
You go in and ask for forgiveness 7 ways. Do you forgive me? I'm here as a friend of the court about that matter. I'm here to just ask if y'all forgive the defendant.
So that's what I can do as a friend of the court.
Well, I mean, she could do it too.
Right.
The friend of the court, special appearance. Here to ask the court if if they will forgive the defendant. Period. You could change defendant to something else. And there are a few things, but that's what I'm saying. Once you get into studying all of this, there will be many ways to handle this. Many. And all of those ways are all right. They're not correct. As soon as a cop turns on them lights, dude, I need your registered agent and I need your indemnity bond.
You're basically asking for his insurance right in the beginning.
Oh, I'm asking for his indemnity bond. That means if he touches me, I'm taking that shit straight down to the Chancery Court. I'm getting paid.
Well, he did touch her. She said, I'll walk. You don't have to put your hands on me. And he pushed her all the way to the car.
Yeah. What they don't know is that shit is a war crime.
Sometimes that ramps them up. If you tell them hey, I'm just going to just follow, no resistance. Well, this guy's a chump. I'll toss him around for a little bit to show him who's in charge.
Yeah, that's a war crime. The moment they touch you, that's a war crime. The moment they stop touching you and touch you again, that's another war crime. The more they touch you and stop touching you, those are all war crimes. Paradox is multiplying exponentially. This guy can't literally do what he's doing because if he were in an Article 3 court, he would be getting shot by the firing squad the next day.
So if I try several of these things, I try writing nice letters, I send certified letters, and I try to come to an agreement before we go to the court, and if they just won't agree with me, and then I go to the court and I say, look, Your Honor, we shouldn't be here. We tried to settle this, and we couldn't come to an agreement because they wouldn't respond or whatever, and make it look like it's their fault, the reason why we're here, right?
That's
And
why I
then-
said right to the DA if you want, and ask them what they're talking about. Where are these words defined? What's your dictionary? What do you mean? I don't understand any of this. And if they don't reply, then yes, you have that argument fully. Because you have the letter that you sent, you got a copy of it, you got a picture of it getting certified, brown stamped, all that fun stuff. I make sure everything gets brown stamped.
What does that mean? Like certified?
Notarized, yeah.
Well, it's the round stamp from the postmaster. It's his stamp. It's it's a
The
witness.
federal government is admitting that they've seen it and received it.
Right. So now, if you do ever take this anywhere, now you have a witness, a federal witness.
And they're terrified to interfere with post, right?
Well, dude, that guy's a federal employee. Dude, if they lie against him, dude, they will get hurt. That system corrects itself.
And see, all these remedies are here, and everybody's screaming the government's corrupt, but they don't want to take the time to open the law books. And I admit,
Look.
I haven't been studying this stuff as much as I should have been.
It started with mommy and daddy for me. For them, it started with their mommy and daddy. For them, it started with their mommy and daddy. Everybody's been making mistakes. The generational curses will pass on to even the fifth and the sixth generation. Hello. So, what we have to do is correct the mistake. An error fixes all. So once a mistake is known, mistake fixes error. If there's an error on a document, you say, "Hey, I've made a mistake." All right, it's gone. The error's gone. Now what we need is the finished product, the correction. But those go back to customs that most people have forgotten.
So doesn't Jesus in the Bible say, get together 2 or 3 witnesses to establish a truth? Right?
Right.
And that's what the notary is. You got federal witnesses that you tried to settle the matter outside of court.
Well, that's 2 or 3 witnesses makes a notary. So 3 witnesses on a document witnessing makes a notary. Then you go up to the next, which makes another thing, and then the next number, which makes another thing. It's quite interesting. So when they say you have to have something notarized, you need 3 people signing that you signed it. Then it is notarized. They can't tell you it's not because it's in their own damn code.
So could that 3 people be me, the wife, the notary?
Nope. She can't witness necessarily for herself. I mean, that would be a gray area that I haven't gotten to with anyone. I mean, I was there. However, I am the one signing that what I'm saying above is fact. So I'm attesting. It's an affirmation, me signing to what's above. So I need witnesses that I am affirming that all of this is true, that it's my document, that I'm the one that made it, that I'm the one that's signing it. Well, there's something about notaries that most people don't know. Notaries are supposed to file documents. All notaries. It's in their book. If I get something notarized, I can hand it to them and serve them, and that's it. They have to go down and file it. But most of them don't know how to do that shit.
I think Saint Maria wants to be unmuted, and I don't know if there's any mods that can go up and check her in. Are there any mods available?
I can do it.
Thanks, bro. Saint Maria, if you'll just join him up in VC Chicken. So he can
Gas pressure.
get you verified.
Hey,
Excellent.
real quick, where did you say I could find these business? Where you said I could find the information that says whether or not policy applies to me under federal law? Because I'm trying to find it, but I can't find anything.
Public law, public shopping centers or public stores, public businesses. Federal law, public business. I'd have to go back and look because it's been like a couple of months. I have this somewhere in a document. I just don't know if it's on my new phone or if it's on the broken one. My brother literally burned up the charging ports, the battery on an old phone, and I lost most of my best stuff from the last year and a half. I had books, I had all kinds of documents, copies of different, I had all kinds of stuff. All the different sets of maxims, which the equity ones are the most important. If anybody wants to find a remedy, go into the equity maxims. One of those 20 will give you your remedy.
Equity maxims.
There's only 20. There's maxims in commerce, there's hundreds, there's maxims in law, there's probably, well, definitely hundreds. Maxims at law, hundreds. In law, hundreds. Common law, hundreds. Equity, 20. It's kind of funny.
Go ahead.
It's kind of funny looking at that and then looking at Jesus and then looking at the maxims of equity and then looking back at Jesus. Like, because that's all he did. He walked in equity.
I was listening to a dude from the UK saying the same thing you're saying. How you want to look at the equity or the maximum of equity. He's saying how people were addressing the wrong court.
Yep. Look, in a state law, according to so-called organic constitutions, state law, trust law, which would create those constitutions, which is what they are trusts. You at 21 are supposed to be able to go in to any so-called court. They're all supposed to be Article 3 courts. Administrative court's supposed to be held different. However, it's a jumbled mix. You're supposed to do your oath, your affirmation, at the age that you are that age, you are who you say you are, and you're free. You're of age. You're mentally capable of doing whatever the fuck. Except for you can't break the 10 Commandments in any way, shape, or form.
Is that why Jesus walked in equity? Because he never caused anyone harm, injury, or loss?
Never
broke
did.
commandments?
Never once. He always helped and healed. Shone light into dark places. Pulled nihilists out of their darkness into the light. Helped them get cleaned up.
He didn't ever disagree with any of the accusations that came against him.
No, what's the point? They're baseless anyway.
He just said it, well, if you say so.
Right, which was making everything they said hearsay.
Right.
That's how easy it is.
Dude, I keep telling people about the sneaky Jesus. Nobody wants to listen. Everybody thinks that he's like this groovy hippie guy. No, man, this dude was on point. He knew what he was talking about.
Well, they say groovy hippie because they see the peace, kindness that he showed other people, but they don't see the veracity that's there. They don't see.
Yeah, his show was integrated, and you can see it when he was talking to the Jews. He didn't pull no punches in John chapter 8.
Because, dude, the way he talked to the Pharisees, like, what? He might as well had baby powder back then, okay?
Yeah, he was.
Because they all got pen slap.
Yeah. He was talking bad to him. Like, if it would have been like, I think about like, what it would be like, right? Jesus walks into the bad part of the neighborhood and he goes into the church. He's like, what you guys in here doing making money? You ain't supposed to be doing that. And then he just continues to talk bad about him and disrespect him. Like, he talked so bad to the Pharisees, like, it was almost like, oh, man, bro. Pull your punches a little bit. Talking about the inside of their cup. Like, dang, bro. Telling them what for, man.
That's why a lot of the people thought he was Elijah, because he was making fun of them just like Elijah did. Get it?
Yeah, he was something else. The fact that he could just blend in, like, through the crowds, and just escape through the crowds. And then after his resurrection, his own people didn't even recognize him until they heard him speak. So he was sneaky. Hiding up on the Mount of Olives that overlooked the entire city, what more of a strategic place could you find? Like, militarily strategic. Because if
Right.
someone's coming, you can get out of the way.
I'm going to come in through the west gate. I'm going to go out the north gate. If I can't, it's blocked. I'm going south. Yeah. He snuck away a lot.
He was sneaky. He was. A lot of people don't read between the lines to see it.
It's like you duck, you put on your cloak, and then you just turn around and walk away. What it looks like what he did, too.
Yeah, he just swooped his, head covering and then got out of there looking like everybody else. Because he didn't wear no magnificent, clothes like the priest did to make him easily spottable. Or he just dressed like everybody else. He just had some high-end underwear. He had some seamless underwear.
I love talking about law. However, I can't pick one for people. That's up to them.
Of course, yeah, it's not your choice how we deal with this. I was just asking for options. And you know what? In the past, Issa has been right just to ask for forgiveness. So if we say, look, you guys are causing us, what would it be? Loss? Yeah, it was a financial loss.
Won't harm, injury, or loss. Plus, it's extortion, so we got that too.
It's extortion because
I'll-
they're like, if you don't want to deal with us, then we're going to cause you pain and suffering, right?
I disagree with most of these people that say, oh, well, you got a driver's license, you agreed to the contract. Okay, when was I given full closure? Never. Okay, so full closure of a contract, everything being fully closed out, knowing what it is, comprehending it, never happened. It's void contract. Back to what starts in fraud will always be fraud. Next.
And you don't understand it. You don't have to tell them what understand means. You could say,
Right,
I don't know. Go ahead.
They try and say a signature makes compliance, but signing something that you're unaware of, you can't agree to something you don't know about. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, like she didn't know about the school zone, obviously, because there wasn't no school around. So if she,
I went into the DMV. I asked them to look at whatever they were putting that signature on. They said we can't do that. Oh, exploit it. Because I know they put it on something else. I know they do. There's another contract there. That's why they have one screen at you and one screen at them.
So sneaky. Because do they do the same thing at the place where you're at, where it's that little pad and that's all you see? It's a little area where you sign, but you don't see anything else. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, what the heck am I signing? You're not even showing it to me. You're just having me sign.
Well, I've had one of them tell me that it's only going on the license, and I said, okay. I said, so there's no other paperwork, and well, there is. Oh, is it going on there? Well, sir, I can't take. Right? Why not?
That's crazy.
What do you mean you can't tell me about the contract that I'm allegedly entering into? Huh? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, the driver's test, like going in and actually testing and getting, the score sheet, cool, do that. But then don't do shit else. I wished I would have known back then.
so I know where the DA building is. Should I just go up in there, ask for their address, and then start on Monday?
Dude, if they don't freak out with you walking in.
Well, I kind of am on pretty good terms with their secretary. Like almost friendly terms. Because I've done a bunch of business with them. So
Go for it.
maybe I should write her letters.
I'd probably write a letter. Because if you're going to go in without, like, a recording device and a witness or two, I would.
Well, I always record on my phone whenever I'm speaking to government officials.
Because they right, but they're not even. They're a private membership association. They're not even.
Yeah, I get it. They're part of the legal society.
Right, which has absolutely nothing to do with
me.
Right. They're not even supposed to be this far away from Washington, D.C., dude. Or from D.C. DC. They're not supposed to be this far away. Neither are the police. They're supposed to be at the Capitol. Their capital.
But they do have authority over that which they create. So they created, I'm sure there's two for the state too. There's the Republic of Texas, and then there's the state of Texas, right? There's probably two of that too, right?
Well, there's two states of Texas. There's the all lowercase, and then there's the all uppercase.
Right.
You have a corporate entity and then an organic.
Right. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, that's two sets of books, public, private.
Nobody knows about their private rights. Or if they do, they're sure not talking about it.
Or exercising it.
Would you bring your enemy into your warehouses and show him all your goods and your gold and every beautiful thing you have? No. Well, a king did that, and he lost all his shit. It's in the Bible. Right after he brought him in, the Lord told him, well, because you showed him all this stuff, everything that you have, and withheld nothing from him, I'm taking all of it.
That's why you always stash stuff.
There are some things that are just nobody's damn business at all.
And when he was referring to fraud stays a fraud, that's correct. That's how innocently imprisoned people get freed, because the fraud gets uncovered. The lies of the arresting officer, or so on and so forth. Whatever evidence was withheld and not brought forward to free that innocent person. Once it becomes found, that's what frees them. But it was the courts that were committing the fraud, hiding all that.
Yeah, why wouldn't they give me the footage of her arrest? I've seen tons of dash cam footage and the personal camera that the cops wear of footage of plenty of situations that are still in litigation.
Because somebody knows that they're supposed to serve you with proof of jurisdiction at the scene.
So they're supposed to serve me with proof of jurisdiction. But they never do.
There's elements to everything. The elements to a case, the elements to a warrant, the evidence. There's little things. They have to have proof of jurisdiction to even have a case, period. But in order to talk to you, there still has to be some type of for them to assert certain authority. If they don't got it on them somewhere, then something's wrong. There's 5 elements.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was going to say there's 5 elements to a warrant. A real warrant. Affidavit's one of them. Proof of jurisdiction.
Proof of a crime.
That would be your affidavit or your victim statements plus your eyewitness statement. And then you have to have a judge's signature, not only his, but there has to be 3 other people on there. Or was it 2 or 3 other people? Can't just be him. Or her. Whatever. Any warrant missing any one of those 5 things is not a valid warrant. It's not real. It's fake. It's fake.
This is how effed up the federales are, if you want to call them cops, pigs, the law, whatever. They'll not only execute warrants where they go directly to where the drugs are and they're there, wow, but they'll steal shit when they execute warrants. And both of those things can blow the case, because in a situation where they're just kicking the door in and going right to where the drugs are, most of the times they planted the drugs there. How did they know where the drugs were?
Oh, no, bro. They sold me to drugs.
Yeah, no, I'm just giving examples of where they like plant shit in your trunk, in your home.
Yeah.
And we're not talking a quarter ounce. Like somehow you had 2 kilos in your trunk that day. Isn't that interesting?
Ain't
Yeah.
never in my life seen no Colombian.
It's funny because all this is over a roach, like the butt of a joint. Isn't that silly?
I'm sorry, brother. What state are you in?
Texas, bro.
Oh, fuck. Draconian laws there for the recreational use still, eh?
Yeah.
Well,
Fucking
prohibition
bullshit.
is a form of slavery. 1956, the UDHR was signed in as positive law. Article 4 is no, all forms of slavery are against the law. They're war crimes. It doesn't matter even if it's you got tricked into it. It's still a war crime. Anyone seeking benefit from another, that's harm, injury, loss.
Yeah, anyone seeking benefit from another without just compensation is
Bingo.
slavery.
That's another maxim.
A man is worth his wage.
Brothers and I guess sisters listening, I don't know where it is, but there's this one maybe 50-minute long clip I watched and listened to, and man, did that person ever have it hit on the head there. They've got us thinking that guy on the corner slanging whatever is the most evil individual on the face of the earth, when the truth of it is,
That's capitalism.
yeah, he's not
It's
making you
capitalism.
go there and buy from him, or
Right.
you know
It's
what I
two
mean?
consenting adults interacting in commerce.
Yes, same with the prostitution issue, right? Like, I'm not talking pimping. That's different. I'm talking the woman's willingly providing a service, or the man, whatever, you know. But there is guerrilla pimping and street pimping. I'm not talking about that, where they're being beaten and abused and forced to do the shit. But yeah, when it's between two consenting adults, how does the state get involved? It's fucked.
Yeah,
That's
it's
private.
private contract.
Yeah, that was covered under the Articles of Association. That's how half this damn nation was built. Women moved, set up shop, and men moved in and built town around it. So I'm saying, go to kind of get where we're at. You got to go back and look at certain things like the Articles of Association, the Articles of Confederation, Law of Nations, because this country was built on brothels, alcohol, and gambling. First things that got illegalized as soon as the so-called women's votes.
All of those things are voluntary. I'm voluntarily buying a lottery ticket. So the revenue brought in from the state from my voluntary action should benefit all the people of the state, not just the state. My buying a bottle of booze and paying the taxes on it to get drunk should even benefit people that don't drink in some way.
Right, but they poison people's hooch in order to start a problem. There wasn't a whole lot of hooch out there that was bad. And it was building businesses. It was helping things grow. People were using that as a starter to get into their dream, running a lumber mill, doing fabrication.
Yeah, I've noticed there's like really bad stuff that you can drink, like malt liquor, and then other things that you can drink that are actually good for you. So yeah, there's a lot of bad hooch.
Prohibition of any kind is a form of slavery. Period. Can't give a right away. You can't give it away. You can't contract it away. You can't nothing it away.
So the
When inalienable means.
so the best thing to do is stand on her rights and assert that he trespassed against them. Because she was working at the time.
If you're going Article 3, yes.
If
But I'm
you're
not.
super lucky,
You're saying I'm in Article 1. Sorry, go ahead.
It's okay. If you're super lucky, you'll get the kind of judge one of my friends had. The cops kicked his door in, arrested him. He was 50 plants over his legal limit for his legal grow license. I think that's what it was. And when he got to court, the judge fined him $1 and flipped out on the cops. Stop bringing these cases into court. And that guy, my friend, he was written about in a High Times mag. I have the mag with the article and everything. And that's up here in Canada. Commie Canada.
Yeah, you guys might be commie or whatever, but you're pretty lax on the weed stuff because down here in Texas, it's a very Republican part of Texas I live in. And, you know, these people are, I guess the judges are trying to get reelected and make sure that, you know, they're tough on drug crime, right?
That's a big thing too. It's like the Republican Party can't admit that they've ever done something wrong, right? Everything they did was by God, like God told them to do it. So by them rolling back the war on drugs, they have to throw Nixon under the bus. They have to throw Reagan under the bus, Bush under the bus. Like that's a hard ask to throw Reagan under the bus. They could probably do Nixon, maybe like they could say it wasn't really him, the war on drugs was coming anyway. But Reagan doubled down on that. I mean, he basically took the war on drugs worldwide.
Anslinger was the one who started the war on drugs.
No, Nixon did. Nixon said drug addiction is public enemy number one. He's the first person.
It was Anslinger that motivated him to do this.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Okay, he had somebody behind him, kind of pushing or pulling the strings.
So Anslinger was one of the guys who was doing the alcohol prohibition way back in the day, right? And then when they legalized it, it's kind of like, okay, what do we do now? So he started this campaign, right? And it was like anti-marijuana campaign. And the people didn't know, because they were using weaponized words, that they were talking about hemp, right? Because he was saying marijuana, which is a foreign word. It's a Mexican term for it, right? It would be like them running anti-multa claim, right? Or anti-multa campaign. Most Americans don't know what multa is, right? So they'll be like, yeah, this multa, let's get rid of it. I don't know what it is, but it sounds bad, when you say it like that, because you know how the propaganda was, right? But anyway, Anslinger pretty much convinced the entire world, right? And, he's one of them wearing them hats.
Yeah, that's why they started using, like in the 1970s, they started using marijuana because it sounded scary.
Over cannabis.
Yeah.
They bastardized the word.
Because they wanted to make it seem like it was some sort of like invasive sort of, chemical that doesn't grow natural, like it
Right.
tropical communist areas of the world, like
the devil's drug. It'll make you loose, make you violent, make you criminalize. Yeah.
The first place they did it was El Paso, Texas, right? You know what El Paso is? It's, the passage between Mexico and Texas, right? And they did it to control the immigration, right? And of course, it was a very racially motivated decision, right, to make it illegal, but it had to do with the newspaper factories, or this guy who owned the newspaper. He owned the wood. He wanted the paper to come from trees, and marijuana or hemp grows 10 times as much paper, right, than marijuana, 10 times as much oxygen, right? Because it grows so fast. It grows like a weed, right? And a tree takes like a generation. And a marijuana plant takes like, what, 9 weeks?
No, a weed plant takes up to 3 months. 1 month to 1 month to veg, 2 months to flower.
Oh, 3 months.
And some of
So
them can take longer. There's some that are 14-week flowers, 12-week flowers, but it's usually an 8-week cycle.
Right, but I'm talking about the hemp. If you don't cut it and you let it just grow.
Oh yeah, that would probably be at least the 30 days, I would guess, from birth to shooting its pollen out.
Right.
Unless you don't have to have it pollinate, like if you don't have to have the pollen pods open, you could cut it early for the fiber in the stalk. That's what it is.
Right, the fiber and stuff. Yeah, because hemp is to plants as diamond is to rocks.
Hemp is the male plant of the cannabis strain.
Right.
Sesame is the female. So when the male plant pollinates a female plant, it creates the seeds, and that's seeded bud. So that's, you know what I mean? You're doing that just to keep the strain going. You're making new seeds for new plants. Otherwise, you don't want it pollinated, and that's the kind bud. The female plant will work on producing THC and resin glands rather than seeds.
Nice.
Trichromes and so forth. Sorry, continue. I'll mute myself.
No, that's all good, bro. I get excited about it too. I love bud. It's just a shame that people are willing to throw people in cages for this.
Brother, it breaks my heart because there's so many more things to it than just the getting buzzed aspect. And the thing is, it's not for everybody. I get that. Some people could try it once or twice, not have a good experience, and they want nothing to do with it. I get that as far as the enjoyable part of it. But if they have inflammation and other issues, CBD has nothing to do with the THC, and it can help them. So there's a lot of misinformation out there. We need education, not incarceration.
Yeah, I completely agree. Big Pharma is the number one lobby in the United States. So you know that they're voting with their dollars while Americans are voting with silly ballots, right?
Oh, boy. One day at a time, I digress. Some people are listening to what I just said, and it'll resonate and make sense, and it might change. Even though they don't use it and they don't know anything about it, it might start changing their viewpoint and not demonize people who do, use it. Fuck, there's a lot of people out there that are like, criminals, lock them all up. And beyond their knowledge, their own grandfather at home is using some CBD oil or smoking a reefer because of his arthritis, and they have no clue, They brush everyone that has any knowledge of it with the same broad stroke, They're all in it for the money. They're all in it for this. It's that. They have no clue. When I grow with heart and spirit, and I don't put no shit in it, and I fucking flush it. It's clean. When you get it, it's going to smell the natural way it's supposed to smell. When you smoke it, you're not going to get a headache. Worm castings, eggshells, natural stuff, tea bags, like the remains of a dried out tea bag on the surface of the soil, top dressing. Fuck this chemical nutrient shit, Anyways, everyone's got their own way. If you do use chemicals, though, your last 2 weeks of your flower, so if it's a 14-week flowering cycle, the start of the 12th week, nothing but water, no more nutrients. You want to flush it out. Go ahead.
Prohibition of alcohol. Decade later, they turned around and said, oh, it was unconstitutional to have prohibition. They did prohibition of cannabis and hemp and everything else. Where's that decision that it was unconstitutional about prohibition? They didn't have the right because it was forced slavery.
Well, the thing is, this is also going against big oil, right? Because the whole prohibition of alcohol was about oil. Because back in the day, city cars ran on gasoline.
Methane alcohol, yeah.
And
Methyl hydrate alcohol, yeah. Sorry.
That's okay, bro. You probably know better than I do. Yeah, so the hemp, right? It can also make biofuel, like really pure biofuel, and they don't want competition. Also, with the hemp, you can make hempcrete, and if you can make hempcrete, well, you can build your own house for pretty cheap, couldn't you? Imagine if you could grow your house. Just grow your house, make some hempcrete, make a wall. The next day, get up, make some hempcrete, make a wall. Right?
And then the nerve of the assholes, like I got a letter from the government. Somehow I'm going to utilize it one day down the road. They admit openly to profiling the Aboriginals and the black community for marijuana in the letter. But the nerve on them, not only admitting that, but the kick in the teeth afterwards to say, well, if you apply for a pardon, we guarantee we'll grant it if it's a marijuana offense. It costs money to fucking apply for a pardon, motherfucker. You know it's in the system on Mrs. Whoever's name and Mr. Whoever's name. Just delete it. Why does anybody from a past with the 3-ounce pot offense have to apply for a fucking pardon? Give me a break. And pay for it. Give me a break. What a joke.
I just can't fathom how we still put people in cages for plants. Like, who has the right to tell another person? It's like this. Okay, so there's dolphins in the ocean, right? Can you imagine seeing a dolphin come up to another dolphin like, hey, you over there. I seen what you were doing with that pufferfish. You're antagonizing them so you could get high off the toxins, weren't you? Like, you come with me. Come over here. We got a special place for you. We're going to put you in a cage because you can't leave them pufferfish alone. Like, that would be ludicrous, right?
Yeah, that's why if there's any Leos listening, I hope you feel like a piece of shit for any charges you put on anyone over a fucking plant. And if nobody here knows what a Leo is, it's a law enforcement official.
They don't enforce no law. They swore an oath to it, but that doesn't mean they enforce it. And ask any cop, like the older the better, to define what a driver is. The legal definition of a driver should be easy, right? And then if they tell you, right, commercial activity, right, then you say, what are you pulling all these people over here for that are just traveling? What are you doing?
Bills of lading, man. So where's all these bills of lading from all these people you're pulling over? Because they're drivers, right?
Yeah, they got to have the paperwork. What do you call it? The bills of lading?
Yep.
See, they have to know what they're doing. They're slavers. They're modern day slavers because, they're the ones that would get the runaway slaves and bring them back, right?
And I had somebody trying to argue with me over that one. Like, 1840, the original slave patrol, one of the first ones to convert over to a city police was in 1840. And then all the other agencies like it around the country followed suit. they weren't all slave patrol, but I'd say a good portion of the ones that converted were. The others were for runaway indentures.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. If you make a deal with somebody, you need to be brought in, you know, in case there actually is harm, injury, or loss, you know. So it does make sense that it's there. It's just the reason that there's so much of it there is because people don't want to govern themselves.
Oh, here's a fun one. Can we bring the enrolled law before the court? Unenroll it? Bring the full law before the court? Because all those traffic citations say at the bottom, the part that's, well, it's not there in the revision, obviously. But it says harm, injury, loss. Harm, injury, loss. Damage to private property, damage to somebody, something, or it doesn't apply. Ever. That's their own code. Intimidating somebody with a gun on your hip is a crime. It's a war crime. Coercing somebody with a gun on your hip is a war crime.
So basically, you have to accuse them of what they're doing because they make it out like you caused all this. And if you just stand there and stay silent, then that's what goes. Because your lawyer ain't trying to like go against them.
No, your lawyer works for them. I didn't know I couldn't do that.
So that's what you say? I didn't know I couldn't do that. Because it has to be intent, right? They have to show intent.
Well, if there's to be a crime, absolutely, but they have to show damages above all. So if there's no damages, well, I didn't know I couldn't do that. What do you mean you didn't know? Everybody knows. Well, shit, I didn't. And you gotta fucking prove that I did know. When did y'all send out the mailers when y'all changed the code? Oh, you didn't? Oh, so I didn't know. So I don't know. Huh.
You don't know or you don't understand any of this. I think I got the right mindset for it. Because this ain't for everybody, right? Some
Oh, I
people
mean,
just ain't gonna get it.
they're gonna test everybody. That's what it's all about. Testing you.
They want to see what you're made of, right?
Yep. But see, a man is supposed to manage his whole world, everything, business, life, family. But that's the one thing that doesn't get passed down is how to manage everything.
So Issa always says, "Am I not the primary security interest holder?" And I know what that means, right? So the person who has a lien, the first lien, right? He has the primary interest, and everyone else kind of has to wait their turn. Is that what he means by that? I guess I would have to ask him.
Sorry, I was opening the garage.
So Issa always says, quote, "Am I not the primary security interest holder?" unquote. So that has to do with the lien. The first person who has a lien on something or someone has.
No. All right, so the social security number is part of an estate. Birth certificate is part of an estate. Everything's part of an estate. All of that is held for the beneficiary of the estate. Primary security holder is the beneficiary of the estate. It's the heir.
Okay, so what is he saying by that? He's saying that I'm the heir.
The heir to all the titles, the rights, the deeds, the everything. That's what I said. The whole, like with the status correction thing, it's all the process of it's under a state law. It's there in black and white. They did publish it.
So just ask them, what dictionary are you using? And they can't answer it, huh?
What do you mean by this word here? What do you mean? What do I mean? I mean, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do I mean? What the hell? I don't know what you mean. You're gonna tell me that you don't know what I mean about what you. What the fuck kind of paradoxical bullshit? What do you mean by this word?
I shaved
Where
my
do
nuts
you-
for this. What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't remember signing up for this raffle. What the hell's going on? Did I win the Jeep? We're not here about you winning no Jeep. Well, then what the hell is this about? I don't understand. Well, we'll hear about this. Wonderful, whatever that means. I don't know what that means. You gonna explain it to me?
Well, that kind of sounds
Don't.
like you're just playing. It's kind of like playing hard to get. Like, it's like a game.
Right, but why would you give somebody that you're not in an intimate relationship everything of yourself? I don't understand.
Right, so how do you keep from doing that?
Don't do it. Find a way to don't do it.
Find a way to uncontract with these people.
You don't have a contract. You can't without the full terms, the full definitions for all of the terms, and knowing what everything means in context, in congruity. You don't have shit. State of Texas, Title 26, contracts. 1, it must be in writing. 2, there must be full what? Closure of all details. Oh, shit. Oh, there must be 2 parties too. So 1 signature isn't a valid contract. Next.
The 1 signature isn't a valid contract. Title
Go read
26.
Title 26, Texas
I got it
State
pulled
Code.
up. Or I'm pulling it up right now.
It's a contract of frauds.
Doesn't want to load. That's weird.
It's the same contract of frauds. It's the same paragraph that's in everything else, everywhere else, from what I can see.
Title 26, Health and Human Services. Is that what I'm looking at? Doesn't seem right.
What?
Title 26, Health and Human Services.
It should be. It might be 25, but it's Texas State Penal Code, contract of frauds. They revise shit and move things around. But it's about contracts.
You could tell him you had a Canadian friend hanging out in the car and left the roach behind. I'll vouch for the roach. Let's see where that takes the case.
I wonder where it would.
Imagine.
Let's see. Penal Code 26.
Right, but then they try and push liability. But then you go, liability for what? Well, for having it. Okay, and is there a punishment for having private property? Am I missing something? Am I somebody's property that I can't own property? Because that's what the law of slavery under the Canaanites was, and the Persians, and the Egyptians. I'm a big headache. Because I normally don't take the short way out. Go ahead.
You said
Brilliant.
You said the goal is to get them to leave you alone as soon as your shit comes across the radio. You didn't say it in those exact words earlier, but I think that's what you meant.
Yeah. I've got friends that they did what everyone's calling correction of status, where you're no longer set as chattel, a U.S. citizen, a legal fiction, thing to be owned, played with, manipulated, moved, made to appear, blah, blah, blah. They get pulled over for something, no plates, no whatever, low-hanging fruit. They just do whatever. So, Buddy gets put in the back of a car. Cop's sitting there running the name, running everything. Comes back, do not detain. Big red letters across the screen. Do not detain. Now, there isn't no why. Cop doesn't get to see why, but he's pissed off because he's got to let my friend go. No ticket, no nothing. Just, hey, slow down or whatever. Have a great day.
So I got in front of me statutes.capital.texas.gov docs CR26 HTM, and it says Title I Code of Criminal Procedure, Chapter 26, arraignment. So all I have to do is look through this and find out what they didn't do and rub it in their face like a bad dog, rub their nose in it.
You could. That's administrative way. Hold on. Let me find this. Because it's contractor frauds.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I typed that in several times, couldn't find it. But this looks like it might be helpful to read too, just in case.
Yeah, it's 26.01. Statute of Frauds. It's in Chapter 26. Business and Commerce Code. Here. Okay, I'll just drop the link.
I appreciate that, man. Sorry for not finding it.
I knew I had it right. My memory is not bad. It might take some time, but it's still there. That's as clear as it's gonna get.
You should
Well,
try
that's
and you should try and find this policy enforcement federal law that I can read, because I cannot find this.
Yeah, the public businesses thing, I'll have to go dig it up.
It is buried somewhere, man, because I click on a link from the U.S. Department of Justice and it says page not found, and then I go searching for it elsewhere and I cannot find it.
Try CFR. I'll probably have to look, but I don't use Google, so that might be it. I don't know.
Oh, I did use Google and then I stopped and then I went somewhere else and I still couldn't get it.
But see, like I did contractor frauds in Texas, and it popped right up. So I guess it's I don't know how we search. They made it so damn complicated.
See, the thing is that once you're looking at all this legal stuff, you can't just read it. Because those words don't mean what you think they mean. Why would they? Because if
Yeah,
you knew
you have to go to the definitions for that chapter. Yep. And depending on how far you're in, you might have to go back to the first chapter and get definitions for the words they're using in, the 13th chapter.
dude, they are such word nerds and word magicians. It's like hilarious how fucking what's the word? Just goofy they are with their fucking words. They're like, we're using word magic so you get enslaved. And you didn't take the time to learn about this, so you forgot to know the truth. And you forgot to set yourself free. It's doesn't it just piss you off? That's what these people are doing.
comes down to this.
All right, I really do appreciate everybody that's been sharing information with me, especially you, cuddly cowboy or whatever your name is. Appreciate your insight.
I mean, if
Yeah, my advice might lead you to get drunk. So
right,
Is there anything?
it all comes down to asking questions because you don't know what the fuck is going on, and to assume that you do is, well, I mean, it's like these damn Globers. They assume they know everything that's going on, and then
Right.
they go into a situation and they get shredded. Don't be like them. You want some shit that'll blow your mind? Go look at 1998. The deposition of Bill Gates. It's 11 hours. You want to see a dude doing damn tricks. Or Bill Clinton. Depends on what your definition of is. Well, case dismissed.
Yeah, I love that quote.
Dude, I hate to even say his name, but Justin Bieber's deposition, same thing. He was in a court case and he wasn't supposed to leave the country, but they had video of him in Australia at a party out of the damn country. That's not me. You say that's me? Oh, you're saying that's a film of me. Oh, so you're saying that's me. Oh, well, you're not saying that's me. Then what are you saying? You're asking me to say that that's me? Well, I mean, I believe it looks like me, but I don't believe that's me.
So you do have to say stuff like "I believe," right? Because you can't get in trouble for believing things, and you can't get
Yeah.
in trouble for asking questions.
Like a lot of times those news pundits, they get away with the script saying lies because they'll say my conclusion is, you know, a straight up lie, right? That, you know, I don't know, I'm trying to think of, they'd say some politician, my conclusion is that he clearly is intoxicated on some sort of substance. Even though if he knows that's a lie, it's just a conclusion. Doesn't mean anything.
I looked at you at first thing this morning, first light when you got up, and you looked like you were on heroin. So you're a heroin addict.
Yeah, you can just go around town and say that because until you say, well, you can prove that you knew that was a lie. We go, no, I believe I can determine someone's heroin use simply by looking at them.
The thing is if you think you know, well, then they're going to treat you like you know. And if you don't know, well, what can they do if you didn't know?
There's no law that says you have to know and understand all these legalese terms and concepts and ideas and codes and law. There's no law that
Right.
says you have to understand any of that.
But see, like, no excuse of the law. Okay, well, what law did I break? Well, you broke this code. I said, what law did I break? Not code, law. What law? Who's the victim? Because in order for me to have broken the law, there must be a victim. Must be. It's a necessary antecedent. If it doesn't exist, nothing else does. The police's jurisdiction is to patrol and maintain the level of honor and dignity amongst their own kind. Government agents. They're supposed to be policing them, not you and me. The senator's not supposed to be getting hookers and doing cocaine. He's supposed to be doing his damn job.
Yeah, hookers and cocaine are after hours activity.
Right. But see, that's the thing, though. I'm allowed to do that because I don't have to do his job. I don't have that obligation where I need to be sober-minded. I could go and do what he's doing on my dime.
Oh yeah, that's right. Don't pay for your hookers and cocaine with my money. That's my hooker and my cocaine.
Right? So simple. The code only applies to them. That's why I point out M jurisprudence, the first paragraph, second edition. So simple. Codes, ordinances, statutes, regulations only apply to government employees. Government employees. If you're a U.S. citizen, are you a government employee?
There are some people that would say, yeah.
Yeah.
If you're claiming to be a U.S. citizen, then what's a citizen? An employee.
Well, under Title 8, nationality is defined in the U.S. Code, reverting back to parts of the state constitution, like the state of Texas, state of Maryland. I think Connecticut had it right. There were 8 of them that all had social compact agreements. It was in agreement with the state law. There was a period of time when all rights, titles, duties, whatever, are in full force and effect.
Good morning, guys. Mic check.
Good for
Good morning. Is Chemsy there? If somebody can unmute the guy in the VC, I want to talk to him.
It's like driving somebody to the hospital. If you're going fast and you've got the hazards on, nobody has the right to stop you. You're trying to save somebody's life. That's accordance with equity. Nobody has authority over equity.
unless you give it, right?
Men have authority to use equity. Men and women, mankind. That's dominion. That's a whole nother subject of law.
What does equity mean?
Equity would qualify under a number of things: your intellectual property, your labor. There's different things that equity falls under.
All right.
Estate, trusts, organic law. Types of court, types of governments. I'd like to see this written contract where me and the so-called president agreed that I was a U.S. citizen. I want to. Oh, I got a fun one. Right? either the secretary or there's like a marshal in a position of government. It's a lifelong job, so they know their shit inside and out. They don't get replaced. But write them a letter. Ask them if a man needs a license to travel in his private conveyance. Write the governor's office. Deputy governor. Dear Secretary of the Deputy Governor. Dear Deputy Governor. How are you all doing today? I am wonderful. Must a man have a driver's license to travel on the road in a private automobile? Must a man have plates from registration to do so? Thank you. Y'all have a wonderful day. God bless. I'm praying for y'all.
So if I have expired registration. If I send that in, and then I get a response back, if I get pulled over, I can just show that, right?
Well, I would probably go back and tell them that there was a mistake. You weren't supposed to register it here. You weren't supposed to record the car. You did it incorrectly. They will argue with you and say, "Oh no, this is the right place." But where's the evidence? Where's the proof? Prove to me that this is the right place. Well, right here, according to the code. Right. I'm a man. I don't go by the code. I go by the law that's written on my heart. I go by the maxims of equity. I go by the organic law. So if I'm to record something, well, recording something would be one thing. Registering is another. Public notice is a big thing. Last time I checked Genesis 1, there's a big opener, an enacting clause. 10 Commandments, enacting clause. Matthew 5 through 8, enacting clause. The rules for the Levitical priesthood, enacting clause. I am the Lord your God. Which one? Oh, I'm the one that got you out of Egypt. Oh yeah. You're the one that got us out of Canaan too. Oh yeah. I am. Everything has to have an enacting clause in order for it to be valid. Most things don't have that. Here's a fun one. Try and explain to an officer that the supremacy clause invalidates everything that he just said. The last article in the state constitution, it was 32, I think, or something in the beginning, or 15, 32, something. I got so many page numbers and so many different things just floating around. Supremacy clause. Anything that is in disagreement with this here document and its Bill of Rights, that is to protect those who are not party to this document, at least not as in officers, they're all null and void of enforcement of any kind. Gas pressure.
Why do you keep saying gas pressure like randomly like that?
Because I love it. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. Plus, this is better. So every once in a while, I have to bring it back to flat Earth for a month. Gas pressure is necessary for all this good, everything to happen. So beautiful. Some people would say, arguing with the cops is bad because you'll get beat up, and all right, fine. He chose, I chose. Next time I should just ask him if he's saved, if he knows Jesus, and if he'd like a subscription to heaven. Because if you don't want to do business, then I ain't got no business other than the Father's business. What's up? Would you like to hear about how God made this flat earth? How he makes everything possible, the basics of life possible? You want to hear about how Jesus showed everybody the whole world was flat?
Unless you're Sasha, he's going to explain how God made the Big Bang and evolution.
Guys, is this a new person in the room? Price 3 Bear. Price, good
33?
morning.
Oh, he
Yep.
must be a Freemason.
Are you guys getting excited about the space launch coming up? I am.
Ooh, when's that?
Couple minutes.
Oh, you got a link there? Shoot a link, yeah.
Oh,
Who's
I'm not
doing it?
watching it on YouTube. I got it live on CNN.
Oh,
Ooh.
boy.
I'm getting moist.
Is it
That's right.
Ooh, that's not a. I hate that word so bad.
My mouth is watering. I'm drooling.
Headline news: HLN. There's the pictures of it. Looks so cool and sweet.
I was going to
Does,
see a horizon again.
does I'm getting a chubby sound any better?
That's better than you're getting moist.
No, there's another word, salivate. That one sucks, too.
Drooling, yeah.
No, salivate.
And producing moisture spontaneously.
It's 11-minute flight. They're going into outer space. Just letting you guys know this is real.
Okay.
It's an automatic rocket. Nobody has to do shit. You just sit in it. It goes up and comes down by itself.
What's the channel again?
I'm watching headline news, CNN, or one of those.
Wait, 11 minutes at that distance, aren't they doing like something like 32,000 an hour?
Yeah, they're reach over 2,000 miles an hour.
2,000 miles per hour, it says.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they say, but the distance that they're supposedly having to cover that distance, in that
That
amount
would be,
of time,
yeah, that would be
gotta be
out of sight in a matter of seconds.
So now they're going to go up at this, break the sound barrier, right? And they're coming down and they're going to break the sound barrier on the way down, they said. And then they're launching parachutes and it's going to land at 2 miles per hour with a little boost on the bottom so people don't even feel it.
Is this that creature, Jeff Bezos?
Yeah, he's awesome. He's Amazon. That's why you get your packages so quick.
I love that guy.
Is it live?
My favorite lizard.
If it's not live, it's Memorex.
No, I mean on the headline news. Where do I look?
It's
Quote unquote
on TV.
live.
I'm looking at it, watching it.
Oh yeah. Oh, I thought it was on YouTube headline news. Sorry.
No,
no.
TV.
CNN.com.
I'm in my office, so I got a giant TV in front of me because that's what I do when I'm bored. And I got to watch space launches because we're going to go there someday, and I want to make sure I know what's going on.
It already looks like CGI.
It is. Wait till you see the close up when they're on the gantry there, and they got a drone, quote, drone flying around. You can almost see the green screen outlines of the plastic thing that's in front of them.
I found it on ABC News here. They're
There you
going
go.
live.
Yeah, you just go to a news station, their .com, and you watch their live news, and there you go.
Oh, please
There's
blow
some-
up. Please blow up. Oh, well, then CGI doesn't really blow up, does it?
Sometimes they did a few of them.
Yeah, but you know that they got to plan that stuff out, and all the programmers got to make the explosions. Oh, it's just a nightmare.
No,
And
you
the,
can do
the
it.
people that get into the oversized phallus have to slide down the slide into the bottom and be popping champagne while it's exploding in the sky.
Oh, you can make a 3D figure in CAD and then drop it in Flash and paint it, disguise it, whatever, and then make it. You can make all kinds of shit easy. Couple programs.
Okay, now the long shots, far away shots, so we understand that they're in the middle of nowhere and there's not even cars there.
Or I guess actually that would be a misnomer. They would go down the slide and they'd be in a mock capsule so it looks like they're on it live.
Would you
And
slide?
then it would
Would you
explode.
slide 20 stories down?
Sure, but I've jumped out of
Oh.
airplanes.
You wouldn't slide 20 stories down and hope that everything at the bottom is fine. And they don't have slides anyway. It's all imaginary.
You didn't see that? You didn't see
They do
that
have
BBC
slides.
thing where they
Yeah.
can escape
yeah.
and they get to a thing under the pad
Absolutely, I saw
in
that.
case?
Oh yeah, I saw
That's
that.
got. I don't think that's still going on.
They wouldn't put an underground thing in there anyway because nobody's going in the things. So why would you need an escape route? Nobody goes in those.
Well, just
They
for
put
the
'em in there here
cameras,
and there.
right? Just for the cameras, and then they slide to the bottom and they get in a mock cockpit and look like they're in it after it launches.
I don't even think they would go through all that. I would just say, take a picture of me here, click, and I'm going to go downstairs. Now pretend I'm inside for about 10 minutes, and then it's going to fly in the air. And then when it comes out, I'll be in one of the cars that goes to greet people.
Yep. After I get back from the Soyuz.
The fun ones are the ones that are giant balloons. The entire rocket on the pad is a balloon.
Well, we're going to see when this takes off what they're showing us.
The thrusters have
look,
started.
it looks safe enough, you know, like I'd trust launching me all the way up into the sky.
I got something for that. I got something for that totally, but it requires a mask and an oxygen tank, probably a rebreather, and a spare tank.
What a joke.
Wait, how many people are in there?
8, I think.
An 80-year-old woman?
Yeah, 82 years old. She says she's going to do somersaults.
She's gonna go Mach like 30 at 80 years old.
Yeah, she's going to
Yeah,
live through the
right.
launch, too.
Oh yeah.
Unless this thing goes up like all the other balloons go up.
Dude, once he starts hitting G's, man, she might keel over.
We can only hope.
Bro, as soon as she sees G, she probably should.
Are we taking bets if they kill everyone, quote unquote, blow it up?
No. I'm telling you straight up. That woman, at her age, at her health, if she sees something around like 3G, she's done.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much.
And going that fast, you're well into more than 3.
What the hell is that black shit on the outside of that? The head of the dick. It wasn't on there earlier, and now I notice that it's there. I mean, is that some kind of cool graphics pattern?
Mac, you're hot micing.
It looks like it. Looks like it says something almost. Mac.
Mac! Shut the fuck up!
Somebody got to mute him. Right. I'm suggesting that we could do a side poll. But if I'm putting money anywhere, it's that after 3G, she's done. They know her.
I'm going to say everything works out just fine, and she's going to be smiling and laughing in, let's see, it's T-minus 3 minutes, in 14 minutes.
They're probably putting laughing gas in the cabin so she can take it.
And I notice I'm looking at all this piping and stuff, and on the up-close shots, I notice they're not using any of the parts that my company builds. So this is not a legitimate operation, because you can only use our parts if you want to be safe. That's just how it goes. We're the only company in the world that makes them, so you have to buy them from us. Our valves are using the Bellagio fountains.
There are tons of YouTube streams, by the way. It's not just CNN.
I can't even wait. I got the hairs are sticking up on my arms. I'm so excited.
Bro, I'll only get like that for like a decent movie. And it doesn't happen often.
Uh-oh, things are moving around.
It's pulling away, yeah. I'm at minus a minute and 40 seconds.
Oh, man. Exciting. So nobody has any reason why we got black shit all over it?
Dun, 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 dun,
Where's the damn camera that's supposed to be on the wing that's live streaming this shit?
Shouldn't James Bond music be playing in the background or something?
They have the new Hero, what is it, 4, 5, 6 now, whatever. It's got Wi-Fi. You could stream it over to a computer, and then you got a damn bar. You can just ping everything straight down. Like, come on now.
I have a GoPro. I have a Wi-Fi GoPro. Yep.
We're igniting the bottom thrusters here.
Is there a guy out there with a little stick, like lighting it? You just see him walks up and hits the fuse with a lighter and runs. That thing looks like it's beat to shit.
Little.
Wait, so you know how they have the
stuff's dropped.
You know where the exhaust goes out from? How they control where the exhaust goes? I don't have any of that here. It's just a metal platform. So I don't look at that. Where's all this exhaust gonna go? It's just gonna go down. It's gonna destroy everything underneath it. And this shot.
No, they're using. They have special metal.
Yeah. But didn't you hear literally just the vibration destroys everything?
I tried explaining that
didn't
to
know
people.
this
I
is-
tried explaining to people when you see that one shuttle launch and you see the balloon shaking, that movement right there would
Oh,
have
here
made
we go.
everything crumble. 2-1, here we go.
We're off the ground.
Oh man, I'm at 36 seconds.
Straight up, no
Oh
problem.
man!
Straight
Oh,
like a
look at
pencil.
that! It's
Oh.
perfect. Look at the camera right above it. Look how they got a camera
It
right next
reminds
to
me-
it. That's so fake.
It makes me think of the end of Austin Powers.
Bro, they could put a Hero 4 in a badass gimbal and put it on the damn wing flap.
Looks like it's getting ready to run out of fuel already.
This is great.
I might say 40,000 miles an hour now.
Oh my lord, that looks so much like a phallus. It's ridiculous.
It is. It looks just like a dick flying in space or in the air right now. That's done on purpose. Look
I was
at
going to say, what does it look like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
bouncing up and down their camera. They're doing that on purpose.
It literally looks like a dick, yeah.
It's exactly what it looks like. It's a big dick to everybody.
Oh my gosh.
Now they've ignited the propane. Propane burners going. All of a sudden, dunk! I should have lit a doobie right when it launched. I'm not ready for this.
You got the rest of the day. Believe me, we'll have clips coming in about 10 minutes. There'll be GIFs popping up on our screen.
I'm going to pick up my summer wheels in about an hour. Or make arrangements on. Maybe I'll go pick them around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. But I'm picking them up today.
Summer's halfway over now.
Oh, I know, but I've been lazy. And I got underground parking. I'll just park the summer one in the underground for the
Now
winter.
they're showing us a shot looking down. Isn't that interesting? They couldn't do that before.
Wait, this one actually doesn't look like it's going sideways like the other ones. Looks like it actually is going straight up.
The headline I have is he's blasting into
See how they
space.
changed the camera? Cameras keep changing, yeah. What the fuck is this now?
He's heading for space. I still just have a white dot on a blue screen right
That's
now.
what I have. They got such good cameras. I wish my camera was that good.
Look at how clear and crisp that is. But Jupiter, no problem. Mars, no problem. But this is the technology we got to keep the clear image of that thing from the ground.
There's the globe.
Oh shit, I don't have the same feed as you.
Yeah, I just posted it. Yeah, check it out.
Why are people screaming? I don't understand this.
They think he's in space already.
I'm looking at a white dot.
Didn't you watch Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? People will go after anything other than truth. The Great Awful Seizure.
Truth used to be hidden from people. Today, people hide from the truth.
Can I ask a dumb question? Now, we're looking at this thing from the ground, right? And we just saw a camera from inside looking out down. Where's the cameras inside this thing of all the people and their faces?
You want to see an 80-year-old woman get absolutely obliterated?
Yes, I want to see that. I want to see her have a heart attack and everything so they can explain all that.
She'd break every bone in her body, brittle old woman.
Dude, just the force going forward is what, upwards of 5 Gs easily at that so-called speed.
I think even their like mainstream claim is that they apparently only experience 3 Gs.
Dude, this is not going anywhere, bro. It stays same in the size. Aren't things getting smaller as they get further away? This thing is the same. It's been the same forever. Just hanging in there.
Yeah, but they got really good cameras.
True.
See, those numbers went up. That means it went up.
Well, they have to change cameras because they're turning them. They can't keep going up. I'm not even watching it. I'd rather give an old movie another view.
They got the worst cameras. My camera system would look way better than that, and it would probably only cost me about $400.
Bro, if that. They got some crazy little ones. All you gotta do is make sure you epoxy it down right. You can put a 120 gig.
Oh, they're yelling, woohoo, yippee, yippee, haha, woohoo. Because that's what you would do if you were in that thing. What's it at?
Yeah, over 2,100 miles an hour descending. Come on.
Oh, no, it's only at 500 miles an hour on my screen.
Well, it says 22 and 1.
That's the booster. They're not in it. They're not in the booster, right?
Oh, that's the tube coming down. Oh, it's gonna land.
2,500 miles an hour.
Why is it coming down straight down? Wouldn't it tip over the other way?
That was the shortest trip to space I've witnessed so far.
Hey, look, we can't see it. Can't see anything.
Perfect landing.
Sight only shows down.
It's perfect landing.
Everything's perfect. We live in a perfect society. It's on fire.
What's only pointing down because
they are. They're in a cap.
Boring, dude. I was expecting some sci-fi shit.
They're floating down in the capsule. I see. Fuck! What a joke.
Yeah, at 17,000 miles an hour right now. How is that possible? Oh, that's the altitude.
They reached 2,500 miles an hour.
They're coming down at
speed of the ISS.
No terminal velocity for them.
How are they on level with it right now? How did they catch up to... What camera was in the sky with it? That is fucked up.
Uh-oh. Backward landing. Oh, my goodness. Booster touchdown.
Watch, they'll be carrying the old lady out. Quick, get a medic.
Jet that land on aircraft carriers, all right? When you land a jet on a carrier, you go from fast to nothing. Any bit of that.
Oh, she's ex-Air Force? She's an ex-Air Force lady?
She was I thought they said she was an astronaut.
Well, she is now.
I just want to remind everybody that when a object that shape falls, the bottom that you see now would be face up, and then a parachute would flip it the other direction, and you probably would break your neck.
Yep.
Just want to remind everybody of how physics works.
Simple aerodynamics. Yep.
Oh no, they got those Stage 7 Sparko seats in there, buddy.
Remember, everything is the opposite with these guys.
Dude, your head would have to be in foam blue.
Bam!
Your body would.
What a hard jolt.
Wait, this thing should... Oh, it already landed? It's supposed to blast a rocket on the bottom before it lands.
No one's moving. Uh-oh.
They
Come on,
landed...
wave your arm or
You couldn't
something.
live in that.
Wave your arm, man. He's just laying there. Uh-oh. I think something's wrong. They're not moving. Dude's not moving.
How can they land the big booster, but they can't land people?
Uh-oh.
So if people get out of that thing while we're looking at it, they just drop that from an airplane.
If nobody
Dude's
starts
not
moving,
waving.
He's dead.
Oh my.
Oh, maybe that's the old lady.
Who did he leave Amazon to? Did he leave anything
Did
to
she
you or
get a
I?
heart attack or something?
Nobody's going near them.
Camera cut. Now we can go back to it. Nobody wants to get out of that thing and just walk on the ground?
I don't see anyone. There's zero movement.
For me, there's a dude. Looks like he's passed out.
Yeah.
There. His hand finally moved. Fuck.
We got great radio communication all over the place.
New Shepard capsule touches down. Back on Earth after Blue Origin's first crewed space... That was a space flight. He just landed in the middle of nowhere. There were no crews close to him. Some farmers like, get off my field. I just toiled that soil.
Understand why they needed parachutes to land that thing. Oh, look at all the people in the room. Oh, they're so happy and excited and clapping.
All the fucking money. There was no way to have some sort of thing to guide that on it after it, after the chute's deployed. That's weird.
That looks like they shot a dummy. Nothing's moving in there. No cameras on the inside.
Well, if you're going to pay for a graphics design like that on the outside, you're probably going to have to scrap the cameras on the inside.
Whoa, everything's glitching.
Why can't they land that rocket like at Cleveland Hopkins Airport? Why does it got to be in the middle of nowhere?
Because of all the traveling that's going on right now. Everyone's going everywhere. Too many commercial flights happening. That's why we're bailing out all the airline industry.
Look, they sent a pickup truck out there.
Run!
We got
He's
pickup
not
trucks
worried.
out there to pick you guys up.
They're not worried about radiation or anything, or... Oh yeah, mark the ground where it landed, but...
well, we passed through the Van Allen belts the first time because we just didn't know that they were there, so it didn't affect us.
What the hell is the guy sticking in the ground? Is that the only way to open the door? Is that the only way to open the door? You can't open it from the inside? Are you retarded?
They're still waiting. Oh, here's the fucking wrench to open the door. He's got a power drill, a cordless power drill. Woot, woot. Yeah, he's changing the bit. Oh.
They weren't ready for all that? Did the guy forget he needed that toolbox when he ran over to it the first time?
Oh, yeah, we need a staircase. Like, you can't hop down from there, for fuck's sake.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this is high tech.
He's so excited. Save your pennies, boys and girls. 250 grand. You can do the same thing.
Pretty sure skydiving is weightlessness.
A lot more fun, too. Take my word, I've done her. Someone's coming in super low, or that's background, maybe.
Background noise.
Yeah, I want to get the wingsuit. Start base jumping and shit.
Now, see, that's kind of where I was thinking. A wingsuit, a tank, mask, and a weather balloon.
Well, that's if you're going to Felix Baumgartner heights. Below 50,000 feet, you don't need oxygen.
Well, I mean, why not? Let's go. Let's go up. Let's go a little higher. I already make the equipment here on Earth. So,
Why do they care about that fucking rope?
It's they're trying to wrap up the parachutes, like take the 3 chutes off and wrap them up.
They can do that afterwards. They don't have to do that before.
I just love how they don't have their hazmat suits on. They're not no Geiger counters. They're not worried about no contamination.
No, they're using a drill. He's using a drill to open the door.
But they just went to space. Who knows what could be on the outside of that capsule? And they're just right up against it. Oh yeah, let's touch it. Remember way back in the 60s, they had Geiger counters and everything, and acted like.
No. Oh, they just zoomed in. Got to cut away. It might have been. I don't know. I thought he was. That might be him right there, isn't it? Yeah, he's a bald.
Oh, he's got a fucking cowboy hat. Isn't that lovely? For his bald ass head.
COVID also disappeared, dude. No one's wearing a face mask. No social distancing.
No, they cured the flu and COVID.
Yeah, bro.
Novid doesn't go to the desert, dude.
Yeah,
bro. No one's in the desert.
Oh, I've been to space. Now I'm going to raise everybody's Amazon Prime membership. I got to pay for my next flight.
All the exciting people. Oh my!
Just.
And he opened the door himself. So why didn't he just do that when they landed?
It wasn't locked or unlocked.
Yeah, fake fucks.
Look at the jubilation. Look at the fireworks going off. The champagne. Holy shit. Like he won the Indy 500. Lots of cowboy hats. Nice. Gotta see that in the desert.
The Indy 500 is fake.
If you were Novid-19, you wouldn't go to the desert either. They're there to spread it around.
But if you can tell me that at that particular altitude, I can definitely see the curvature, I'd probably do it.
Just to get proof of.
Yeah, proof for me.
The disc.
Huh?
Well, don't forget they saw it spinning too. It wasn't just the curve; they saw it turning.
See a curve, right?
Hey, you think they landed 40 miles east?
I'm not trying to get no weed.
They landed 40 miles away. How did they get
No.
there in 11 minutes?
I want to know if they landed 40 miles east.
I think so too.
And I want to know how they got there in 11 minutes or 14 minutes.
Yeah, where's that capsule in relation to where the shaft landed?
That's the head, and the shaft landed on the landing pad. The head landed in the desert. We're just going to call it the head and shaft from now on in all of our GIFs.
And then the semen came out after the head landed.
They are seamen. They're astronauts.
Or sorry, airmen, I guess.
I mean, they were in the waters, right?
Oh my lord.
I jumped off that rock. Basically the same thing they just did. I jumped off that rock, which is basically the same thing they just did. Yeah. Give or take a couple feet.
Did you hear that? They had to adjust to the microgravity. Now it takes time for them to adjust back while they're on the ground.
Oh, yeah. But they were in microgravity for about 30 seconds, so yeah, they gotta adjust.
Yeah, it's got to adjust. They probably got to go take a week off.
On a beach. Go lay around on a
They had to
beach.
adjust from the microgravity they were in for 20 seconds.
Check this out.
Oh, here comes the champagne bottles.
This device here.
Oh, here we go. You all over everyone.
The amount of acceleration. Which represents a pocket of density. Some sort of
Good luck driving home, everyone.
Right? So it's pretty simple.
I wasn't drinking, officer, honest. I was at a celebration. It's champagne. It was flying everywhere. Yeah. Step out of the car.
Price, you're hot micing. Price 33.
I'm asking.
I mean, they didn't do shit right there. I mean, they might have actually done that. They just went up and they came down. That's, I mean, that's not hard to do.
Exactly what they did.
350,000 feet.
5,000 available for 5,300.
Well,
Yeah, let's see.
It's 5,800 something.
Oh, see the guy putting booties on to go into the capsule?
They went 66 miles.
Did you see the guy going into the capsule? He put foot booties on so he doesn't bring any sand in or whatever, I guess.
Yeah,
Or, what the fuck?
it says this is.
He put hospital booties on to go into the capsule. Oh, here's your blankie.
Here we go. Gravimeter.
What is it?
That
Some
was a
flag they have in
EU.
there?
Oh, it's UK euros.
Yeah.
Oh, they're ball caps.
I don't know, but I think they're. I mean,
It's probably like 420.
The guy put the booties on and went in the capsule. I think he
470 now.
got Blue
Jesus.
Orion.
We suck.
The
It
guy
used to
went
be
in the capsule with the booties. I think
less
he got
dollars.
Blue Orion baseball caps to hand out.
For daily. Would be for an entire
Blue
day.
Oregon. Blue Oregon.
Yeah.
It's obtainable. and I'm almost certain that other people have done that work for you. If you look on YouTube,
Yeah,
you
they're
can find a person
baseball
using
caps.
a gravimeter.
Yeah.
And you can see them do it. Be sure they could have edited footage, but
I'll at least see how it works.
Yeah, watch all the blue baseball caps are going to start happening now.
steps towards some sort of geodesic throughout the theory. I'll say it that way. Sounds a little funny, but I mean, it's the way to describe it.
Yeah.
Can't hear none of what they're saying. I didn't see shit up there.
Amazon consumers made it possible.
What's the correct Amazon membership where you get to go to space?
Gee.
Yo, MacGyver, your mic is.
Don't worry, we're going to space and we're dropping bombs on people. It's all good.
You don't need the mask anymore, but now you gotta put on a helmet to protect yourself.
Get ready for your booster. I guess they didn't lift those chutes off the ground right away. I guess they pulled the wires back so people wouldn't walk into them or something.
How's it going this morning?
Up and down like a pump handle. That was hilarious how the shaft part landed. What a joke. Doo-doo-doo. Commercial.
You just said they're open for ticket sales.
How much a ticket?
Well, I'm guessing you have to go through a background check to know if you're an actor or
part of the club.
I bet they're only going to be able to send celebrities up there, and then everyone's just going to have to rely on celebrities.
Woketown already posted a video. Bezos goes to space with Blue Origin. Well, that was about as eventful as getting a tumor removed. The second billionaire in just over a week to ride his own spacecraft. It's the latest thing for billionaires to waste their money on.
Coincidence? I think not.
Anyone grab the Delta variant yet? Or lose anyone from it? Nope. Only on paper, maybe. Well, I know you brought him in, bleeding from the abdomen and shot in the head, but he died of the Delta variant.
Lack of gas pressure.
Well, yeah. Either that or the variant was in the back of the ambulance on the way to the hospital, something like that.
Yeah. When I get into all that, it's fairly simple. I need evidence. I do this with everything as I can. I just
Come on,
need
man. We went to the moon. Come on, man.
Yes, and I need evidence. I need to be able to apply the scientific method to it, and I need evidence.
You saw the phone call, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, that was a good one. Am I talking to the moon?
You tried calling it now. It says the line's been temporarily disconnected. No new tenants to hook it back up, I guess.
Bro, I laughed so hard when I saw that. Because I know how radios work. I got into amateur radio, amateur rocketry. I had hobbies. Radio controlled devices. There's always a latency or a ping. Over distance, there's a ping. The further you make that distance, the greater the ping.
Are you trying to tell me I didn't watch the moon landing over the radio?
Exactly. There would be a ping. War of the Worlds.
Hello, Neil and Buzz. I'm talking to you by telephone from the Oval Room at the White House.
That's a long wire, sir.
God's real, it's all that simple. Earth is flat. Ta-da! So simple.
We got new rules at the border now. Wonderful.
What? They're still not going to monitor everywhere where there's heavy traffic?
No jab, no cummy any.
Well, right. That's at that location or a few, but there are other places with foot traffic, heavy foot traffic, that aren't like that at all.
Not talking about how we get the things back and forth.
Bro, I got a friend that lives down there. I just go north a little bit, walk right across, buy a carton of cigarettes, and come right back.
Six people, I think, was it in Montreal? Not too long ago, got in whatever trouble because they went across into the States at some library just recently. They drove across some grass, a lawn, I guess, and then they were in the States. Now, I don't know if they were drinking, but where are we?
All right, on and off topic at the same time. Egress and ingress has to do with the countries that we're in treaty with as well. Dude, I think that would be fun though. A group of people with weather balloons and some masks and some tanks, some rebreathers, wingsuits going up 100,000, 120,000.
We are now in the rocket technology era.
Yeah, but you can only send things in rockets anywhere that's shit that ain't gonna break, and people break. People break.
50 years later. We are still struggling. Going to space. Yeah.
He's also doing the rockets. He likes rockets. And
Well, in order to put a man or a woman inside of a rocket traveling, hell, even 2,000 miles an hour, you'd almost have to have a gyro cage. You would literally have to be in it to not something. Because there's no way that outside of that,
Stabilize it.
you can survive over 5G, 16. You're not going to survive. Not going to happen.
Oh, an old man did it, so everybody can do it now. It's a fact now.
Not a real rocket. I know that.
Yeah.
I can make my own damn fuel and my own rocket.
Have you seen any space in this video?
I don't keep up with all the drama. My uncle has. He probably's been dying to talk to me about it. It's funny though, because he has no idea. I talk about things that I have a stake in. I have hobbies, things that involve these hobbies. Oh no, man, you're crazy. Outer space is real. Rockets go.
go up, go to the moon, go to the Mars, Jupiter. They
How?
crash land on Saturn.
How? 'Cause the ion
Oh my God.
propulsion, the ion
Yeah.
propulsion engines were a complete failure. If anybody actually studies ion propulsion, the technology and the implications there with craft here on the ground. Holy crap! Talk about some fun boats and stuff.
Yeah.
We could make some stuff real simple, real simple, that we don't have any of these other problems.
Mm.
We have the technology to solve problems we already have. However,
the problem is we don't have the technology.
Yeah. We destroyed it. Destroyed technology.
but the question is, how do you travel through a vacuum? You can't do it because ion wouldn't work. Rockets don't work. You'd have to continue feeding them oxygen to even get them to burn a little bit, which you can't keep doing forever. And you can't direct plasma like that. At least not yet.
Yeah. You don't want to believe in destroyed technology, I think. You know?
You can shoot plasma. You can shoot various forms of plasma.
But we destroyed that technology.
Yeah, that's it.
Right, for all of it.
Yeah. That's a very important NASA term. Yeah.
Destroyed technology.
Yep. It's very important.
We destroyed that data and those computers and the files that went it like the
Yeah.
whole building. It just disappeared. Just poof, like baby powder.
That technology is the key technology to the future. Yeah.
They have to make you feel stupid.
Mm-hmm.
That way they can keep selling you T-shirts and hoodies.
Yeah. Circus. Just like when you go at a circus. Buy a T-shirt. Win a teddy bear.
That's how they make the investors money.
Yeah.
Very few people know about their bank.
They had trip to Mars in the 1800s, 1700s, in the circus. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody got a hold of some bad bread.
If someone from the 1700s would time travel to today, and he will see all these NASA, religion, space, cosmology, and stuff, he will say, like, guys, for real? Like, you take the circus for real? That's how will they be like.
Yeah, clown world.
Yeah. They will tell you can't be seen. Sorry? You roboted. Can you repeat?
It was me. I interrupted you a little bit there.
No, I wanted you to continue.
It was just a clip I was going to play.
Ah, I see. No problem. Play it.
NASA lost everything. They're claiming there's nothing in their archives, nothing in storage, nothing in a cardboard box someplace that has anything to do with the Apollo missions. It's all gone.
You guys know that?
Twilight Zone.
You guys know that picture of that girl that, was bragging about her huge stack of papers from the Apollo missions? They apparently did not make copies of anything. All that work, never copied. Only originals.
From the first try, yeah.
Yeah, that was it.
Without testing. Yeah.
You guys ever seen the I don't know how to pronounce it. It's Aulus website, aulus.com, AULIS.
Aulus.
It's all Apollo. I mean, there's so much stuff that you could spend 2 weeks there. The place just destroys the whole moon landing thing. So here's a funny one, right? So the memory modules they use for the so-called Apollo guidance computer, right? They have the schematic for it.
Yeah.
And apparently they weren't paying a lot of attention because if you look at it, it's shorted.
No surprise.
There's a whole article on it by a guy who's got a PhD in computer science. He's an electrical engineer, all that stuff. So I use something called rope memory or something like that. But it's like shit, dude, a bug just swung my fucking eyeball. Ow. Anyway, ow. Ow. I need a little windshield wipers on my eyeballs. So anyway, the memory is in like memory modules now. It's called Iron Core rope memory. So what they do is they basically make they're like little transformers, right? So there's a loop on one side and there's a loop on the other side of this little iron ring.
Yeah.
And if it's magnetized, then, that's like a 1. And if it's not magnetized, that's like a 0. But to clear the memory, they have another line, a sense line. And the thing is, the way the sense line is wired, every time they sense it, it would clear the memory because it's shorted. So what good is your freaking memory module if every time you read it out, it shorts and then it erases the memory?
It demagnetizes, That's funny.
Yeah, there's so many problems. Like, why anybody
actually
would
that kind of memory, I think, is just a proof of concept project.
Dude, there's videos of them making it. It was literally threaded by hand. Like they got like seamstresses and sewers and stuff. They're like to thread this stuff, dude. It's totally crazy. If you look up any of the old because they have the old when they were developing the Apollo program, right? Before they supposedly go, they have all these old government little propaganda reels of them showing like they're gonna do this, they're gonna do that. It's so laughable because what we know now,
in those times they were struggling very hard to find a new way to store information to replace those punching cards or punching tape, so it makes sense what you say.
I love I'm sure you've heard this. I don't know if the other guys have. They used a sextant to figure out where they are. Sextant went through the hull of the command module out into out into space.
Oh my God.
And they looked through the sextant to figure out where on Earth they are, or where they are relative to the moon and the Earth, which is patently ridiculous.
Yeah, because once you go above the air that we breathe, perspective changes, I think.
Plus, to align to use a sextant, very first operation is You have to figure out. You have to align it to the horizon.
Yeah.
Where's the horizon in space?
The horizon is very complicated in space because you have all that clouds layer, which now becomes your horizon, and it's very blurry. It's like you can't tell how high you are. You need to know that. Yeah.
The ships go over the horizon in space, the space horizon.
Yeah, they should.
They call that a black hole, right?
Dilithium crystals.
If crack was around back then, I'd swear they smoked it.
Yeah, a lot of it. I think they invented it, actually.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
We're trying to sell this bullshit. Here, give out this crack. Maybe they'll believe it then. And then if they don't believe it, after you give it to them, they'll want some more and say, you better believe it, you're not getting any more. Space crack.
Yeah, we're good now. A 8-year-old lady went into space. It's safe. Everybody can do it now. Yeah, it's a fact.
Space dope, coast to coast.
Yeah. Thanks to the Amazon consumers.
What's funny is all the places that I like to go and look for like old t-shirts, I keep finding a bunch of NASA crap, and it's hilarious.
Yeah, if you ever made any purchase from Amazon, yeah, you can be proud now, very proud. You have contributed to the space race technology. Yeah. Future climate of next generation. Amazon.
I do think there was a Weasley deal in there somewhere.
It's just a shitty commercial. That's all it is for them. Advertising.
So who wants to go up to 100,000 feet with oxygen mask with me?
No, thank you.
To do what? To do what?
Well, we're going to have wingsuits on the way down when we detach from the balloon. So we got wingsuits, oxygen man, and big-ass parachute.
How much is that? Like 30 kilometers, roughly?
Something, probably more.
Didn't Baumgartner jump from higher than that? Wasn't he 138?
Yeah, so it's about 40 kilometers.
Look, I'm just looking at the oxygen tank we got to take with us, and then the point we got to start it. I'm just trying to keep it within a range.
Do you know why they need the oxygen mask at those altitudes?
Yeah, because there's a separation of gases there.
No.
No pressure? Like the difference in pressure?
No, it's not low pressure. The problem is the cold. If you breathe that air which is at that altitude, it's I would say it's close to 14 psi. You have low pressure, but it's not like half of it. You get 2, 3, 4 psi less, which is actually quite high pressure, but if it's minus 80 Celsius, the first breath will freeze your lungs, will crystallize them, everything inside. It kills you. So at that temperature, to breathe safely, you need to breathe a atmosphere of 7 psi, half of it, and double the oxygen concentration to breathe such cold air. And that's why they do. Because I looked into these jet fighters, pilots. They have a cooling system to this breathing life support. They have a cooling system for that air. They give you 7 psi air pressure in that mask and double the oxygen, but it's very cold. So you can breathe it without dying.
That there's a guy, he launches a lot of balloons that I think is Dwayne Callum. Have you ever seen his channel? He's launched like 20. Yeah, he's launched like 20 or 30 balloons. Like, but he sends up a temperature gauge, and I remember the last time I looked, it was something like negative 56 C.
Wow.
Yeah, that's cold.
Yeah.
And on top of it being super cold, the air is dry. Dude, your lungs would crack in 2 seconds.
No humidity, yeah.
There's people that are on like oxygen, like old people. You have to add humidity to the oxygen tanks, or their lungs will crack from being so dry.
Yeah. That's why we have the clouds only forming at certain altitudes, like layers, because they cannot go into these extreme cold temperatures, the water vapor.
Yeah, that would have been my second thing. I had to think about putting up cell phone towers, antennas. The higher up you go, the colder it is. Period.
Yeah.
1,000-foot towers get really cold.
Yeah. But I am pretty sure that at 100 kilometer, you don't have this air, which cocktail of gases that we breathe. You have like only these noble gases and helium, because these extreme cold environments is a natural medium for helium gas. You know. Down here, the medium is very hot for helium. It absorbs heat from anything around it.
So I've asked a lot of Glovers this question, and I've never gotten an answer, right? They say that helium floats, right, because it has less mass than oxygen, right?
Yeah.
So then why doesn't liquid helium float?
Yeah, exactly. And I asked them also, why does liquid helium flow upwards? It's climbing the walls of the container and is leaking out. You know?
Yeah, the superfluid helium. Yeah.
Yeah. Those are nature's superpowers, which, yeah, they keep them hidden from us. You know, they don't teach you in school these things. They don't tell you. Because they know it goes everything against Newtonian's physics and Einsteinian, and yeah, it debunks them all. And they want us also to believe that the only frictionless medium environment is actually the vacuum of space. But in the laboratory, yeah, superfluid helium is physically demonstrated that it is the only frictionless medium. So
someone like connecting and disconnecting. Let me go through this list here. I'm going to go through this list. I want to talk to a Cobra. I want him to defend their religion.
Okay.
Defend your religion.
Yeah, I want them to explain me also why helium gas pressure gradient in a tank is upside down in comparison to the normal gases that we breathe. You know? Like it's attracted upwards. So the high pressure is at the top of the tank instead of at the bottom, you know.
So here's something weird. Dad, you bring that up. Here's something weird. I saw, you know, the zero-G planes?
Yeah.
The zero-G planes. I think there's a Veritasium that when they went up and filmed it, they attached helium balloons to the floor. And when they went into zero-G, the balloon sunk instead of floated.
Whoa.
Now, don't ask me why that is, because I have no clue. But I just thought that was quite odd.
Yeah.
Because you're not really in zero-G, right? You're just, okay, so the plane is basically falling at the rate of acceleration, right?
You are moving.
So you just can't,
you are moving.
Yeah. You just can't see yourself moving because you're inside of a box, right? The plane.
Yeah.
But if it was transparent, you'd see that you're falling, the plane's falling, and you're just falling at the same speed as the plane. So why is the balloon going towards the floor? That would mean it's falling faster than the airplane.
Yeah. And I was thinking like, yeah, when the plane is going downwards, the plane is moving inside an electric field, in a field, magnetic and electric. And yeah, it's the behavior of elements. But that's very interesting. I didn't know that. I'm gonna search.
Yeah, it's either Physics Girl or Veritasium. They did they did a dual thing, right, where they both went up and they did a collaboration type thing. So they both have a video where they were both on the plane at the same time.
Yeah.
So it's one of those channels.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I heard someone give me that as an example for proof of gravity.
Oh my goodness.
So why wasn't that air inside the airplane being pulled to the floor of the plane? Because the helium pressure inside the balloon is higher pressure in comparison to the outside. because the balloon is elastic. It's an elastic wall container. It's pulling all that gas into a small volume.
Because I don't understand the argument. Because if you were to say that that's gravity, well, what about the rest of the air that's in there?
No, I was talking only, like, I was mentioning only about the gas pressure difference between inside a balloon, a helium balloon, and the normal air outside, which we breathe. Inside the balloon, you have more than 14 psi pressure. You understand?
Yeah, I see that. I'm just trying to understand how someone could argue that gravity is what makes the balloon go down in zero G. Like how they could even wrap their head around something that stupid.
Who said that?
This guy in that chatterbox. It's like a bunch of 10-year-olds, and it's 10 years old to like.
When did they say
18.
that? Did they say that just now?
It was like a day or two ago, but he just jogged my memory when he said that.
Oh, it was probably Snack, huh? Snack's just a compulsive liar if it was him.
Who's the other guy, I think?
Oh, dude, like Snack is out of all the Globers, he's probably one of the worst liars.
I just wanted to take 2 seconds to thank Jeff and Dick for all the homeless people and hungry people they help feed going nowhere. I just wanted to thank them.
Yeah. Thank you.
Jeff Bezos couldn't feed all the homeless people in Boston.
Yeah. He's a psychopath.
As a bank?
Yeah. Like a corporation. He has the same mindset.
And how much?
I don't know, but I'm pretty certain that 100 kilometers before you reach the Antarctic ice wall, if you dive into the ocean, deep down, you will find ice, which is not ice that floats in the water, but it will be ice 12. It's an ice which is heavier than the water and it doesn't float. So you have no earth, ground beneath it. Because when you look at the ocean, when in these pictures where they show us the Antarctic ice wall, the blue of the water is a different kind of tint. When we go on the ocean, like where it's very, very deep, we see that dark blue water. But it has that tint going towards dark, like black. But at the Antarctic is a little bit lighter. It doesn't look the same. Maybe it's just me, or this is pure speculation. But that must be that 60th parallel where I think that kind of underwater ice begins. And ice 12 forms at high pressure and extreme cold. Mic check.
Mike's not here, man.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
I just wonder what the interaction with electricity and certain gases to change buoyancy and density are. That right there would be fun.
I'm pretty sure, yeah, this heat to cold and cold to warm transfer is also involved. And I think electricity is actually a different kind of state for helium gas manifestation, physical existence. just like we have matter, like these gases, we have them in a gaseous state or in a plasma state. And the helium, I think it has this property where, yeah, we call it electricity. I don't think the atoms are like the depiction of the heliocentric model. I see them more like two circles that touch their edge or form like interlink, link, link themselves and form a small vesica Pisces, you know. And yeah, on these circles, we have these particles or electrons or whatever. They spin in that fashion. And that point where they form that vesica Pisces is what we actually experience as a physical particle, something solid. I've seen these ancient cultures, folk dances where people were dancing in circles, giving hands, and sometimes they make like concentric circles. One spins clockwise and the other counterclockwise, and it looks very interesting. And then the people make all this rhythmic dance and they switch positions. Those from the concentric go to the eccentric and vice versa. And in old days, they always call these dances like a dance of unification or the dance of the stars, the revolving stars above us. That's what was symbolizing for those people dancing. They were saying they are doing exactly what the stars are doing. But yeah, they were primitive and fools, and we know that they didn't know much. How can that be? Like the heavens to be like a mirror to this world? Even going to work is just like a circle. Yeah. You repeat every day. It's a cycle. And by the age of 65, they cut you off from that cycle. They say, yep, you're no good anymore. You can't dance anymore. If you guys could only understand the NASA term, destroyed technology, you wouldn't need NASA to lick your eyes to see what they see.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, hey guys, just checked in Sarogaki. We had a great check-in. Just wanted to get him to introduce himself here. You guys say hi.
Yeah, hey, everyone.
Hello.
Yeah, I am, just a regular person like everybody else in my early 30s. Just, been asking questions for like 15 years, and now I'm here. And yeah, it's very interesting topic of debate, I'll tell you what. But personally, I've been looking for proof of the globe. Can't find any. Nobody seems able to provide any. And yeah, I'm just curious to hear from people, like, what are they thinking? What are their thoughts on this topic? And yeah, it's very interesting to me to see what people are on about, and like have some personal sort of psychology, exploration of this whole debate too. It's a very interesting topic to me, and yeah, I'm glad to be here.
So the topic is not new for you, right?
No. I've been exploring this topic for like 2 years now.
I'm glad to hear that, and welcome to the Flat Earth. This server is actually the best place to be.
Yeah, I was told so.
Yeah, we were talking about the Flat Earth Science versus Pseudoscience server, which I originally started off in as well, for Nathan Oakley show and stuff like that, and then found a link for this place. So I would agree, Get Beget. This is the place.
Yeah. So, which arguments are you aware of? What's your favorite, for example?
My favorite argument. They're all so good. See, the fact that the globe is a constituted model, they have given you all sorts of numbers in reference to circumferences, radiuses, distances to here and there, and that's where they bite themselves in the ass, because when you are given specific numbers, you can debunk the numbers, which of course has been done so many times that they have nothing left at that point. So the fact that they are willing to give you measurements and numbers that we can then work with to show that that's completely wrong, that's very good.
If you don't have the curvature,
almost like they want you to know.
If you don't have the curvature, then you don't have gravity, you don't have pretty much anything, like gas pressure without a container.
That's my favorite one.
Yeah.
Like the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah. And I have a very good meme about that. I think Roger posted it first time. I took it from someone. Someone very famous said that if your theory or any ideas are in direct contradiction with the second law of thermodynamics, then I give you no hope.
Yeah, I saw that one earlier. That was amazing.
Yeah. So.
I've seen this. I cannot remember his name. He claimed to be a PhD. I did not check into him specifically, so who knows? But he was trying to prove this whole gas pressure without a container claim. And as far as I can see in his experiment, or explanation rather, he was using 2 containers. So that was kind of funny.
Yeah. And you know what? I'm a flat earther, but I never heard a glober coming in here and actually presenting like anything close to gas pressure without a container. And actually, I did this too, trying to come in. I wasn't coming in their defense, but I was like trying to expose this thing that I found, which could be interpreted as gas pressure without a container, and that is ultrasound levitation. And the problem with this is you have a vibrating membrane, and then on top of it, you have a solid reflector. And in between, you can achieve, in some point, those sound waves which are bouncing back will be resonating with the sound waves coming from the membrane, and they create for a very short period of time a higher gas pressure, but instantly dissipates when the sound waves are gone, you know. They move apart. Yeah.
Yeah, like gas does.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's actually, you know, when we talk about these are sound waves, like every millisecond you have a sound wave. It's a lot of them. So yeah, it looks for us like, yeah, it's a stable gas pressure, but and that actually is a very short time lived, where you have higher gas pressure, because it's that sound wave which is propagating. It's pushing that air, you know, not pushing, but propagating through the air. Yeah. So
Yeah, if you had no, air at pressure to begin with.
yeah, also,
then,
yeah,
of course, you wouldn't
that's
get
the
anywhere.
point. Yeah, you saw that, and that's what I was saying, that you need gas pressure for this. You need to have gas pressure, you know.
Yeah, before you
And
can even do it.
yeah, and on top of this is a very special setup, you know, like without sound reflector, it's also, you don't have it. You know, it doesn't happen. Yeah. So
Yeah, it's not a natural phenomenon.
yeah. Well, in the Bible they were explaining this, you know, like these strong fortresses, like no man could penetrate, conquer, or stuff like that, you know. And God said to his people, hey, just go there and start singing this song that I tell you, you know. He told them the right frequency, resonant frequency of the walls, and yeah, when you sing that, the walls are falling like sand. You know. So yeah, we see so many explanations of natural phenomena in the Bible also. And to me, it looks like we knew from the very beginning, we knew much better than we know today. Yeah.
It very much seems that way, that whoever was here before us had, knowledge that at best is kept hidden from us today.
Yeah. In building, like, we have so many ancient ruins. I mean, to see 40, 80 tons block of rock, chiseled, like machine milled, you know, with machine milling, CNC, that kind of precision and stuff.
Yeah, like that one at the top of the biggest pyramid in
in
Egypt.
Pumapunku also, yeah.
It is very interesting. How were they able to get that amount of weight so high up?
Yeah.
I did see I don't remember exactly how it went, but they were trying to explain how to get that stone in the pyramid in at Giza, up there with like slave labor and a slope that they were dragging it up. And he ended up figuring that if you wanted to do it that way, you would need a slope that goes all the way from Giza on all the way down to the south end of Africa.
Yeah. It was too much.
Yeah, it was just very, very impractical, let's just say. Borderline impossible.
True, true. Who knows? Maybe they had some sort of electrostatic technology, which maybe you can charge an object or an element of.
Or maybe it was poured cement.
No, they are solid granite blocks, these things.
Yeah, with the granite. Yeah.
Now the hardest part that no one can wrap their head around is how it's almost like the blocks expanded because there's a complete lack of a gap between these stones. So a lot of people are coming up with this idea of a geopolymer where they're combining like they would with cement, but instead of doing what cement does today where it loses its shape, this one kind of grows in shape. It
might be a different technique of doing it, but it could be like cement.
I think it's cement, like an idea of cement, but
I mean, we
the
say
opposite.
cement, but a combination of things that will make that type of rock.
Yeah.
That type of block.
So they knew how to make granite. Yeah, the petrification processes.
There is petrification processes.
Yeah, I know. But it's not a very known science. Sorry.
Maybe today just like you said, today we're ignorant to many things. Maybe that's one of the things we're ignorant to. Maybe the other people know how to do it, not the common man today.
I've seen petrification being done in a lab in like 2-3 days only. And yeah, just figured I'd drop that in.
Yeah, don't take that out of the equation. It's a way of doing things. So it could be a possibility, the way they build those structures.
Have you guys seen these birds that use a special kind of wood? They take like branches of this wood and the wood sap from this wood. They use it to build nests in solid walls of stone, like granite stone. It's like the chemical process with the sap and the granite that lets them build their little nests inside. I don't know if you've seen it.
Sounds interesting. I haven't seen that one specifically, but I wouldn't be surprised.
So at least that lends some credence to the idea that you can manipulate solid granite somehow. The most interesting part about it is, to me anyway, is that they will go on about how wondrous these structures are, and at the same time say that there is no way we can reproduce this with our technology, while claiming that people before us were just less intelligent, less evolved, worse tools and all of this stuff. Just kind of pushing it under the mat that we have no clue what went on in the past.
Sounds like the way the controllers will do things. The administrators will tell you, yeah, we're so ignorant, we don't know how to do this stuff. Sorry.
There is a lot of interesting things. I like how when you make the point to some people that, gravity is not even a scientific theory because it has to go through the scientific method to even be a theory. They go then and, ask you why you're not just flying off the surface of the Earth. It's, I think that's hilarious.
Yeah, pseudo source, imaginary force is keeping you down. An idea, a concept is keeping things down. Forming the Earth into a ball even though there's no curvature. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it really is. That's why lately I've been saying you have to be a science denier in order to believe in the globe.
A reality denier.
Yeah, even worse.
It looks flat, it feels motionless, therefore it's a globe.
I was asking a question earlier in the lobby chat, text chat, about if the Earth is orbiting the Sun at Mach 88 and it's an elliptical orbit, then how come we don't feel that, angular change twice a year? And everybody went quiet on that point.
Oh, gravity knows what to do. Gravity can do anything you imagine it to do.
Oh, yeah, of course.
It's like magic. We were talking about the structures, the pyramids, and the many structures in the world being aligned with the luminaries, and with the solstice and stuff. How does that work on a globe? Everything on the ground aligned to the luminaries, and it resets every year in cycles. How can the ground be spinning multiple vectors, multiple spins at the same time?
Yeah, I've had that argument with some friends of mine about how specifically Polaris is just over the North Pole at all times, and then bringing up all of the different vectors and speeds and all of this, and they get
no
stuck.
parallax.
They're like, well, damn, I haven't thought about that. Like, wow, that's crazy. I'm like, yeah, it's not necessarily crazy. It's just that you've been explained something that doesn't correlate to reality, and that's why it seems crazy to you. But yeah, it's a very interesting thing to bring up because everybody, even globe believers, know that Polaris is just over the North Pole at all times.
They say, but it's so far away that one day it's gonna be a different star.
Yep.
It used to be different and it will be different. But it's so far away that it takes a long
Cast your
time.
mind millennia upon millennia backwards and forwards in time at the same time, and then you'll understand. Oh, it's beyond belief, is what it is.
So yeah, I heard from a guy 12,000 years ago it was different. So
Even though there's no record of it, nobody have ever recorded that. But yeah, we can imagine it.
You flurs think you know everything, man. There's a rover and a drone on Mars, bud.
There's a helicopter in Mars that it flies in a low pressure environment.
Dude,
I like that picture of the shadows.
Jeff and Dick just went to space, man. Come on.
I've been bringing up the footage from the so-called Mars rover, to some of my friends. Like, do you really think they're sending 4K images and video through, empty space that's supposedly full of radiation? No packet loss, just crisp pictures back to Earth with super high-tech interstellar internet. Do you really think that's going on in reality?
Come on,
You guys know.
If you compare it to what the footage we saw today, right? Like we can't even have such crisp image here on Earth. Like you saw what happened with Jeff Bezos, and suddenly when it comes down to Mars, it's like perfect 4K quality. Like it doesn't make sense.
Jeff Bezos couldn't afford 5G.
Listen, NASA has a bigger budget, guys. Come on, that's pretty simple.
NASA
Anyways,
has...
I saw some advertisement from this guy talking about aliens and ancient civilizations, whatever, and he's saying that in the footage from Mars, we can see like apparently bones and things that show there used to be a civilization there in Mars. He's showing the the Mars footage and claiming that there might be a lost civilization in Mars. It's kind of
yes. Okay, guys, we, like Jeff and Dick and us, we have 5G, but NASA's got 12G, guys. 12G.
They have quantum interlocking cameras. They just insta feed. There's no distance needed to take into account for that quantum interlocking space locked super internet they got.
I got 2 words for you guys. Starlink. That's all I'm going to say. Starlink.
My immediate reaction is, that's a video game, is it not?
Yeah, video game. You know, all space-related stuff, it was sci-fi creation and books, cartoons, movies before they said, we're going to the moon because it's hard. And then we went to the moon, and then we had real footage of another surface of another place beyond Earth. But it's still sci-fi. This space travel stuff. And now that what was it? The Virgin Galactic guy, he went to space for 4 minutes. You guys know they went to space. It was 4 minutes they went up there and then they came down. How long did Bezos went to space? Probably 5 minutes. He broke the record. Because it wasn't too long. How was? I haven't seen the Bezos stuff. Do you guys watch it?
I have not watched it. No.
Was it today? Right? It was today.
I think
lasted about 3.5 minutes. Like, it was so fast. I couldn't believe it. And I don't know, a joke. They're saying it took less than 20 minutes or something like this. And I was listening to some footage from inside of it, apparently, during the weightlessness. What a joke. No footage, no live footage inside while they're floating around like Dick's adventure was last week. Jeff just had sound.
You gotta tell them the best part, the 80-year-old woman who's going
wow. I mean,
at least Mach 3.
Maybe they didn't have enough budget for a camera inside. I'm looking at the launch.
Did you guys catch that SpaceX launch last year? I think it was, and then there was this mouse or whatever rodent of some sort just walking about on the engine outside, on the steaming hot red glowing engine outside of the rocket. That was hilarious.
Yeah, we've seen that.
No,
It
it
was
was
something weird.
real. It wasn't hilarious. That was real.
They were just reuniting, you know, Mickey
Yeah,
Mouse.
bro,
with
like I
Pluto.
smoked so much. That seemed so real.
It must be real because it looks so fake.
I mean, it must be real because they're telling us so.
Oh yeah.
Come on,
I don't
guys.
know, guys,
NASA
but
never
these
lies,
Bezos,
bro.
guys, I'm looking at the Bezos, the freaking Bezos launch, whatever, and that's completely like the launch and the landing. That kind of looks like a simulation.
Okay, look. Okay, maybe NASA was lying. Now you're telling me SpaceX is lying, Jeff Bezos is lying, Virgin is lying. Now everyone's yeah, okay, guys. Sure.
What makes you think the richest man in the world would lie to me? What's wrong with you?
Come on, man.
He got out with a cowboy hat.
The way the thing fucking landed on the ground so fucking hard, you're telling me
That
they
could
couldn't afford.
damage your spine. They have
you tell me
shock absorbers. We know this.
they couldn't afford some sort of like an airbag on the bottom half of that. What a joke.
First human flight.
I mean, I'm not even a rocket appliance guy, but I could figure out an airbag on the bottom would have made the landing a lot nicer.
New Shepard altitude 351,000 feet.
It's not rocket appliances, Ricky.
Is that altitude like verified altitude? Like, is it true that they actually went up to 300 some odd thousand feet?
Oh,
is that?
I doubt it so much.
Oh, I highly doubt it too. Because after the Branson thing, they were claiming to go 200 and some thousand feet up, and I asked someone like, "Can you prove that they went that high up?" And you know, the obvious answer is just Google it. So I did. And it's just news articles upon news articles with, you know, claiming that they went that high with no references to any sort of proof or even evidence that it was real.
Come on, man.
You know, I'm just saying, personally, I don't know how high up you can fly in a plane, but if you're gonna sort of tell me that you are going several hundreds of thousands of feet higher than, you know, planes before you, except for that
when I was in
one
my
in the
mid
60s.
20s. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's just the discrepancy in the altitude between the flights that we've become used to and then the altitudes they're claiming now. The difference is so high. Like, how are they going to verify the altitude to us? All they can do is claim, as far as I can see.
Yeah, I noticed in the Richard one, there was a discrepancy as to the height. Like it seemed way too high, and then the height was from sea level. And then in this one, they were showing when it came back, it was claiming it was so many feet off the ground, and it obviously wasn't. And then the data disappears just before it lands. Fucking ridiculous. But I mean, in my mid-20s, if you would have told me I would have lived to see the first woman president, I would have laughed. But here we are. Camilla's in charge.
The landing looks like a freaking movie. Let's see. You know something? Before the human launch, they had a dummy launch. Let me see what's the different updates. It looks like they mixed up footage from those both launches into 2 days. Let's see. 3 years ago, Watch Bezos rocket launch a dummy.
Are there anyone in this live chat right now that are a globe proponent?
Congratulations to Jeff Bezos on his launch to space today.
Yep. Mankind has progressed in no way whatsoever. Thank you, Jeff.
There was a headline that humans went to space first time.
So look, this is today's landing. You see something on the window, like someone sitting on the window?
Yeah, that's Jeff Bezos. I watched him sit there the whole time.
And then this is 3 years ago. Watch. They launched a dummy into space, and it was sitting kind of similar. I mean, you know, test and trial.
What is really the big woohoo about this, though? When apparently we had people going 300,000 miles away to the moon in, the 60s. Why is it such a big deal that people can take high altitude planes?
That's different. That's different. You're not allowed to question that.
Come on, man. In the last like 9 days or so, 10 people have experienced weightlessness for about 60 seconds. Isn't that amazing?
It's completely, mind-blowing.
I'm going to show you one from the Virgin Galactic flight. What was it? Let me see right here. Hopefully this is the correct ones. So look, in one it was showing, it was going at 1.1 Mach, right, the speed, and 698 miles per hour. And then a second after, it was showing 7,712 Mach speed, 19 million miles per hour.
That's fast.
Only 19 million miles an hour. That's all.
Oh shit! I should have ran my counting code before I put it on live.
Just hit a pocket of gravity. That's all.
That's what the guy said when he saw that. He's like, why didn't you run this through the test script first? That's what his neighbor said. And then the guy said, I didn't have time. And then they just ran it. And then we have 7,700 Mach.
I don't know if it's 17,000 or 7,000 Mach, but that sounds pretty fast to me.
And that's faster than the orbit of the Earth around the Sun, by far.
I mean, imagine you being inside and the fluids in your body going from 1.1 to 17,000 Mach from 1 second to the next one. Your brain will probably melt.
Yeah, this is why waiting for globe proof is just gonna be waiting forever, basically.
There's a live shot from inside. Hold on. There it is.
That's funny. That's hilarious. Blue Origin. But we're today. There's no inside footage of them in space, looking at the stars and recording. You know the. I don't know. They probably took some good cameras inside that cabin and recorded something amazing from their viewpoint.
Were the Globers proud of their mission today? Any Globers in here? Are you guys proud? I was so happy when I saw the thing go to lift off, and it looked like I did that. I drew it myself, and I thought I did a pretty good job.
What are you talking about? What happened today?
Jeff Bezos went to space.
No! What? I need to look that up. That's insane.
Oh, yeah, you missed it.
Oh, no.
You're done. Why did I fucking lose a machine? I got all red. I feel like I just lost a fucking space shuttle.
I want to go to space now.
Whoa, I lost everything
did
on
it, I
one
can
whole
do it.
work center. Oh, Jesus Christ. Good. Well, whatever. Better come back online. Can you hear me, Tony Noni?
They're saying this is the first unpiloted all civilians crew that goes to space.
And the
In a rocket.
82-year-old lady was doing flips inside. Okay, Noni Tony, helium. So they got helium tanks, right? And on the end of it, you got a balloon, and then you got valves and pumps and shit. And then you open the valve, and it fills the balloon. Then you pump that balloon back into the helium tank, and then you can go lower. And then you fill it up again, and you can go higher. So eventually, yeah, I'm sure there's leaks here and there, but you can do that for a long time with solar panels powering your batteries.
So like, I don't understand how they can maintain a good amount of helium for it to last that long.
Well, you put them in helium tanks. Those balloons can lift, I think they got like 2.5 tons right now is one of the records that they're lifting. 2.5 ton of metal in the air with helium. So what do you think of that?
But it's been up for like decades.
No, that's a lie.
Never thought of it.
That's a lie. Anything that says decades, that's a lie. All you have to do is, you can't follow that thing. You can, hear a beep on a radio for a minute, and you're going to say that's been up there for decades. Nobody can verify that.
When do you think it's been up? How long
talking about
do you
the
think
ISS?
the satellite has been up? No,
Which
the
satellite? Which one? Which satellite?
Oh, there's... I don't know.
Oh, any satellite?
The first one, I guess.
No,
Yeah,
that was
sure,
Sputnik, and that wasn't even anything. That was
All
a
they send up
balloon
is-
with a transmitter.
They send Satelloons. NASA is the biggest consumer of helium in the world because they send a lot of Satelloons up there with helium balloons attached.
Do they
I gotta
bring
go
it down to refuel?
Yeah,
was that?
they go. There's a satellite catcher. It's a plane that goes out. It catches it by its balloon, and they reel it back in. They bring it down on the ground, and they relaunch them. That's how they get them. Sometimes they fall to the ground, and we have pictures of that too.
Videos of there's many that have fallen into the ground.
These guys might have everything because I'm not on that computer. I'm actually at work.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so that was my question from the start. Like, how do they maintain helium up there? But yeah, thanks.
Probably something like a rebreather for diving.
Satelloons. Let me get you a video for the Satelloons, okay?
Yeah, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
I would have
Where
to
are you in
Should also
live streams?
look up-
Live stream 2?
Yep.
Look up the Google Loon project and notice its uncanny resemblance to Starlink.
I will open this link. I'm gonna watch it for a while.
This one is just 1 minute, but they have many examples.
I'm over on that flat Earth debate science, ruining their day.
I want to see that.
Whoever that was you guys are talking to about satellites, aside from balloons, that's just one method too. Like they've got drones that can stay up for months at a time. Like Google bought a drone company that has a drone like airplane with solar panels on its wings that can stay up for, I think, years, or maybe it's months, but it's a very long time.
It only has to come down for maintenance on the motors.
Yeah, with drones up in the air and balloons that they've got their bases covered for everything that isn't done just by fiber optics. Like most of our communication, I'm sure they mentioned it, is done through like wires on the ground and antennas.
Hey, Radman, are you gonna go slay him in DC?
I'm not going to talk to them on voice. I'm having fun with text.
Okay. One of the guys there is like really close.
I see Quantum Erasers there.
Just at Wen Keeler, that guy's going nuts about it.
You know, a lot of people haven't seen what the wires look like when they're not underground. They haven't seen the old pictures. So it's easier to think that our communication doesn't come from ground wires because they don't see how much communication is done on the ground.
There's no debate about that.
You guys seen the old pictures? I'll post one of them.
Yeah, I've seen some photograph of the cables and videos of the cables, but if you have anything, I'd like to look at that. Who was it that was talking about this at Loons, and there was someone asking about?
Tony Noni.
Oh, okay.
And they
Keep in
split.
mind also, if you're skeptical about being able to do it with balloons, I mean, before they ever claimed to be going to space, the military was launching weather balloons and bouncing signals off of them for communication. Like that was the way that they did it. Satellite phones, as they call them. Yeah, it was bouncing your signal off of a balloon.
I haven't seen that picture before. You see those wires in that bridge? That's insane. What kind of equipment do they even use to pull those wires and cables up there? This thing's weigh so much.
Damn, look at those. Yeah, that's another thing too, is when you look back at old photos, like everything, all the wires were all above ground, and it was becoming a mess in the cities, looking like this shit. That's when they started burying them. When you got electrical poles, holding this many wires, and a big windstorm comes, you got issues.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
And also, when birds are accumulating and adding weight into the cables, they could make.
When all those government drone pigeons come and start recharging, fuck yeah, those things get heavy.
Yeah. The government pigeons.
Yeah.
Before they had meter readers and meters.
And keep in mind too, like they only started insulating wires like pretty recently too. All those wires were probably bare copper for the most part. Could you imagine?
That would be fun.
Okay.
You just take a big piece of wire and just put a weight on it and fling that thing up there and watch the action.
Like when I was doing, I was an electrical apprentice, and a lot of times we would do service changes where we'd be having to, basically rewire the house because like everything is done with what they call knob and tube, and that shit's just practically, it's that's the old way they used to do it, and you had a lot of bare wires. Dangerous.
Submarine communication cables. Satellites. How does your cell phone works?
Magic.
That's my
satellite
argument.
I guess satellite TV.
You're using a cell phone, therefore fall. your phone wouldn't exist. The fact you're using it is proof.
Hey, there's also submarine power cables. They're different than the communication ones, but I guess they could mix them together. Let me check.
Like typing, that's a lie in somebody else's server.
Signal is different than power. Like power is going to decrease, like with the law of resistance, like over distance, and whereas signal, I'm pretty sure it can just go like unlimited distance as long as you have a connection.
Dude, these things are massive. And the machinery they utilize to move them around and replace them? It's no joke.
And of course, the infrastructure is along all of the same like trade routes that all the ships take and all the planes fly. So, why does your GPS work out there? Maybe because they have wires all along. They could just set up a buoy with an antenna on it every so often.
Well, hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Good morning for about 20 more minutes where I am.
Yeah. What do you feel about Bezos in space today? Is that today?
That's spectacular.
awesome.
It made my nads tingle, and I'm just so.
I was
happy.
actually running around naked during the time.
What system is he
My
using?
life
A Tesla
changed.
system, or is it like something else to get up there?
He went on well, if you look at it from a distance, there's a shaft and then there's a head on top. And that thing shot straight up in the air. And then while it was up in the air, they were wiggling the camera up and down to make it look like it was going up and down real fast. It was pretty funny.
Yeah.
And then the head separated from the shaft somehow.
Yeah,
But I think
it had
that's
separated. It kind of exploded away, if you know what I mean. And then the shaft came back down, standing straight up and erect. And then the head floated down.
I gotta go. This is too much excitement for me.
The head expelled some parachutes.
Multi-parachutes.
Brought it down nice and gentle. It smacked the ground at about 20 miles an hour. No airbag to cushion the blow. Just buff.
Yeah, that was pretty dramatic. Do you know that they announced before that when it was going to hit the ground, there was going to be a small jet that comes out and lands it down so they couldn't feel it? I don't think that's what I saw.
They must have cut some budget corners.
They probably just figured when they were coming down, just turn off the motors. We don't need it. Let's hit that ground.
Maybe. But I'm like, I mean, okay, you're going to take my jets or fans away, at least install an airbag. Come on.
Nope. Nothing like that. I'm going to ruin their gravity day over on this server. We're going to drop some things in the ISS.
How close did the head land to the shaft, by the way? Do we know that yet?
Nope. We know it exploded pretty far.
And they made a big deal that he went further than Branson, so...
He went to super space, and then there's super duper space after that. And then there's super duper space.
Don't forget whales. There's always whales. I guess we're forgetting it's fucking Sir Dick. What I found most amazing about Branson's is how well we could see the word virgin on the bottom of the craft when it was so far up in the sky. Man, could we ever see that advertising well? Yeah, Branson was about however far above us, and we could just read Virgin, no problem. It was like clear as day on the blue, the white lettering on the blue sky, and then their friggin' stainless steel ship made it look blue with white writing. It was so bizarre. It just dawned on me. First, Dick went up with his Virgin, and then Bezos went up with his phallus, with his penis.
Anyone gonna watch the finals tonight? NBA? I know we don't normally do sports in here, but home team gonna win the finals probably this year for the first time since like 71. So I'm watching.
Is anybody on here?
Gas pressure.
I'm here. I was just watching footage of my two nephews skydiving. Sorry. What's up? Any questions? Welcome to the server.
I got a question. Can you guys hear me?
Today? Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
They tell us that there's no 24-hour sun in Antarctica, right?
Mm-hmm.
What about like say down in like South America and Chile and there's islands down there? I think it's the and even like in Southern Australia. I mean, I never really looked it up for myself, but I think there's some other islands down there that some people can go to too. I don't know if they got the long periods of sun like they do like up in Alaska and some places like that where they got, you know, long periods of night and long periods of day. I never really looked into it, but I was just kind of wondering, you know, I mean, I know how the supposed model works. I mean, I've watched, you know, some things. I've seen the fakery videos too that they put out with the Antarctica with the snow on it. They try.
Pay attention, it loops and it's not correct. Yeah. Up north, they have 24-hour sun and 24-hour darkness at different times of the year. Right now, my one friend from the Native Center that was visiting me the other day said, I think there's something like 18 hours, he said, or 20 hours of light right now up north.
Huh.
Like that, yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to envision how the sun would spin around down in the southern part of the, you know, the southern part of the plane. If it would, you know, if it speeds up or if it slows down or, you know, I know there's a lot of uncharted territory down that way. You know, I know the sun's taking a bigger circle down that way.
Not sure if anyone else can meme a Amalema image. It's the sun and moon, from what we understand, from what we observed so far, move on similar circuits, and they move up and down as far as the height from the ground and to the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn, back and forth throughout the years. Smaller circle in the north during the winter months.
Right.
Bigger circles in the south during the summer months, where it's opposite in either hemisphere, I guess. Right. Summer for us is winter for them. Winter for them is summer for us.
Well, if it was a globe, it would be sort of like similar to the North Pole then down there, right? But I don't know if that's the way it is or not. You know, I know that there's some weird stuff that goes on down there as far as, you know, like some.
There you go, the gentleman.
Southern Star or something.
Sorry, are you aware of the live stream voice text? The gentleman old dude just posted an image of the Amalema. That's how the sun travels throughout the 365 Julian calendar year. That's taken, those are pictures taken of the sun same time of the day throughout the year and where it's positioned in the sky and so on and so forth.
Okay.
Can you see that?
I'm checking out. Yeah, I'll check it out. I appreciate it.
No problem. We can only go with what we can observe. What they tell us is we have to go over with fine-tooth comb, pick out what's good and leave the rest behind, because they don't tell us what we need to know. You know what I mean?
Right.
Everyone says, why do they lie? Why do you think they have an obligation to tell you what's what?
Right. Yeah, it's like I seen the Google feed. You know, they put the Google feed on your phone all the time. They put a sailboat down on it. And, you know, they act like that everybody could do that. You know, it's just not true. You know.
Oh yeah, these numbnuts talk like going to Mars is like going to the corner store for a chocolate bar, a bag of chips, and a pop. Like, give me a break, man.
Yeah, that's some of that stuff. It's just, it's obvious. It's obviously it's just remote controlled toys and whatever. But yeah, and everybody eats it up like it's so true too. I I can't wrap my head around some of it.
So are you flat earth knowledgeable and understanding? Are you globe, flat, on the fence?
Well, I used to be on the fence a little bit, but I went down a rabbit hole with like Dave and guys and Jeranism, the Flat Earth podcast. And this is another tell people anything that's Flat Earth related on Google Podcast, right? They intentionally mess with it on there. I could listen to any kind of Bigfoot podcast or any other thing that's under the sun. But if it's Flat Earth related on Google Podcast, they mess with it somehow. Like it shuts off, it loses its feed or does something. It's strange. I can't, there's no way to tell. It's odd.
That was one of the things that was a red flag for me as to the bullshit, like how they were promoting so much crap, like people pouring water on an orange and going, obviously it's flat. Look, the water didn't stick to the orange. Like, you're just being a fucking moron.
The censorship kind of that raises a huge red flag for me. For a lot of people too. They're trying to cover up the truth. People just can't see it. I guess I don't know. The more you get censored, the more truth I think it is.
Or like, I've heard it more than once. Like, I heard Michelle Thaler, their science communicator at NASA, say it, and I heard the lady in the Beyond the Curve documentary say it, that it's not okay or it's dangerous to think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, dangerous.
It's fine to think you're spinning testicle, and insignificant, and you're going to travel to Jupiter and all these other planets. That's fine. But thinking otherwise is dangerous.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, they'll call it hate speech, and they have to have a reason to censor it in the first place. That's you're hurting little kids. Yeah, they're lying to little kids. That's the amazing part of it.
Well, they're lying to all of us. They're taking money and dropping bombs on people and telling us we're going to space and everything's rosy and good. Yeah. And don't look over here, look over there.
Yep.
And adults are like, what? I can't make my mortgage payment and I got to move out? Oh, I guess if you say so, Mr. Government Man. Make sure we get to Mars, though, eh?
Yeah, billions will turn into trillions sooner or later.
Look, you want to see where everybody's at, just ask people where their rights come from and just watch them stammer.
Yeah, there's definitely more. Like, if you look with proper eyes and you're honest with yourself, it's easy to see that they're BSing everybody. Or trying to.
I bet you're here to say I stole that unicorn.
Oh, I'm getting footage from inside the head now. Oh, they had a little ping pong ball floating around with them. Little orange ping pong ball. Isn't that nice? Oh my god! Oh, you should see the footage. It's hilarious. Them jumping? No, it's Bezos. What a tillweed. I could feed hungry people and house some homeless people, but look what I'm doing. You want me to put some macaroni? Oh my god, that was hilarious, you guys.
Mic check.
I can hear you, but Mike's not here right now.
Shinji, are you in?
Yes.
Well done for making it through, yeah.
Yep. Excuse me?
Yeah, it's
Making it through?
Solar. We were chatting the other night
Wait, let me see.
with Juju and John and all the rest of them.
Oh yeah, solar. What's good?
Yeah, awesome, man. Glad you found it in
Uh,
here. I thought with your
yeah, bro.
Christian foundation, this sort of a truth or this sort of awakening actually does often make more sense to those who have a Christian foundation.
Yeah, it bases. Then, like, it adds up entirely.
Have you chatted with someone in the room yet? Or have you just been
Here and
listening?
there, yes, but mostly listening.
And what's been on your mind?
My belief has been strengthened, like I already believed. But now I have even more arguments to make.
I believed in the flat surface.
Yes, the firmament.
Ah, awesome.
I mean, there are quite some trolls who get in here. So like in lobby, like the lobby text chat, and also the voice chat from time to time.
Yeah, sometimes people will log in with hundreds of accounts to try and horn bomb or play music to get the channel shut down, and that's often the giant red flag to show that there's a concerted effort to try and shut down areas that discuss truth.
Yeah, like usually there are people who have got nothing better to do, and yeah, just join these types of servers just to troll.
So I think, when we were chatting the other night, I said to you that you must read Genesis again, considering that flat earth and the firmament and all that sort of stuff. Did you have a chance to explore that?
I actually was finishing the New Testament because I don't like, if I start something, I would like to finish it before I move on to something.
Yeah, to really understand it. Makes sense.
I mean, people in the server criticized me for that. I mean, it makes sense to read the book from beginning to end rather from the middle.
So are you reading it from the middle, or have you gone from the beginning and you're just now in the New Testament?
I mean, I've started with the middle, which is basically the New Testament. And after I finish with the New Testament, I'll move on to the old one, the Old Testament.
Why would you say that?
What do you mean?
So it's like if I'm going to go and watch a movie, I'm going to go start with the second movie. And once
I know,
I'm
I
done
got
with the second, then I'll go to the first movie.
I got the same remark, but at first, I mean, before I opened up the Bible, right, I was just a regular agnostic. But the more I read into it, I started to see similarities with real world events. And yeah, I started to become more and more a devout Christian. Yeah, the stories within the Bible match up with all what has happened, like Sodom and Gomorrah, for example. I'm an archaeology student, right? And these two cities, twin cities, have actually existed, and it's in Jordan. And you can still visit the ruins. Hold on, let me lower the volume. There are skulls to be found, salty pillars and all these types of stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And they found the chariots under the Dead Sea, and they found Goliath's skull with a stone embedded in it. And there's a list of 100 to 150 other prophecies that are factually accurate, historically accurate. And the lineage in the Bible of which king had which children and which children went on to lead which lands, those are all historically accurate. So it's a powerful thing, and it's interesting to see why does the whole world disregard this and actually spend money to try and discourage people to looking into it. And every year there's a new documentary about why Jesus isn't who he said he was. There's always money being pushed towards trying to create that narrative that book is just a fairy tale and we need to take it like any other myth that we read. Unfortunately, that one has more historical accuracies than most books these days.
Yeah, for example, people these days dismiss the Bible as quote unquote a fairy tale, and then later on, quote unquote science comes to the realization that the things in the Bible are actually true. I mean, the Bible also predicted
Yeah,
this, right?
science
Like
catches
Christians
up.
are, like people nowadays make fun of Christians, but even the Bible predicted this. Like Jesus said, "If the world hates you, know that it hated me first, and if you are from the world, you will be loved." Like as if. So basically saying like if you're not a Christian, like not a follower of Jesus Christ, like people will respect you for being quote unquote open-minded, and they will make fun of you for like believing in a higher being, like an intelligent creator.
Yeah, and I took that quite literally. Like, do not be of this world, and this world that we're presented with is a sphere. So if you are not conforming to the consensus reality that everyone of the world who are conforming to, it raised a big question mark. Why would Satan lie to you about everything else except where you actually live? About the actual creation that you walk on top of? Why would he lie to you about what, like dinner or your friends? Or why would he lie to you about petty little things, but a giant thing like what you're actually living on? Of course he would lie about that too.
Yeah, 100%. And funnily enough, the Bible even predicted that, as in like, hold on, it said that I lost my words. Oh yeah, men are liars. Like it also said that men are liars, and
call
the word
all men a liar and trust only God. Let God only be true.
Like that also adds up. Like only trust the word of God, because that's the only 100% true evidence we have.
Yeah, and when we were young, we were presented with it like it was ignorance. Don't look at any other information. Only read my book, because then you'll stay indoctrinated with our belief. But when you actually look at it, everything else is lies. And when proven to be a lie, they say now they fixed the error and now it's the truth again. So no matter how many times you catch them in a lie, they just change what it said. Now it's fixed. And then in the next year, when people look for it, it's the right definition. So whenever they're caught in a lie, they just make these small corrections.
I mean, the government has always lied to us. Like, no matter how far we go back, like the Pharisees, for example, they try to make Jesus a false sinner, like a criminal. And in the book of like in the book of Acts, like the people were willing to free a murderer rather than Jesus, who was free of guilt. Like the murderer's name was
because
like
of
Barnabas.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
like his
of the
name was
crowd.
Yeah, like I mean, to modern day, like we also have like Pharisees in this day and age, which is basically our whole government, the church. Like, I don't know if they're live streaming this. Otherwise, I'll just refrain from covering those topics because it might get the YouTube taken down. But the church is what I'm gonna say is the church is changing a lot from the Bible. Like they're trying to say that some things that are not okay are okay. And well, in the Bible says that anyone who takes or adds to the Bible will be punished.
Yeah, anyone who removes or adds to the scripture. And then what they're doing now is they're changing words almost yearly. Then they call it a new version. And they say it's to make it more easily readable. But when you start to actually look through the original words, like in the beginning it said, forgive us our transgression or forgive us our trespass. meaning that if I stepped on your land, don't kill me because I trespassed on your land. They've now converted that word to debt and your debtor. So forgive us our debts. And so in other words, that someone is always above you, that you always owe something to. And that's a subtle manipulation of the text. And, you know, to me, what was amazing is when you realize that NASA was formed by Satanists, and that the CIA was formed by Satanists, and that various organizations which we consider as honest and upright are actually founded by the exact opposite type of people that you really would want to be setting up a foundation of a society. Satanists sacrifice humans. They do sacrifices, and for them it's pleasing to their God. Now you want to put those in charge of an entire society, to steer a society, to lose life. It's quite silly when you say it like that, but it's been done for decades already. And at this point, they probably own most of the controlling narratives, which is why they've been able to remove God from schools, remove the flat earth truth from all education, censor it, so that people do not come to the realization that they were created and that they're on something created.
Yeah, like they would rather believe like modern day humans that we live on a giant rock floating through space. Like none of it adds up. Like they give us these numbers, and that's their biggest mistake. Like they believe that people won't fact check these numbers, and when you go by the numbers, you come to see that the numbers don't match up. Like the maths they present us don't match up. Like
Yeah, it's so awesome to meet people with an open mind like yourself that are willing to look at it.
yeah, I mean the set. Like I had to wake up in a harsh way. So like at first I was like a Glober myself, and then like EXO. I don't know if you've heard of him. Like the EXO, like he joined like the Ron server. And he started debating with me, and like every argument I used for the globe, like he debunked right away. Yeah, that made me think a lot.
Yeah, EXO is very sharp. And what you'll find is that the longer that you're in this, that there are no proofs for a globe. There's only anecdotal evidence or assumption built upon assumption. And when you spend the time picking through them, it's very easy to point them out.
Exactly. I mean, the thing is also like there's not even a lot of anecdotal evidence. Like the anecdotal evidence we have, like these videos of like people sending weather balloons, right, to prove their curvature. Like they have fisheye lenses. Like it proves nothing. Like when the weather balloons are on the ground, they already have like a curvature.
I can't believe I don't have more people that want to go up that high on attached to a weather balloon. That would be fun.
What do you mean, like take themselves up on a weather balloon?
So you get you like 4 or 5 people, 4 or 5 weather balloons. You get a quick disconnect between you and the balloon. You got a parachute and a wingsuit on.
Yeah,
So
can you imagine
go
the
up to about 100.
distance? Imagine the distance in a
100,000-ish feet.
wingsuit. Wow.
Bro, I'm going to Australia if I can make it. I'm gonna go catch some waves and some fish.
Are you going to get mandatorily treated?
It's all right. Just tell them that we miscalculated and our balloons got blown over here. Look, you got to think on your toes, buddy. I already have my alibi for me and my entire crew if we land in another country.
You just have Australian Speedos on when you land.
Right.
I was here all the time. G'day, eh?
Just land with fishing hats and swimming trunks on and a bag of charcoal and you're all right. You blend right in.
G'day, mate.
Where's the barbecue at? I've got the charcoal. I've got the charcoal. Dude, that would be so much fun. Just at like 80,000 feet to just boom, wingsuit. Now we can go to Montana.
But so that Felix Baumgartner, when he fell, he reached a velocity of 800 kilometers per hour, and then he slowed back down to about 220, 240. Now, imagine going 800 kilometers an hour in a wingsuit. You're in an aircraft. You're like a Boeing at that speed. So he fell straight down, and he needed real pressure-sensitive suits and stuff. I wonder what sort of forces that would apply to you if you were doing 800 at a 45 degree rather than 800 down.
I'm pretty sure it's going to have something to do with that carbon fiber wing I want to take up.
But let's do it, Cuddles. Let's do it.
Because if we really go all out on this, all right, you go up with the wingsuit, the parachute, and then the carbon fiber wing that you like lay on, kind of like a stupid surfboards, bodyboard, yeah, but with wings, like 2 foot long wings either side. I mean, heck, even in the wingsuit, it's going to be amazing. Just point towards Hawaii and boom, let's go.
Well, I guess you start to jump so high up that there's not actually atmosphere. Like you can't hear the fall, you can't hear the wind rushing. So the wingsuit would be useless until you reached a denser atmospheric layer where you can then start basically surfing on it.
I was thinking we cut off somewhere around 100-ish, 120,000 feet, and then wingsuit from like 80 or so, if we can. I mean, it'd be really cool if there was enough back pressure. If there was enough back pressure at 100,000 feet, bro, I'm going to Australia.
And wasn't it also something like 3 minutes of free fall or 4 minutes of free fall? Like when you skydive, you get 30 seconds, 40 seconds before the chute opens. It's like,
right.
Wow.
Right, but that's
Imagine
why I
a
want to go up
5-minute
that
free fall.
high, because you take helmets, you take cameras, you glue cameras all over your helmet. 4 or
Nice
5
GoPro.
of us.
Fisheye lenses where you can make balls out of anything.
Now you can get the GoPro without the fisheye.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I just saw some of the footage from inside the head of the Origin there. The Blue Origin. Hoo-wee. Funny as fuck. Oh, oh, where do you guys see it?
I mean, I honestly think that the whole Blue Origin thing, regardless of your beliefs, is like a fucked up thing to do. Because there are so many people starving, and like, what was the whole point? Like they're not proving anything, and they're just wasting money.
Keep the homeless and the sheeple entertained.
Yeah, bro. Like,
If we take diving equipment up at 120,000 feet, does that mean that we are the world's premier divers? All you got to do is hit 30 miles and you're an astronaut. So whatever 30 miles is, that's what this trip is for. Plus, we got wingsuits.
But you must YouTube those videos, wingsuits and rock passes, or like the Devil's Backbone and various rock formations where these guys try to get within a meter of the rock surface while falling at that speed. So they jump out of like helicopters or something just above the mountain, position themselves at the right speed, and then literally try and get as close to either the treetops or the actual rock surface as possible. It's like an adrenaline stunt. But you must see the camera footage from those guys. It's mind-blowing.
Yeah, that's where I got the idea for the wingsuit with the weather balloon. I could get an oxygen tank, a rebreather system, full face mask, $3,000, parachute, 2,000-ish, weather balloon and helium, and then the quick disconnect. I already got heavy-duty carbiners. I just need the disconnect. On the wingsuit. Fancy dancy watch to tell me how high up I am. That's about it. We talk about seeing it. We talk about wanting to see it. There's a perfect way to do it. And with the wingsuit, you should be able to cover, 100-ish miles or more.
I mean, are you guys still there?
Yeah, I'm thinking about that one. They have like a military jump into this base camp, but it's at like the side of a mountain. So they wingsuit down and pull their parachutes coming in hot. They've done crazy crap like that. The carbon fiber wing that I'm thinking about is military. They have those too. Same thing. Glide down the side of a mountain, completely undetectable. Parachute on your back. I know I'm not the only one that keeps up with military stuff. Planes always use a gyro to find the level and to maintain direction. Hank, if you can hear me, as far as us breathing, gas pressure is pretty important.
Yeah, bro.
That's why I like bringing it up a whole lot. Because if you have so-called gas pressure next to a vacuum, well, you have no gas pressure. It's gone. Now you can't breathe.
All the air will be sucked out of your lungs.
It would be a little worse than just all the air. Like by a lot. Tissue in a pure vacuum would react like gas in a pure vacuum. It's going every direction.
The blood will be like forced out of your pores. Your eyeballs
Like
will.
you'd probably just get torn into tiny pieces really quickly. Very tiny ones.
Yeah.
Just think of like a puff. That would be you. Just a puff of mist going in every direction. Nature equalizes. I've always wanted to go hang gliding and skydiving. And ultralights are fairly cheap. I've always wanted a big enough backyard so I could take off and fly around and land.
I mean, personally, I'm scared of heights. Like, that's one of my only fears.
Look, just get a bigger parachute than what you need, and you'll be all right.
Will do.
Just make sure whatever you're doing, you're high enough up, it'll work.
The higher you are, the bigger the parachute.
Well, no, just the higher up you go, the easier it's going to work. If you pull it at 20 feet and you're already crashing, that's it. It's game over.
Man, you're
You got
talking such
between-
old tech. I went skydiving about 3-4 weeks ago. They now have altitude-based opening. So once you go up, you then arm the chute. So even if you passed out on the way down, that chute will deploy and it'll bring you back down to the earth safely based on a certain altitude limit.
Yeah,
So
it's
the
called
new
an
stuff. You don't even have to pull it.
AAD, automatic activation device. It goes off at about 2,000 feet.
Was it like CO2?
No, it's just like a manual ripcord puller. You don't pull your ripcord, it does. Because you're passed out. Or you're suicidal. Because some people are stupid.
But also, you get into this zone where you just want more. Like you're falling towards the earth and you're like a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. Especially when you're a novice jumper or something like that, you wouldn't know where that limit is that you need to pull the cord. So they've kind of just automated that now so that there's less risk.
I mean, can you imagine like taking one of your friends who's asleep on a high airplane, giving him one of those, parachutes and pushing him off or something? And he'll wake up like in the middle of the sky as he's falling down.
That would be funny. However, I wouldn't be there to see it. I'm the first one off the plane.
I mean, if that were me, I would instantly get a heart attack, dude.
Bro, we built ramps out of dirt, out of wood, out of styrofoam. We built them into pools, out of pools. Downsides of big ass hills. I'll try it once. I would assume, though, that everybody doesn't have those.
Exactly.
Because a short while ago, that was primarily only military tech. Only. It's not the heights that bothers me. It's the not being able controlling my falling. That's it.
How many times have you skydived?
0, but commercial plumber. So I'm up on crazy ladders that we weren't technically supposed to use, but the job's got to get done. Hanging from the ceiling.
I've
If
jumped
you
a few
fall,
times. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
it's about the same setup. We've got a full harness. I want to go jump so bad. I'm still mad that certain places require that you jump attached to someone. Because I already know I'm the first one out of the plane. I'm willing. I'm out.
That's what I said too. But that's what I said too until they open a door and you're at 10,000 feet. And you suddenly realize you've never been in an airplane with a door open where you could fall out. You realize there's a parachute on your back, but you still shit your pants. It's a remarkable feeling.
I mean, for me, the fear is that the parachute never opens if I jump.
Yeah, so they now pack multiple safeties And if you've got an altimeter based one, there's multiple safeties. And when you go and look at the statistics of how many people do have that occur where the chute doesn't open, over the number of jumps that have occurred, it's really, really small. And that's why I go to a big place that does this daily and has no incidences, because then they've probably got a really neat way of packing it.
Had an acquaintance growing up who was an instructor, but I was too young to go at the time. But he had RC planes and stuff. Always pack your own chute. You learn how to do it, and you do it right. Once you get it down, obviously. Something like a private airport and trips and gliders. That would be fun.
Yeah, 100%. Think I'll be going to sleep now. Good night. Was fun talking.
And no chances of getting an ultralight club going there, huh?
What do you mean?
Ultralight's a go-kart, big fan, carbon fiber wing over your head. It's a miniature plane, kinda.
I don't think so, no.
Oof.
Right, see ya.
Yep.
Later, Shinji.
Later.
You know, one thing that's weird, they've already circulated photos of the flying cars. However, they were saying they weren't releasing them to the public when they were scheduled to be released because air traffic control can't keep up with what they've got in the sky already.
Yo. I'm on a mission. Somebody help me.
Bacon.
All right. There's a meme. Okay, I had it the other day. I don't know where the hell it is. There's a meme, and it's comparing Greta to like a client scientist whistleblower who wrote like dozens of papers or books on the subject, trying to expose like why the science was wrong or something. And I'm trying to find that lady's name, or at least the meme, whatever. I know you guys have seen it. Had to have seen it.
I probably know somebody who's got it. but I haven't been on there a whole lot. I've been on here a whole lot.
True. Okay. Well, it's pretty important because I don't know this lady's name, and I really want to look into her content. It's making it difficult not knowing.
I think
All I
I've
can
seen
say
it
is-
already, though.
How dare you?
Well, see,
you.
I can find a bunch of how dare yous, but I don't like. It's almost like they've kind of whitewashed the actual information with just the meme of Greta.
Well, there's certain things that I see, and I try to click on it so I can download it, and then it's gone. The whole thing refreshes. It's poof.
Yep. Agreed. Yeah, I'm going through my library of, stuff I've copied, but I'm not seeing it.
See, the funny thing is for some of the stuff that I post, I have to be getting shadow banned because I'm not getting flagged.
Right.
My buddy posted something, and then he sent it to me, and I posted it. He got flagged in like the first day. It's still up, no problems, nothing. I'm still laughing.
Man, I thought for sure somebody would be like, "Oh, here it is," but maybe it's good I brought it up.
I think I know what you're talking about, but I'd have to go find it. I know people that would have it, though.
Yeah, shit. I'm not finding it in my folder.
I've got the ups and downs one right now.
Just give me a bit more context. What is it?
Yeah. So on the left,
on the side of
well, on the left, it shows a picture of Greta saying like, "How dare you?" And then on the right, it shows it's basically a bullet point list, and it shows the climate scientist at the top right, and then it shows a bullet point of all of her information and contribution to the topic. Whereas Greta has basically contributed nothing. It's kind of like one of those things. It was a white background, like cut and paste their heads at the top. And then like a bullet point list right under it. Or if I could just find the lady's name, that'd be fine too. But for whatever, I used to have like videos of her doing conferences at like in lunchrooms and stuff, and all that stuff's gone, and I don't have her name anymore. I'd like to look at her books, or if I can find PDFs or something, because climate's going to be a bigger discussion going forward. I think has something to do with like the solar minimum or something. That climate will probably change to some respect, and they're going to be like, "Oh, look, see, I told you," because we're having like a big heat wave right now. I'm like, no. I need to show you this other stuff, but I don't have any of my climate stuff organized, so I'm trying to do that right now.
I'm trying to figure out how many phones ago all that stuff was.
I found it. Judith Curry. Here, I'm just going to screenshot it so I can crop. I don't know if this is the exact one I was talking about, but it's definitely one of them. Basically in the same vein. I'm glad I found it. And I will share, and then I got to go. There you go. All right. Cheers, boys. Keep it flat.
Typical male. Drop your kid off and run. Keep it flat, brother.
Don't you think Greta looks like she's got some kind of a missing chromosome or something? It's like her face looks like in the lines of Down syndrome or one of those other syndromes where you either have an extra chromosome or a missing one. She's very strange looking.
I do wonder, though, if YouTube put a ban on that. Not because I care, but only because I care about the channel.
I think Greta has a look of like she has parents that aren't parents. You know what I mean? Like she's lost.
Child of the corn.
It's like she's old enough to know Santa's not real, but her parents haven't told her yet or something, you know?
And if it was anyone else taking their 15-year-old child out of school to go around the world and do all of this stuff, they would say that you are robbing them of their chance of education. But yet the whole world must now listen to a 15-year-old because, you know, obviously 15-year-olds know everything. So it makes perfect sense that we should all be listening to a teenager.
Well, the fact that a young girl could stand in front of the whole UN and say the things that she did is just disgusting. She should have been shut up.
Well, I mean, technically, the UN store should be closed too, so.
Yeah.
But also see the United Nations as the satanic organization that it is. God did the Tower of Babel to separate the nations. And now there's an organization trying to unite the nations. And that their head office building looks like the broken down base of the Tower of Babel. It's masquerading as something good while being quite the opposite.
I saw a mini documentary or whatever about something about the UN, that there's this friggin', I think it's a hunk of iron or something, and I think it's like it's very demonic or whatever, but it's right there like in the lobby of the UN or whatever. Or maybe it's inside of one of their boardrooms or something. But yeah, there's some really bizarre shit going on in that building. From that documentary I saw, most definitely.
I think you're probably talking about Denver's airport.
No, this was in the UN. I think it had like ties to this 666 number and shit, and maybe there was sacrifices done on it at some point, or I don't know. There's some very nasty stuff associated to it, and it's like it's either in the middle of a boardroom or it's near a staircase or something. Either way, everybody just they show so much reverence to this hunk of iron. It's retarded. Denver Airport definitely has some fucked up shit going on. There's no about a doubt that.
I live in Denver or around Denver, and I've been to that airport many a times. To be honest, I've never noticed any of that. I'm not saying it's not there. It's just maybe I just never looked around. I don't know, but I've been there many times, and I've just never noticed any of that stuff. I'm gonna have to look at it next time I go there.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure where, but there's a huge mural in there. It basically shows the story of like tyranny and the one world order and whatnot. It's a pretty bizarre painting, pretty bizarre mural. And outside of the airport, there's a massive horse. I'm not sure if it's a winged horse, but it's definitely a horse up on its back legs. And,
Yeah, with red eyes, I think.
Yeah, the eyes glow red. And from some of the information I've gathered from different sources, I don't just hear something from one place and go, oh, it must be. I dig in different holes looking at different things before I repeat anything. But apparently, from the information I've gathered from different spots, underneath the airport is a whole nother story.
I think I've
I
heard
think
that
the
a couple
horse
times.
supposedly fell on the actual creator of it, and then also the one that was actually putting it up and killed them both or whatever. I think something like that, along those lines.
These evil pricks, I wouldn't doubt that they would have put that statue up if it would have killed 20 people. They still would have put it up. Oh, well, let's see if it'll kill 21.
Like, you really can't throw a stone without hitting some spot that was sacred at some point. So,
I can verify, since I lived in Colorado and been through DIA plenty of times, that all that stuff is there. Aside from what's underneath it, I have no idea. But all the murals, all the New World Order plaques and the gargoyles, and it's all there.
And that, when was that airport completed? Does anybody know for sure? I guess we could
like
goggle it and find out.
the mid 90s, but I remember because we went to see it before it was actually open. Like they opened it to the public to go kind of take a tour of it. And yeah, it took forever. They were talking about this baggage system that wouldn't work. And, I don't know what that meant. Like, I don't know what they were fooling around with, what took so long. But I mean, a baggage system, well thought out, shouldn't be any problem at all. So there was a big delay, and it was way over budget. All the things you ever heard about it, it was kind of a joke. So who knows where all that extra money and extra time went on that huge, the ground they have is huge.
I was just going to...
People often ask, why would they lie? When you realize that the powers that be are satanic and that they're placing the stuff all around for us to see, but we're too ignorant to know their ways, so we can't see the signs and symbols for what they mean. It's like, why does a Satanist do a human sacrifice? So if the Satanists who are running this entire place wanted to do multi-person sacrifice, why would it be outside of their realm? Why would you question that it could be a possibility? Would you ever ask, why would a Satanist lie to you? You wouldn't, because you know that they don't care about lies. So it's just so fraudulent that you can see the stuff. You can see that the powers that are the ones deliberately placing these things, these little breadcrumbs for us to find. And then the rest of the people are just so oblivious while they're being sacrificed and while their children are being sacrificed.
I was just going to speculate that maybe in the process of building that airport, like I don't know, I didn't see the blueprints or nothing, but was it the first airport that's gonna like fully control everyone and everything coming into and out of it? Like you need to prove you've been jabbed or whatever, you know what I mean? Like the first attempt at super tracking or something, I don't know. Crazy shit.
Well, all the theories surrounding that airport and the state of Colorado in general are interesting because I think the state seal of Colorado is the only one that has a fasci on it, right? A fasces. So people will speculate that in the resetting or the New World Order, the official New World Order in that system, that the leader of the New World or whatever, maybe Colorado will be kind of like a hub for all that. You got NORAD there. There's a lot of reports of all kinds of like tunnels and stuff going toward NORAD and toward Colorado. So it's possible that could be the new center of what we would call America. But who knows? I mean, speculate all day.
Yeah, when the sea levels rise, Colorado might be a coastal state. When it rises sufficiently, apparently.
Well, I've been putting a few pennies together to buy a house out in the country, but I'm up on the 15th floor. Maybe I'll just stay here for a while. Look at my money.
Have sea view.
Stare
in a couple
stare
of
at
weeks.
my money for a little while. Yeah, buy a boat instead.
How do you think they're going to get rid of all the property that's already owned? So they say by 2030, no one will own anything. You won't own property, and even property refers to your name.
It's going to be it's going to be a massive buyout. Like, say, for example, my buddy that just got divorced, he just bought maybe half an acre at most for 40 grand. When he went to the mailbox and picked up the deed, it was worth 88 grand the way it was before we started gutting it and fixing it. So it's probably, by the time he's done getting it tippity top and more than livable, it'll be worth over 100 grand probably. So what it'll be is they'll come to him and they'll go, $500,000, and he'll be like, sure. You know what I mean? They'll just pay retarded amounts to get the money, to get the property from people. Oh, you own 100 acres? How about $500 million? Okay. Like,
I think it's more sinister. I think how are they going to pry you from the land without having to pay you a cent? How are they going to forcefully remove you from something like they did in the Holocaust? They just went to people's houses and rounded them up and then sent them off to camps. Like,
you cut out for me.
No, I was just saying that, like, for the Holocaust, they rounded people up out their homes using military and then relocated them in encampment areas. So if they are going to be more sinister, they could probably just come and muscle you off your land. Obviously, buying it out at 10 times the value would be optimal.
Yeah,
but
there is a stage in instilling communism, I believe it's called violent repossession of private property. So they basically just take it from you.
Right, but they already do that. That's why I'm wondering, like, where's this at? Like, I wanna go hang out over there for a little bit. Or they're like not doing this already.
All they gotta do is just raise the taxes on your property. So why? You can't pay it, and they just say, "Oh, you didn't pay your taxes," so they take it.
Right, you didn't pay something because something was recorded incorrectly. Right.
The power to tax is the power to kill? What is it?
Steal. If I'm taxing you, I'm just stealing from you. Give me $50 out of that 1,000 you just made. Thank you. No, don't worry what I'm going to do with it. Just take your 950 and fuck off.
Destroy. The power to tax is the power to destroy.
By the way, my friend from Canada saying that they're trying to do a mandatory buyback of the rifles.
Oh yeah, this fucking genius has all types of ideas to improve Canada. He's just a fucking useless tit.
I'm seeing like a story of Esther thing. I'm thinking it loud and clear. Because that's what they're playing with here. Is what what the heck is his name? The dude they hung, him, his wife, at the end of the story. Same stuff.
I believe it's Naaman. I could be wrong.
Heyman. Hit me like a ton of bricks.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to think much nowadays. I don't want to become completely hopeless or lost or feel there's no need to meet a beautiful woman and have a family or anything, but like some of the ideas I have to fix the deficit and secure budgets for future infrastructure or whatever, military budgets, whatever the case may be. I was told by a fellow YouTuber, Canadian Libertarian, that basically that was the purpose of them legalizing gambling in casinos, is that the revenue that my government brought in from that was supposed to go to pay down the provincial deficit in all the provinces other than Alberta. And I don't think one penny from any of the casinos has gone towards any of the deficits. So my idea is nice intrinsically, but it'd probably be just misused just as much as the promise of opening the casinos, right? So I don't know what hope there is down the road. If I have kids, I don't know what kind of country I'm bringing them into.
The only way to fix the deficit is to get the government out of the way and let capitalism do its job, or do what it does. That's the only way this can be solved.
But I think to your point of that slightly nihilistic outlook, or the understandably depressed outlook, I was chatting with someone today and they just said, remember who created this place and who's actually in control, and how if it's not your time, some people can be hit by a car and they survive, and other people can just be walking down the street and they can peg. You can sometimes swallow poisons, and if it's not your time, you get revived. Or if you drown, you can be unconscious for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and you can be revived. So there are like small scale miracles that happen daily if you have faith.
Mm-hmm.
And when we get to that hopeless feeling, we lose faith. And at that point, we think the battle's already been lost. And that is a very discouraging place to play in, where you feel like no matter what you do, it's hopeless. Then it often becomes a spiral.
I think that's what the heliocentric puts a child's mind when you tell them about it, right, as you just described.
Which part?
Like the hopelessness and things like that. When you tell a child that the heliocentric model, which is you could tell them the nice parts of, it's imagine we evolved, but you have to tell them the horrific part, like at any moment we could just be devastated by an asteroid that could kill everybody. So it kind of messes up a child to that point where you were just describing. Like you just get so sad, and I call it YOLO life. You guys are gonna hear that from me a lot. YOLO life syndrome. You just like one life to live, so fuck it. Let's just fucking party.
They completely destroyed the psyche of the people. I mean, they got everybody scared of everything.
The children, though, if you told a grown ass person this, a grown ass person would be like, "Nah, let me see this. Let me see this. Let me see this evidence. Whatever. I don't like that." But if you tell a child, "Sit down, shut up, and if you do a good job remembering this crap, I'll give you a gold star and a cookie." It's like they tell children these things. That's they're vulnerable and they have to pay attention or get in trouble. That's just blows my mind.
Yeah,
seems like child abuse to me.
it is, because this is the way it is. Our parents have us. They teach us to walk, talk, and listen, and then the system tells us to sit down, shut up, and repeat.
And then the bell rings, and then you do something involuntarily. Yeah, that's a state that they want you in. That's that sad, depressed YOLO life. Just who gives a shit? I'm not paying attention to anything anyway. Mentality. They want that, so they can do whatever they want to in Congress and pass whatever laws they want to.
But that's why my message was intended to be slightly more optimistic, in that if you realize that this has been written and this victory has already been won, I was kind of looking and feeling so hopeless for all my Christian brothers who are going and getting inoculated.
Oh man, tell me about it.
I just feel like, could God not have convicted their hearts just to make them hold out a bit? And I was saying, they've gone for the kill shot, and the mark and the genetic modification and the potential that they can't enter heaven. And do those people now fall into the ones who will never be saved, or the ones who will cry out for God to save them and he can't? And I was just feeling so hopeless. I was thinking, like, how can God let this happen to his people? Like, how? And then this person I was chatting to just said to me, remember, like, God can do miracles. He can heal the lame. He can make the blind man see. He can, everything that we consider in our physical world to be impossible is possible for him. So if these people who are getting injected, if it's not their time and he still has a purpose with them, it won't be their time. And potentially then it just gives us a slightly more optimistic outlook that we don't spiral downward, that it is hopeless, that this is futile, that we might as well roll over and die. It's more like stay optimistic, because that day is coming. Stay excited for what is to come and how God is going to solve this, rather than being despondent at how Satan is trying to corrupt this. Easier said than done, but yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right, man. You're right in a lot of ways. Could be.
Well, some of the problem is that a lot of the Christians, their psyche's destroyed too. That they just believe anything that their pastor tells them, and I mean, all the blatant lies that come out of the church nowadays, that everybody's starting to believe them.
When the truth was.
And that we're not meant to conform to this world. We are meant to be hated and despised if we are following God's way. And yet,
and how do we know which way is God's way?
Well,
how do we know these things?
If the majority is going one way, that's generally a sign that it's not that one.
Or then his word. If you follow his word, that's the best way to know.
The word, like you mean the written word?
The Bible.
Scripture.
The Bible.
So the Bible says, call all man a liar, and let God's word be true. So we're meant to take that very literally.
Okay.
And what we've done is we've turned that into a figurative myth or a fairy tale book.
Okay.
And then we've taken everything man's told us as true. And now man tells you that you have to do this next step. And you need to be modified so that because you're obviously not strong enough to live in this place. It's not like you were designed for this place. So we're going to have to modify or redesign you to make you more appropriate in living in this ever-changing, always dynamic world, manipulating you as we want. They've now released that they're going to be doing a third and a fourth booster. So I think potentially they've got a plan that's kind of like your Windows update, that once a week you're going to get an update. There's going to be a jab once a week. It's going to be literally like a voluntary euthanasia of the population. It's crazy.
Well, nobody's spreading the word that over almost 11,000 people just in the United States have already died within 3 days of taking this. Why is it even? Well, number one, they're only released for emergency use, and that can only be if there's no other option. Problem is, you got hydrochloroquine and the hydromethrin, whatever. Those actually work. So
Hydrochloroquine.
Hydrochloroquine is an anti-parasitic medication.
Hydroxychloroquine.
For a reason.
Is what you're trying
For
to
a
say.
reason, yeah.
That's why
hydroxychloroquine and the other one that is being prescribed. Yeah, the other one that's being prescribed, the ivermectin is also an anti-parasitic because coronavirus is literally just a parasitic worm infection.
Well, the fact that those things work.
Yeah, you can get it in meat animal products, and that's why we found it in Wuhan wet markets. Wet markets is where they literally butcher the animal right at the market.
Guys, can you if you're gonna say it, just say a different name. No need to call it the name because we're gonna have to stop the conversation if you keep saying that.
No, he's talking about the location.
I'm telling you about the location, Wuhan wet market.
That's all a fraud.
It's a fraud. We literally have detected why they detected the bats and the rats and everything else. It's because all these animals in that particular area have the same parasite.
Everyone.
Yeah. And this parasite is an Asian parasite. When Americans get this parasite, they're not used to it.
Did you not hear Jim?
And their T cells. Well, no, what did he say?
You can say it again, Jemsy.
Can you hear me or no?
I
Say it again.
If you're gonna mention the cerveza, don't say it by the name because we are in a live stream.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, it's the cooties. Show me.
Sorry, I might have slipped up on the cerveza.
Yeah, it's also the location of the place because they monitor that word as well.
You could just refer to it as the thing that's giving you flu-like symptoms.
Yeah, that whole story, that's all BS.
Because that covers a lot of things. A lot of things give you flu-like symptoms, including parasitic worms. Yeah. 7 billion. I wouldn't mention it unless it was prevalent. 7 billion people are known to have 3 different type of helminths, which are a parasitic worm of the intestine. 4 billion people. They're estimating 7 billion people have some type of parasite, but 4 billion people have the kind that give you flu-like symptoms. Is that an issue? When talking about cervezas?
Show me.
You're talking about worms. I know what you're talking about.
You're the first guy I've heard bring up parasite.
Okay.
Well, because it was in reference to something that kills the parasites, the hydrochloroquine and shit.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And the other one.
I've never heard that before.
The president was talking about doing fast or warp speed and giving everybody in America hydrochloroquine. I'm pretty sure I'm saying it wrong, but that's what he was talking about, giving everybody in America anti-parasitic medication.
Yeah.
Interesting. 85% of Americans have pinworm alone. Pinworms spread just like a virus. They're viral. I mean,
a virus spreads?
Yeah, a pinworm comes out, lays a bunch of parasitic, tiny microorganism known as their eggs. It's a bacteria state because it has a single cell organism, but it's a bunch of eggs. They just lay thousands and thousands of eggs on your ass, and then you itch your ass, and then you touch things. And when somebody else touches where you touched, you put it in your mouth. All of a sudden, you have these parasites that give you flu-like symptoms.
Jason,
There's many types. There's also Candida and other types. It's pretty creepy.
Yes, sir.
If you look into it, alternative dentistry, they actually found out that there was parasites that were causing tooth decay, and if you combat just those parasites, you can actually clear people of tooth decay and just prevent it completely.
There's all kinds of shit. I live in Mexico, and they have a whole different.
Dude, you're talking about parasites, and great, you're talking about all these people getting sick. Now I got a problem. I don't know if people getting sick. Not any more than normal. Not any more than any other year.
Flu season. That's all you're looking at, right?
So there's, like when you're talking about it and all these people getting sick or all these people dying, like you're only halfway there. Nothing's fucking happening. Like
I didn't mention anybody dying. I didn't mention anybody dying. I've just mentioned flu-like symptoms.
And he wasn't mentioning the cerveza bug specifically. It was a different type of worm he was talking about.
Yeah, actually, if you look at it, the tapeworm, it has a crown of thorns that is called a corona.
Yeah.
And it causes flu-like symptoms. I mean, and 85% of Americans have something that's exactly like this. And like I just explained, constantly people scratch. If you got an itchy cornhole, chances are you have pinworms. Pinworms are something that lives inside you. They don't want to be intrusive. They just want you to scratch your ass and spread it. That's what they do. That's their thing. But other times they don't want you to know they're there.
Yeah, that's why your butt is itchy, is because they're kind of there.
Yeah, and then when you have all those parasites on your hands, that's known as bacteria or a germ. Same. If you investigate, you touch the handle of a grocery cart, you put the grocery cart back, Susan comes along, touches that grocery cart, rubs her eyeball, boom, she's got, squigglies in her eye.
You're calling all germs parasites, basically, then, right?
That's if you look at the word germ is just an old ancient word for what they described to people getting sick. It's like, they thought this thing was floating around and got inside of us. We skip further a little bit and we invent a microscope. Microscope shows us in high intensity, like what is it?
Environment.
Magnifying glasses. We can actually see these eggs with magnifying glasses. And it's in the Bible. As a leper, you say that a man can be seen with white spots upon his beard as a leper. And that's the parasite's eggs. You can actually see them if you enhance them enough. Okay, so these parasites, Susan touches her eyes, but Susan has parasites too, right? Susan has parasites too, yes, but she has now a different parasite. And now these parasites, it's going to get in her mouth. And now they're going to grow in 8 hours. They're going to go from an egg to breeding season. In 8 hours. So Susan puts that parasite in her mouth and it gets in her saliva that's acidic. It'll actually trigger mitosis and it'll itch in her throat because all these little thousands of worms are in her throat now and they're starting to grow. And that triggers a new natural human response. Right?
Yeah.
You do that until you wear a hole out in your throat, and then the little microscopic parasites get into your cardiovascular system, and that's where you experience the flu-like symptoms. When it goes from your intestinal system to your cardiovascular system, that's when your body goes fever, diarrhea, vomiting. It's just trying.
That's why
up the white blood cells. Let's get some T cells in there to remember this.
Yeah, that's why all this stuff you're talking about, long before we all were expecting a delivery of Corona beer at the door, long before this, I was like using something to open public doors and shit, and use my key at the bank machine, like long before, man. Just because what you're talking about, I knew that was out there.
Them pinworms or something, man. You guys do a little flat Earth investigation into pinworms. Do a little do some research. You know, like we say to do the flat Earth. Do your own research. Do some research into pinworms, just parasitic worms, Wikipedia, and just scroll and do a little rabbit holing in there and just see where you come out, man.
Hey, speaking of flat Earth.
Oh, that's what this server is, isn't it? Sorry.
Well, I just yesterday was my first time on here. I listened for a while, but I'm brand new to this whole Discord thing. And yesterday is like I said, yesterday is my first time. I'm curious, how often do globers actually come on here and discuss stuff?
Every single day.
Almost every day. Yeah, we're constantly looking in the VC live stream to see if there's any of them waiting to get unmuted that have been VC verified. Because sometimes they'll just sit in there and listen, and maybe they're shy or don't know when to cut in. But when we notice them, we invite them to unmute and talk. Sometimes they don't want to. And there's always one at least listening, though. I'll say that.
Almost every day, multiple times a day. Some days more, some days less.
Yeah, a good day we might have 10 or 15 maybe.
Before we got the Black Swan argument, it was there was more globers trying to defend the globe. There's less today.
They can't. There is no defense for it. It goes completely against everything we know in nature. I mean, every single part of it is the complete opposite of what we experience. So I don't know how people can actually believe it.
And I'm not trying to pick on them because it's cool when they come and ask questions and we can inform them of some things. But a lot of them seem to just waste their time just to get VC verified and then call us names or play loud music or something stupid. They get muted right away and kicked out. It's dumb. So it's not that we don't get them, it's just most of them don't have much to contribute to the conversation. And or if they're rational and listen, then they start understanding things differently, and then we move on to the next one, hoping they're not going to say rude things or play loud music or be immature.
The people that come in that can double dutch very well have already looked into things, lots of things, or at least a few things, even off topic.
Yeah, most definitely. I think that might be part and partial to the fact that we know most everything on the telly is just bullshit. So we're always looking at other information in other places that nobody else looks at because they're always looking at the telly.
I can't even find anybody to debate anymore. Every time I bring it up, that nobody wants to talk. I had one person that a friend of mine that I would debate every Sunday, and it just got to the point where he just kept on saying the same nonsense over and over again. I said, "Well, that's fallacious reasoning," and he also believed math is reality and math is physics. So if you believe that and you won't admit that it's not reality, there's really nothing else you can do.
Just do what QE does and bring citations and be like, oh, really? Here's a citation that says otherwise.
Well, I actually would take screenshots of everything that QE was putting up, and I just read those and show him. He says, "Well, those are just quotes from people." I said, "Yeah, Experts. Sorry.
You get it, come on. Oh, my bad.
Yeah, sorry, mate. Can you repeat what you said? Because I didn't really hear it.
Who?
You. What? The last two sentences. Can you repeat, please?
I was just saying, I actually took screenshots of, the what do you call them?
Citations.
Well, yeah, citations. I had a brain fart there. Citations that QE would put up, and in quotes and everything. And the person I was debating, he said, "Well, those are just quotes. What does that matter?"
Wow. Those are just folks.
Quotes or citations. Yeah, he said, "Well, that's just other people saying it." He said, "Doesn't mean it's true."
Well, I'm sure he would accept that same language if you pinged it. If you said to him, "Oh, just because people say things doesn't mean it's true." I doubt that he actually believes that in sincerity. He's just saying it because on this one occasion it disproved him.
Well, yeah, every one of them. Well, I mean, I kept telling them Newton's laws of motion were not right, and they are not actual part of physics anymore. And he said, "Oh, they are, because that's what he was taught." And I think I even gave him the quote or that lecture from Richard Feynman, where he flat out states it, that Newton's laws of motion were not right. And he refused to accept that.
You should just ask him on what grounds. Is his scientific acumen better than Feynman's, or would you want to show you where he's getting this information from?
Oh no, he never showed me anything. He just, because he went to college, he got an education, and I'm just a high school graduate truck driver. I don't know anything. And he says, you don't know math. You don't have the math education. I said, yeah, well, math isn't reality, though. Yeah, he showed me a picture, not a picture, sorry, a CGI image of Saturn. And he's saying, tell me how it looks real and everything, how it's not just a light in the sky. I said, the sad thing is that you actually think that is a real photo. And he almost lost it. He said, "Well, what do you mean? Well, why isn't it real?" I said, "Well, I showed it to my kids, and my 8-year-old said, that's not real."
There's an easy way to answer that. Yeah, you should ask him, what is Saturn?
So your friend is delusional then?
If he tells you what Saturn is, then you're gonna ask him, how do you know that? See where that conversation. Yeah, it's really these guys who think they know what they're talking about, they really don't. So if you were to ask him, okay, you say that's real, then what is Saturn? And then he's gonna say, well, it's a gas giant, it rains diamonds, and whatever explanation he gives you. Then you're gonna tell him, how do you know that? Because if you can't, go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, I was just going to say, he also, the thing is, he believes that, astronomy and all that crap, he believes that's actual science. And I tried to explain to him, no, science, you have to manipulate the independent variable. And he says, yeah, I know that, but you can also have, what do you call it, where you just see it? Observation. Yeah, observational science.
But
he thinks that's real science.
Yeah, but you gotta also add, make it a little bit practical. You know, making shit up isn't science. So when you say that somebody just made this up, and then a group of people agreed upon that that's the answer, and then handed it down to more people, and then it just propagated. So just making shit up is it's not anything. Anybody can, right? I look and point to something in the sky and say, "Oh yeah, it's such and such and so and so." Okay, how can I verify that? Well, I can't. Okay, then you just made it up. So that's all it is. Just a bunch of people, grown men, making shit up and handing it out to other people so they can pass along the information and think that it's really they're advancing their knowledge in the cosmos when they don't know shit. It's that simple.
Yeah, observational science isn't science. It's just looking at shit. Pigeons are not doing science. Rats are not doing science. They're just delusional.
Another friend of mine that I used to debate, he actually tried to tell me he's basically, he pulled a rumpus. I was talking about the second law of thermodynamics. He says, well, entropy is real, but when you get onto the planetary level, it doesn't apply.
Bullshit. Dude, that's a load of horse shit right there, man. When somebody tells you that, when somebody tells you that, you're like, dude, how do you know? Why are you even saying that? You can't even verify what you're saying. You're basically talking out your ass. Yeah, I mean, it's people talking out their ass and then think they sound intelligent because they're using all these words that they learned, and they're gonna advance the human race by expanding their mind and thinking of it. Dude, it's just fantasy. It's just like a fairy tale for grown-ups. It's ridiculous. There's no way that none of these people that say any of these things can verify anything they're saying. So at the end of the day, they can give you all the mumbo jumbo, but they can't verify anything that they say. So there you have it. That's the end of the.
So you're telling me the yearly Christmas party at NASA, where Santa shows up with a big bag of blow, is just all imaginary?
Yeah.
Well, the last discussion I had with the first friend I was talking about, I basically started out, I said, okay, we know for a fact that you cannot spin in a circle at high speed and not know that you're spinning. We know this.
Yeah.
We know for a fact that some things go up, some things go down. We know for a fact that you cannot have gas pressure without a container. But yet everything that you believe is the complete opposite of what, and you believe this. You think this is reality when
you're breaking up.
We don't experience it. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, there you go. Go ahead.
Oh, well, I'm a truck driver and I'm driving through Wyoming right now, so sometimes I get bad area. But where was I saying? Everything that you experience, that we experience, but yet you think, can you hear me?
You're probably hitting a dead zone right now, or one that's
okay. I'll go on mute for a while.
Yeah.
Hello.
What's up, John?
Yo, what's up? Can you hear me, bro?
I hear you, man. Yep.
Oh, cool, bro. Yeah. I just had a thought, that just came to me, and I thought it was interesting to raise this point, just to let people know what seems to be going on right now. I mean, it appears that, those that are in control, what they want to happen is for all of us to basically be scatterbrained. And this is why they fill up the internet with so much information. It's like the end goal is information overload, because so much more truth is becoming way more apparent now, because more people are waking up. So those websites are kind of protruding, if you know what I mean, far more than they were. So it's like they do everything they can to kind of scatter our focus into different directions, but to make them sort of specifically heavy on certain topics, when it's about, I suppose, putting the pieces of puzzle together we have and trying to get some picture of the whole, but knowing we will never see the whole truth. And it's like, you know, I found out in 2020, they said that there's going to be 5 major pillars of distraction, especially, which is what they're going to use to distract people from this coming out. And it basically, those 5 pillars were, you know, this, you know, thing that's going around, the thing that they say is there to combat it, the 5G riot, and this so-called alien invasion, which they're going to apparently fake and stage to make us think that, you know, if we go with them, we'll be safe, kind of thing. And obviously there'll be many more, but those are like some of the major focuses you see kind of almost eclipse everything. And then it seems like there's barely little to no safe zones to actually discuss certain ones of these topics, or certainly not all of them at once. It's always got to kind of be like laser focused mostly on this or that. And it's good that we're focusing because we're asking questions on any of them, full stop. And then it's just like, it makes me wonder, like, to what degree are we just playing into their hands so that they're allowing us to, if they have the control that we're so fearful that we can't say this and can't say that, you know, to what extent are these ideas and discussions compromised or somewhat, you know, strings are being pulled behind the scenes by them, you know, not to our knowledge, that they're using us, like we're playing into their hands in over-investing in certain, you know, aspects of reality and things, you know?
Yeah, that's an everyday occurrence, man. Problem, reaction, solution, right?
Exactly, and too many of us focus on the problem.
Yeah,
That's
they
the problem.
they give the people the problem. They see the reaction that people have, you know, through social media and whatnot, and then they give you the solution. So everything is coming from them, and everything is controlled because they can give as much information or not, you know, in a certain location, and people, depending on where you live, like a big city or the countryside, you know, will react a certain way. And so I don't know, it's more and more people are actually getting on these social medias and talking to each other like we're doing now.
Yeah,
So
it's good.
Yeah, it's not as easy as it was before when the news media would be giving you the information, and of course you didn't have any way to bounce these ideas off. You'd just be taking it in and not be able to discuss it with like the you know, large group like the way we have here. And you would just be bamboozled, you know, by the information, and you just be swept up by the you know, the current social structure.
And I think as well as that, you know, the whole movement to try and mutate our DNA and what's inside of us is almost like they're doing it as an attempt to like separate us even more into what from each other to what makes us fundamentally human. And it's like separation process has been going on for like ages now. And before this, I imagine we were probably beings who were much capable of so much more, you know, fundamentally.
Well,
and we probably had higher, you know,
they take that away from you, right? The reason I think you were touching on this in the very beginning, just like the Earth, right? If you don't know what the Earth is, if you're always thinking of like this fantastic ideas, right, of where we're at in the universe, solar system and planets and all this garbage, then you're not going to be focused on what really is, like the really is level where we're at. They say, well, you're spinning, you just don't feel it. Well, there's curve there, but you just don't see it. Like, what the hell's wrong with it? Like, people are bamboozled by this. They don't even verify. They're like, why should I even look into the Earth, the shape of the Earth?
Yeah,
what's that all about? Like,
to some degree, it seems like what a lot of people say space is seems to be perhaps mythical, and they're using the wrong base to kind of like, you know, prove it and things. And it's like they want us to believe that all of those other worlds and things like that are all projected outside of us. So our vision is too big to actually see the interconnectivity, you know what I mean? And realize that potentially a lot of what is actually available is actually here, but it's on so many more different levels of, you know, conscious access. You've got to be a certain consciousness to be able to access them. But apparently it all happens on the same firmament, I believe, but like paradoxically it's multi-dimensional and they all kind of stack above each other and when they're exemplified in like videos. So it's just like, you know, I guess, you know, they say attention goes where energy flows. So our energy determines where we are. And if there is like a source that we're trying to get back to, which I believe, it's like they're trying to cut us off from that divine source, you know? So it's like they're doing everything they can to make us almost robotic and less sentient. They want to take away our sentience, basically. And addiction is the opposite of sentience.
And the people swim in their cognitive dissonance like it's something to marvel at. They're just like, well, okay, you guys have a great point with the flat Earth, but I'm gonna stick to the globe just because a lot of people know it's a. You just like you want to live in ignorance, basically, right?
Yeah, they just misled because some of them can't help it as well because it's just the way they were born and raised, and never ever have they had an experience to really wake up their eyes. I believe if any of us are questioning this stuff by now, then to a huge degree it's all by design, and we were meant to like come online, and this is why the things came to our lives to challenge us. It's almost like forcing us to wake up to what's going on, you know, because there's actually this new term they coined on the Urban Dictionary, and I'll read it out to you because basically this is what most people suffer from, and it's called factory settings. And basically factory settings is the default beliefs installed when you were a child, an unexamined position you absorbed from your environment growing up. So it goes, example, I grew up in a conservative home, so my factory settings lead me to vote Republican. I grew up in a liberal home, so my factory settings lead me to vote Democrat. Like, personally, I don't watch politics. I believe it's sort of like a distraction show and tricks. But I think at some degree, one of the most important things we need to focus on each as individuals is like the laws that they are making and changing that affect our immediate reality. And then if we want to look at other stuff outside for observational purposes, that's fair enough. But yeah, understanding what the Earth is important and core to our, you know, ascension and other, you know, a realization, self-realization and things like that. So that, of course, needs to be put up there too, prioritized, along with other matters, you know.
Yep.
So it's about us trying to figure this stuff out, but figure out where the correlation is and what they're trying to block from us. And like, I always try to draw the parallels out of every different like text and, you know, ideologies and things to try and see what they tried to take out of every one, but essentially which ones actually share the same skeleton, more or less. And it seems, for if this is all by design, and we might have a bubble of free will, what it seems like is we have probably 90% of it is like by a design or more, and all we have really control over most of the time is our response in each situation, you know.
I feel like they take away the practical understanding of things, the easy, the simple kind of understanding. They overcomplicate every single thing that you know. I mean, at the end of the day, you don't even know what you're looking at. I could be a curve, you know, like. You're so confused because your head's filled with all this nonsense that your discernment is just totally jacked up. And so it's by design, man. It's like all the information that you get, you know, pumped in your head is everything that they want you to know, so that you'll never know the truth. So it's
whose discernment is jacked up?
What's up?
Whose discernment is jacked up?
Oh, everybody's when we're growing up in the system, like it's
yeah. All are brainwashed,
Yeah. I mean, you don't have a chance because you're just a small child, and the information that gets handed to you is something that the system wants you to kind of know about.
Yeah. Like they pump you with stuff the second you're born, so it already affects your DNA. They make out that's a natural procedure process throughout your life as necessary. But if you're born on this earth, then why is that realistic? You need anything outside of you to kind of, you know, help you or modify you in any way. That's just unnatural as far as
you can't weigh out the cost factor of what it is to know the nature of your reality from what it really is, like what they're telling you. So there's nothing there you can do to discern because you only being fed one understanding.
Yeah, what I heard as well is that they're essentially, you know, putting people through some kind of form of chemotherapy, which is unnecessary. But if they told people it was that, they would just say no outright. But like essentially what people are signing up for is like gene therapy. And like personally, I don't actually really believe in the whole germ theory at the moment. I've not really been convinced enough that is the case. But that's essentially what they use to back everything, isn't it? Like it can all spread like wildfire. That's what they're claiming, but it's actually something underlying this that's going on and going around. But they're trying to like paint it as something else, and then it's interwoven with lies upon lies. So essentially, if you get the slightest illness, you start to think, oh, you're really ill. And then the masks, they make you shortness of breath and have respiratory issues. So then they tell you that's one of the symptoms. So you start to think it becomes like a mind over matter thing. And then the more you think you have symptoms of it, the more likely you're going to accept that you do. And then you'll go for actual tests and things like that. And you'll take things from the establishment, which will mess you up for real. And then it'll become a self-fulfilling prophecy, you know?
Yeah, correct. And it was good to see you guys, John. Glad you made it in.
Yeah, likewise. Thanks.
I was chatting with these guys the other night, and I was also talking to them about that it's this prophylactic treatment. We're all proactively having our chemotherapy for the cancer we might have in 10 years' time. So we're all proactively changing our genome for the potential eventuality that we might contract something in the future, which is just horrendous.
That is stupid.
Exactly what Miggy was saying now is that if you've got no discernment, it's just a person and a story. And then what I find is that these people are so lost, they don't know whose story to believe.
Yeah.
Because they don't have a fundamental way to go and prove it to themselves or to go and fact check themselves. So therefore they always get stuck between, I either have to believe Miggy, what he just said, and he made a lot of sense, or I have to trust my teacher who told me this, and I also believe that they were telling the truth.
Yeah,
when you're stuck having to choose between believing two people, then it makes sense why they always revert back to their original core belief. Yes, you've raised great points, but I still think it's a bull, because they still just believing someone telling a story.
Yeah, it's like anything is possible, and like any eventuality is possible. So they're just like acting on something being possible, even though we don't know if it's going to happen in the next now moment that we share. So it's like, if that's the case, there's probably going to be some point in the future where they'll say, oh, there are only certain roads that are friendly for Tesla cars to drive along. But at some point in the future, we're all going to invent these roads. So in that case, if that's the case, why not give every single human being, a Tesla car for free? Because there might be these kind of roads in the future. So according to that logic, that's kind of what they should be doing if they,
we can
really
ask the room. We can ask the room here. Does anybody in here think that the Earth is a globe, or that you were conditioned to believe that it was a globe? And if you are in here and you would like to discuss this, I think there's a lot of people here that would like to speak with you. So, hey, what's going on, Mark?
Hello.
What's going on? So, what brings you to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, brother?
My friends.
All right. So, are you of the opinion that the Earth is a globe?
I guess.
Okay, and why do you believe that that's the case? Why do you think the Earth is a globe? Mark? You still with me, Mark?
Hello?
Yep. Why do you think the Earth is a globe?
Okay. Do you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. I mean, why not?
Well, if they told
I think
you
he
that
answered with your first, with his first sentence. He said, "I think it's a ball. I guess." So I think he's just guessing.
Are you guessing with?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Why do you feel like you can't know what the Earth is right now? I mean, obviously,
because I haven't seen it for myself.
Well, that's one way, but the information that they've given you, why isn't it sufficient to know that the Earth is a particular shape? Like they told you it was a globe, right? Obviously, you learned that somewhere.
Yeah.
Right. So why can't you be confident in knowing that it is?
Because I see a lot of people saying everything's fake now. So.
Okay. Well,
I'm doubting.
It's gotten you to question right now that people are talking about fake news and other things are happening, and you're just now starting to get skeptical of what people are telling you. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what would require the Earth to be a globe, in your opinion? What would you need to happen?
Wait, what did you say?
What would you need to happen for the Earth to be a globe for sure? What would you need to do?
See it for myself.
Okay. And if I told you this, if I told you, I told you that go ahead, Mark. Go ahead.
Oh no, you can talk.
All right. So basically, what I was saying is, if I told you that the Earth was a globe, it was a sphere, right? It's like a ball. You'd be able to you'd be able to measure if it has any curvature. Does that sound practical?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Okay. And if we were to do a test to see if it does have curvature, and the result was we didn't find any curvature, then what would have to happen after that? Just logically speaking.
It will be a pancake.
Well, not a pancake, right? But it would not a pancake.
Just flat.
It wouldn't have any curvature, right? We'd say we measured the the Earth from this point to that point, and we didn't find any curvature. Well, that's a problem for the globe, right? I think that would be a problem.
Yeah.
They've been telling you all your life that the Earth is a globe, so it would have to be, a spherical shape, and you'd have to be able to measure some kind of curvature. Now, if you can't do that, then you can't practically know if the Earth is actually a globe, because there would be no.
One thing I think as well is it possible that it has some kind of idea of like it looks like it's curved in a way, but not in like a spherical manner, but more of like a disc kind of way. So some people are looking at it too much from that optical illusion or that angle, you know. So it's just like a sort of a pizza disc or something like that.
Getting to the practicality of the matter, Mark. If you're going to challenge somebody about asking them any questions of whoever told you that the Earth is a globe, if you go to them and say, "Okay, teacher, whoever, right? You told me that the Earth is a globe. How can I measure this curvature? Because it has to be measurable, right? Because you stand on the Earth, it's solid, it's tangible. You should be able to measure some kind of curvature. That's just practical, right? You should be able to do that. Now, that's the question you have to ask them. Somebody needs to give you a satisfactory answer that you should be able to measure. Now, if they give you some idea, well, just check out the math. That's not good enough, because how did you get that math in the first place? You have to have measured it in order to understand there's a certain distance and variables that you're putting into this equation. So in order to do that, you'd have to, at some point, go out into the field and actually test to see if the Earth is a globe or not. There's a few things that you should be able to ask somebody, right? If you're inquiring about this, it's most important for you to know the truth versus you just take a belief and say, okay, the majority of people say the Earth is a globe. My friends think the Earth is a globe. My teacher thinks the Earth is a globe. Okay, the Earth is a globe. Well, that's not going to cut it, man. Because if you just believe everything someone tells you just because everybody's saying so, you think that's a great way to go about knowing what is right and what is like wrong? Like, I mean, truth and lies?
No. It does go to a certain point, I think, because you can't just deny everything you're told. Okay. I mean, I'm not saying in this case, but yeah.
All right, so
I
you
do
can't.
agree.
But there is a point where people say, so are we supposed to test everything? Well, specifically, the thing that I'm talking about is very specific to the Earth. So I'm not talking like when I talk about these things, people say, so what? Are we questioning everything? Well, we're not talking about everything. We're specifically talking about this one thing, the Earth having curvature. We're not talking about a billion things, just one thing. So if you get people focused, right, because that's what you got to do in a conversation like this, you got to get them to think only one thing, curvature. Measure that. Yeah. Is it possible? Now, if you do that, we're not talking about a billion things and questioning a lot of things. We're talking about questioning one thing. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So in that specific question, that's what you should bring to the people who told you that the Earth is a globe and see what kind of satisfactory answer you should get from them, because they should know the answer to that question if you don't, right? Because they told you that the Earth is a globe. So the question then becomes, how does the Earth have curvature if we can't measure it?
I guess it wouldn't have any curvature if you can't measure it, I guess.
Right. And we're just talking about something that everybody can do that's very practical. It's like, I mean, if I tell you I have a size 10 foot, you know, and to buy me a size 10 shoe, how would you know that unless you measured my foot? I mean, I could just tell you, but you'd have to be able to measure it to confirm, right? You're verifying that I have a size 10 foot. So in other words, I could tell you something, you can believe it, you can buy me the size 10 shoe, that's fine. But you could verify that my foot is that size to match the shoe. You should be able to do that, right? That should be something you should be able to do, just like the Earth. If I tell you the Earth is a certain size and you can actually know that, well, you should be able to verify that information and go and see if it's that certain size. You should be able to test it, right?
Yeah.
Makes sense, huh? So that goes for a lot of information that, you know, how you've been taught what the Earth is. And it's not only that, right? These physical claims that they're making, they have to be able to be verified somehow. Otherwise, you're just believing everything they're saying about the Earth and you don't know. At the end of the day, they could tell you the Earth is whatever it is. And you're like, okay, everybody believes it. And my teacher told me, so I guess it must be true.
Can I just add a point? just on the whole concept of the trusting science thing. The actual scientific method is a skeptical method whereby you rigorously experiment to test the cause of an effect. So when we start to say we want to test the science, we are actually conducting science. And yet they'll always say to us, why can't you just believe science? You probably disregard all of science.
Guys.
And they sidetrack the argument into something else. Whereas when you're testing science, you are conducting science. So by us testing, that's what the scientists should actually hope that we all do, is that we all start to try and test and verify and repeat, because that's how we make progress in this scientific field.
Guys,
What's up,
I have a
General
question.
Go ahead, man.
So, explain then sunsets and stuff.
All right, so sunsets, basically, you want us to explain what sunsets are, or what?
No, like how do they work in a flat Earth?
Okay, so they work on Earth. The Earth is apparently practically flat. So when we say that we have sunsets, we just see the sun moving across the sky, right, from east to west. Do you observe the sun moving from east to west, General Thomas?
Yes.
Okay. So you see the sun moving across the sky. I see the sun moving across the sky. What else is there to know?
Wait, can you ask me that again?
Well,
I got interrupted.
Okay. So if you see the sun moving across the sky from east to west, I see the sun moving across the sky from east to west. What is so wrong about that? Like, where do you find issue that what we're saying right now, that what the shape of the Earth is versus what we see in the sky? Why does the shape of the Earth? What does the shape of the Earth affect what we? Okay, I don't know if you finished hearing what I said. What does the shape of the Earth have to do with what we see in the sky? Does that make sense?
Well, I was kind of getting to the point, like, in saying, if isn't it like if the flat Earth is real, right?
It is real.
Wouldn't the sun just go down in the straight line?
Okay. Do you know anything about perspective, General Thomas?
Perspective?
Yes.
Not that much, though.
All right. I'll give you a quick example, something you can wrap your mind around. Have you ever stood in a long corridor, long hallway?
Yes.
Okay, visually, right? When you look down that corridor, the long hallway, it looks like the sides of the walls of the corridor look like they converge to a point. And the ceiling and the floor converge to a point as well in the far distance if you're staring down the long hallway. Does this sound like it? Does that make sense to you, what I'm talking about? Perspective?
Sure.
Okay, so they're not actually converging to a point, but visually they seem that way. Do you agree?
Okay.
Okay, so when something is moving above your head, remember the long corridor, right? Something is moving above your head, the same perspective is going to take place. So if the sun is moving across the sky, it's going to look like it's coming above your head, like at an angle, like it's look like it's rising and it's setting. But if you're to think about the long corridor, as you look further down the corridor, it looks like the lights down the corridor look like they're lower than the ones right above your head. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
So in that same manner, your perspective is changing the way you see something that's above your head. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay, so that's how that works.
All right. That was my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
If I can just add to that, usually that question spawns from the fact of which one is moving. So we see the sun rise and it moves across our sky and then it sets. Now, we were told our entire lives that that thing is stationary. That thing's not moving. It's actually us that's doing the moving. So in the globe Earth paradigm, it's sunset and sunrise can only occur because of a rotating sphere. Whereas what we observe is the sun rises, approaches us, so it gets brighter and hotter throughout the day. And then it continues its arc away from us and disappears into the western area. And we see the sun moving every day, and everyone will call it the sun is rising and the sun is setting, implying the sun is doing the movement. But yet The fallacy is then to assume it is stationary and it is us doing the moving. And that's when the ballers then ask, well, explain sunrise and sunset, because it has to be the ball moving to create that effect.
Yeah, it's a very
I
good
have a
follow-up.
question. I just had a quick question. You know, like how they say, you know, the people who try to push the round Earth, they have like these 24-hour live stream things where they got like an animation of what's going on and things during out the day. Do they have one of those for like the flat Earth model or the firmament where you can follow and see exactly where the sun is at and when and where it travels and cycles, etc.?
I hope they don't do that of the like a model of the flat Earth, because then that would insert a replacement for the globe. I think.
I mean, the independent sources.
Yeah, I know. I kind of know what you mean, but in a sense, it's like you wouldn't want to actually have that, because then anybody could poke a hole to something that they don't know about. So it's basically making up an idea of what they think it is and then presenting it to somebody as if it's a fact. So therefore, if I present, let's take for example, I present to you a flat Earth model, right? Here you go. It's a dome with this is how it looks with the continents splayed out, you know, in such a way that you could see a top-down view of the Earth. And if I was to present that to you and say, here's the flat Earth, then you would say, how do you know that? And I would tell you, I don't. I'm making this up as a speculation. I think this is what the Earth would look like because I know it's flat. So I start making shit up like I did with the globe, then I'm in no better position than when I was with the globe.
Yeah. So we need more years of study to really know and be able to say with confidence, because a projection right now just wouldn't cut it.
Well, it's not possible to get this idea that we're gonna get to a point where technology is so advanced that we're gonna get a top-down view of the whole entire Earth, right?
What about just what we know to be Earth so far? Just that circumference.
The Earth, what we know to be so far, is already at, like, let's say a distance from Chicago to New York, or you know what I'm saying? Like, you know certain things, you can actually drive somewhere and know certain things, but as far as like the overall Earth, like that's probably not, because there's a lot of water between continents and like there's, you know, things that can take place between there. So we can't say for certain we know exactly what the whole entire Earth looks like at one time. Nobody's ever seen that.
There's discrepancy in waterways and weird things all over the world. It would need a coordinated effort on half of a lot of people around the world to actually try to figure this out, and that's a later date kind of thing.
And it's almost like a straw man. They want us to present a model so that they can start arguing with the model and not with the real reality which we're trying to present to them. So as soon as you go into the real world, you're no longer working in a model, you're working in real life. And when you start to find things that don't correlate with the model, then they want to kind of hold the model up as a straw man that can burn. But even more so for the ballers that are in here now, or the globers, normies, whatever you call yourself, type into Google the Gall-Peters versus Mercator projection. And you'll see that just on the globe model, there's two very different looking maps. One has continents looking like you've never seen them before, and that's the Gall-Peters, and that's considered now the most accurate one. The one that you're most familiar with in terms of continent shape is called the Mercator projection. And then when you look, there's the diamond projection and the heart projection and the triangle projection, and there's all these different projections all rendering a different continental size, continental placement, distances between them. So even within the Ball model, which has had all the research funding for hundreds of years, and it's had all that bias or prioritizing of it, they still can't even present a model that's factually accurate if you start to take all the measurements on it. So then they created a digital one called Google Maps or Google Earth, because that can be instantly changed in real time as and when needed. So as soon as someone points out a discrepancy, they can suddenly change the algorithm and make it appear less of an anomaly. So whenever you go to any physical representation of a sphere, you're going to have distorted continents, and therefore you could argue that that model is not accurate because certain things, there are discrepancies with them, and why the globe Earth always demands that we present a model is so that they can start taking rulers to our model and measuring the distances between continents to try and find any discrepancy that can then make them disregard the entire model. And if we were looking for one discrepancy to disregard the entire model, the globe should have been thrown out between just the Mercator and the Gall-Peters projections, let alone all the other 1,000 of inconsistencies that we've already discovered.
Yeah, because they don't have a whole working model like they are asking us for. They just have internally contradicting models to ad hoc explain things they see in reality, and bend it to the globe. But then those excuses don't work together. So it's one or the other. You can't have both, but they want both.
Like, is the historical sort of claim of the supercontinent Pangaea, is that consistent with the flat Earth model? And if so, do you think it was likely that it all separate into the continents we see now because some kind of ascension cycle happened back through history, and there were certain people who perhaps left here, but that's just kind of the damage it leaves behind, and then it's likely to split even more when the next cycle, presents itself and things?
That would be awesome if there was any evidence that land moves across the land over land. That would be awesome. I would love to see that.
Yeah.
Hey, is that baller still here?
I just wanted to add a little bit onto that because I live in Iceland where the supposed plates are supposed to be coming apart, and I have played in between those plates supposedly my whole life. I have not seen any extra distance between those plates my whole life, so they have not moved my whole life.
Yeah. What are you guys' thoughts on global warming?
and billions of years.
Come on, bro.
I have a question for the baller. Is he there? Can you all hear me?
Sure.
Is that baller still here? I got a question for him about day, sunrise and stuff. Okay.
Yeah, what do you guys think of climate change and global warming? Is that like real or lied about, or to a degree? What's up with that?
Well, for global warming, you need a globe first. So,
that's just climate change in general. Then.
Climate change. What does climate do?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
The weather.
What should we look at it at versus what they want us to think?
You mean like it was like climate changes? That's what
climate change is called the seasons.
Yeah,
exactly.
Fair enough. So the planet, the where we are now, Earth is not getting hotter, just and gonna stay like that. And then the ice caps aren't just melting and from the sun and things. That's just we're being lied to about. Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out what's the psyop and where the line is that they want us to believe, because they've been pushing that forever now.
Yeah, don't you remember it was global cooling and the world is going to be thrust into an ice age, and then, oh no, it's global warming, the ice cap's going to melt, we're all going to be flooded and we're going to drown. Oh no, it's global cooling again, we're all going to freeze and we're going to die from frost. Oh no, wait, it's global warming again. Oh no,
they're using technology like
change.
CERN. Do you think they're using technology like CERN to try and make things worse around here and mess with the weather to convince us? Because right now it seems like the summers in the UK are getting much hotter, and we had like the hottest day of the year the other day.
You gotta look at the sun and the solar cycles. The sun goes through its own cycle, just like everything in the sky has a cycle. And so the sun is going, I don't remember if it was a solar minimum or I think it's a solar minimum. And as it goes through these cycles, we have changes. These changes are not caused by man.
Yeah.
It's all natural. Look at Eric the Red. He was growing grapes in England or Greenland.
I would just disagree with that because there's an entire field of study called geoengineering, and they do cause extra rainfall or less rainfall in certain areas. And I think that would fall into manipulation. I do agree with the core of what you're saying. The sun does have cycles. It does have warmer periods and colder periods. That is very natural. But I do think that there is some level of manipulation. And when you think about the reaction of, say, CERN into that equation of maybe amplifying a hurricane, so injecting more energy into that system to create a little bit more destruction somewhere, not necessarily starting the hurricane, but perhaps steering it or accelerate it.
They exaggerate.
Yeah, amplifying it. I've seen interesting things concerning this where during some of the bigger storms that hit America, there were some conspiracy theories around it that this was being caused by the military, as the radar and other such things were showing weird radar lines hitting the storms from 3 different directions, which would technically just be like pushing it in a circle, like stirring a pot.
Yeah, and one of those hurricanes that was making landfall in Florida was coming through Cuba toward Florida. There's a general weather path that it should have followed, and then it deviated while in the ocean. There shouldn't be anything. It's generally the terrain difference in the land that causes the storm to kind of fizzle out. But this storm changed direction in the middle of an ocean, where if you look over all the data that we've got over many decades, the storm always moves on this same sort of line or like a pathway, and showing that manipulation, as well as when they show quote unquote high altitude footage or satellite footage, where it shows how the power plants are actually producing excess steam, and then it follows that steam into the next storm cycle, and then it exaggerates that storm making landfall somewhere else. So there's once again, it's the fallacy of humans to think that we understand it so well that we can start to manipulate. But we actually, once we start overcompensating in one area, it causes many damaging effects in others, which we could never have known about because we don't have the mental faculty to understand every variable.
I don't even understand why this is even a subject, because the weather changes all the time. And even the lead people in this whole global warming nonsense, they've admitted it has nothing to do with climate. It's all about redistribution of wealth. It's about transferring trillions of dollars from profitable countries to communist poor countries. That's all it's about.
They don't care about money.
Don't forget the carbon tax. That's part of it as well.
Well, no, they've admitted that there is no global warming. The temperature has actually gone down.
That's why they had to change the name from global warming to climate disruption.
Yeah, that's speaks cycles.
You give yourself nice, plausible deniability, right? First, it was going to cool, upcoming ice age, and then they were like, nah, that's not happening. So then they call it global warming. Oh shit, that's not happening either. So let's give them a happy medium.
What next?
We'll just say climate change, because you know what? Climate changes. So we'll never be wrong. Doesn't that work out beautifully? The fuck out of here. These people are crazy, bro.
So they'll just say, this country and then this variant as well, so they can make you think it comes from everywhere with the same stuff. Same kind of model, just to, meet in the middle.
Yeah. And they want to charge you because you're breathing out freaking carbon dioxide. What was it the plants need again? What was that thing? Oh.
Photosynthesis, is it?
Carbon dioxide.
Carbon dioxide.
Electrolytes. Electrolytes.
Gatorade?
A bunch of things.
Plants need.
you guys seen the fart bags they put on the cows to prevent the CO2 from getting into the air? Eventually, they're gonna have to have us wear those fart bags.
That's not CO2. That's methane.
Is that not what the mascot is already? Is that not what the mascot are?
You see they're putting bags on cows?
Yeah, they put like giant bags on the back of some cows to limit the methane production. Yeah.
Yeah, to collect it and use it for natural gas.
I was interested in learning more about what Solar said when he dropped into our server before. He mentioned a lot about like the helium balloons that launch out into the atmosphere and something called Googleoon. And then he said something like they're trying to steal the helium? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I just wanted to know more about what's going on with all that.
It's only a finite amount of helium in there you can get, and it's
because the cold, no, like the nights these days, they were really stuffy when I was walking outside before. And then like I got into a certain area and suddenly I could breathe again. But I was right in the middle of the street and it was just like no air. So I wondered if there was something going on with the environment.
Hello.
Hello.
I have a question. How would plane routes work on a flat Earth? I'm curious.
What they work on?
Same way they work now.
They only work on a flat Earth.
Plane routes are actually traced out on a flat Earth map. They're not traced out on a globe.
Yeah,
that's so annoying. That's how all aircraft
The better
are.
question is, why is the Earth not rotating underneath the plane as it flies? That's a weird question.
Exactly.
So there's a whole branch of study that the guys are doing now called how emergency landings prove that the Earth is flat.
Zoink.
So when people are flying across the ocean from say China to the States, to the western coast of the States, and they encounter a problem with their plane, they often land in Alaska. That's what I'm looking for. Sorry. So they often land in Alaska, which would be right up near the top of the ball, whereas flying from China to America, you'd be kind of close to the equator. And it doesn't make sense why anyone would try and, as an emergency, fly to the top of the ball instead of just landing at the nearest island or the nearest runway around them. When you plot that flight on the AE projection, which is called the azimuthal equidistant projection, which is actually the same map that they use for navigation of this place. When you plot it on top of that, it's a straight line. You fly up the coast of America over I've lost it again. What's it?
Alaska.
Keep wanting to say Atlanta. Alaska. Keep wanting to say Atlanta. Gosh. Yeah, so you fly up over Alaska and then you come down on the other side. And when you look, the flight routes, they only make sense on the azimuthal equidistant. And when you put them on that AE projection, they're a dead straight shot.
Yeah, and when something doesn't line up on the off occasion, something doesn't line up and you can point to it, then you have to look at why. I mean, if people going to one destination more, would that affect the route of the plane and things like that? And it generally does. Like it's a route from Chile to somewhere in Africa. It's not that many people going from Chile to Africa, so they'll go usually to like Europe first and then go down to Africa because that'll be more economic for them. Because
So
they're
like I
picking up
say,
passengers and stuff like that.
Search emergency landings prove flat Earth, because that is actually one of our strongest arguments, is that when you start to look at flight routes, flight paths, flight distances, they tell you that you're flying this giant circle route. They call it the Great Circle Route. And they say the shortest distance between two places is a circle. And that's moronic because everyone knows the shortest distance is a straight line. And then when you actually look, they do fly in a straight line. But then subsequently, they've also used a lot of autopilot to the point now that most pilots are not even aware what trajectory or vector they're flying. They set the heading of where they want to go to, and everything is plotted out, and the aeroplane basically steers on its own. So they're flying towards a known GPS location, and they're not actually flying according to the compass anymore, or not manually using a compass for navigation. So therefore, they don't actually know that they're flying north, where on the ball it says they're flying east.
They just don't make a sense, man.
And flat Earth pilots have come forward. I think there was more than 20 or 30 pilots that came forward saying this is 100% legit. That's why it's called an airplane, because it's flying over the plane. They never account for curvature. They fly with their nose slightly up for the duration of the flight. As someone said previously, the ground never moves underneath them. So they never have to compensate for a moving runway when it comes time to land. They are the only one with movement, and the runway is stationary. And that's why they can make landings even in high wind conditions and all these other things. So pilots have come forward acknowledging it's flat. The navigation only makes sense on the flat map, because when you see South America to South Africa, 2 points very low south on the ball, both of them have to fly into the northern hemisphere first to do a stop-off point. So that's a giant triangle instead of just flying directly straight. And when you flip that out onto the AE projection, it's a dead straight shot through Dubai to Australia from South Africa. It's a straight line. And a plane will always fly the shortest route, which would be the straight line. Did that answer your question about flights?
It was making too much sense. He must have left.
Very well said, though, Salah.
Yeah, thanks,
You
guys.
said too many examples. That's all.
Well, I just keep thinking, like, it's in my mind, I kind of see bullet points. So, like, under the flight thing, there's like 20 bullets. I didn't even get through half of them as to why flights actually discredit a globe. But most, like you said,
Well,
3 examples is often too much.
Well, for me, I just take it right back to when I used to work at an airport. I spent almost 10 years working at an airport, and I would have to wait on the ground for these things to land. And I would usually get a call on the radio when they're clear to land, meaning like they're a few miles away, depending. And sometimes you would have numerous planes, maybe 4, 5, 6 of them, lined up in a row in the air, miles away. Now at night, what was crazy is at night you would see the lights of these planes lined up, right? I don't know if anybody lives by an airport and can relate to what I'm saying, but when you're on them, right. So when you're on the runway, waiting for the plane to land on your runway, and meanwhile you've got multiple planes landing on different runways in different directions simultaneously, right? So there goes all that spinning shit. But whatever. If it was actually spinning, how would these planes be completely lined up with the runway I'm sitting at, waiting to service them, right? How would they do that if they're in the air miles and miles and miles away, lined up completely straight? It's nonsense. I think all these things that would happen. Say it again.
Yeah, they'd be staggered because the Earth would be rotating underneath them. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just
and as I'm sitting in my truck,
But that's
I'd be spinning away from them.
But that's a nail in the coffin about the flights landing in opposing directions.
Oh yeah,
because that argument about Coriolis only makes sense when it's one plane and one runway. then yes, the runway can be moving at 1,000 miles per hour eastward. The aeroplane is flying at 600, but it's still moving diagonally towards that runway. And they explain it away. But now, if you've got a second aeroplane landing and a third one on a similar cross, like T-junction or crosswork on those runways, then you can't have all these multiple vectors and this one flying diagonally and this one flying backwards while landing, and it can't work.
If you think about it, every single runway would be built facing east-west.
It would have to be.
Yeah, I mean,
have to be.
Yeah, I mean, it would be too hard otherwise, right? And again, this gift that is of the moon going, right? That's taken from a drone, right? Why is the Earth not rotating under the drone, A? And why does the sky still move if the drone is away from the Earth that's spinning? Because that's the cause of the sky moving, according to the heliocentric model. Two very big questions that are real big problems.
Well, one thing I don't understand is their daytime and nighttime is caused by rotation. Okay, so winter time, when it's darker a lot longer than it's light, does the Earth slow down at nighttime to make it last longer and then speed up during the day?
No, they claim it's tilt angle. So they say it's just because of the axial tilt.
It's the wobble.
No, so the day. So the day and night is rotation, but the elongated day or night, they claim, is due to the tilt. So when it's an elongated night, you're tilted away from the sun, so that your side of the ball is in darkness for longer. Whereas when you're tilted towards the sun, you'll be in light for longer, and that's what explains the longer day in the summer and the longer night in the winter is the tilt, or where you are in your tilt.
If the Earth is
Nonsense.
flat, how's it
Makes
tilting?
sense.
And 29th of February, what's happening then?
Well, to me, I say, well, then how do you get the 24-hour sun if you're not standing at the North Pole?
That's what I'm saying.
You can't have a 24-hour sun at 60 degrees north, because then you have to tilt that entire sphere toward the sun. It's the only way you can get that 60-degree north region to be entirely lit permanently, is if you tilt the entire ball facing that way. Otherwise, there will be some shadow at some point in the day on that 60th degree north, especially if you're only tilting the ball at 23.4. So that 24-hour sun was from the horizontal.
Yeah, but the point is, that if the Earth was the way they claim, all commerce, every jet, every plane, every drone, everything that left the Earth would have to figure out these routes. So when people say how flight routes work, right? You would, every single flight would have to account for how much the Earth is going to rotate under it before it, so that its destination is going to be there when it arrives. That's not how they do things, though.
That would be massive. That was what Brian Allen proved, where he said, take a 12-hour journey northward. If you flew for 12 hours, you would end up where you started, because the Earth should have turned underneath you. So if you flew up the 30th degree latitude line over the North Pole and to the other side of the equator, but the Earth had taken 12 hours, you would be landing where you took off from. Because that ground would have turned half a full revolution, or at least half a revolution, by the 12 hours that you spent in the air. So if you stayed northward on the same latitude line for 12 hours, you should land where you took off from.
Yeah, and I saw Jeff Bezos going up in a giant phallus, making his parabolic flight. Earth didn't rotate underneath it.
Yeah, this is where they generally start using the excuse that everything is velcroed to the surface and moves with the surface and is rotated to match the surface, so it appears as if it's not rotating. But they have a massive problem with that because in the same flight that you were talking about earlier, if you just take an accelerometer on the flight, you should see and be able to measure this magical acceleration that is being added to you to make it appear not rotating. It's not there.
Yeah,
And plus, like X,
They just
and
have excuses as to why it doesn't look like it's doing what it should be doing.
yeah, and like X in military, anti-aircraft military, I now realize that I didn't fucking count on rotation all the time, and I was having good results. I don't know how is that possible. 30 years ago, I got 2 weeks of, how to say, a weekend, 2 weeks prize because I was good shooting airplanes. Models, not real airplanes. And I never count on rotation. And now I realize that I need to account on rotation 30 years after.
Sasha, your sarcasm is amazing. I love it.
No, it's not sarcasm, man. I was anti-aircraft man in military 30 years ago.
Yeah, but you're saying that you're saying that you should be taking the rotation into account, and that's sarcasm.
Yeah, that is no, that is reality because this is reality 2021 and 1991. I didn't need that. Now I need that. For example, now if you are now aircraft in military aircraft, you need. Maybe 30 years ago, air didn't move.
I have a question.
It's like that's the problem. Is that's the double speak, right? They say Neil deGrasse Tyson says that the football went in the goalpost because it rotated underneath it. But here's an entire list of reasons why you wouldn't expect to see that on an airplane or anything else that leaves the ground, like in the same sentence.
Like clouds.
That's the difference
immediately
between the anti-flat earthers and the globers, right? So they should honestly start having debates with themselves, because apparently they haven't figured out, is the Earth actually supposed to be spinning beneath things in the air, or is it not? So globers and anti-flat earthers really need to start debating themselves. Might want to work that out before approaching us with this bullshit, because it's nonsense.
It's just both, Chocolate. It's like when you shoot a sniper, a sniper rifle, a sniper rifle shooting a bullet from a hot air balloon. Then
that's the double.
It is for the bullet, but not for the balloon. But if it was on the ground, then yes, more so. And then if it's in the air, no, less so. And
I love the sniper
both
from a hot
or
air
none.
balloon. That's the best paradox. What is it? The Coriolis paradox.
Yeah.
That's how they get away with the double think. That's how they get people thinking two opposite things are totally fine. Like it's amazing how well it works. Wow.
Yo, I've got a question about flat Earth. So yeah, we humans, we're trying to figure out that Earth is flat. And we're trying to make more people aware that we've been lied to on a lot of things. So do you think at one point there's going to be like a time where a bunch of humans who do believe this with such like conviction come together and essentially, you know, like the movie where they thought there was like a center of the Earth, and then they had that film called Journey to the Center of the Earth, and they were going to come together and potentially launch some kind of expedition or something to find out more, which there's no other way we'd be able to know more unless we, I guess, witnessed firsthand? Or are we just going to, you know, work on our personal, you know, things that we need to do to gain ascension, because, you know, they say everything you need is inside of you ultimately, and everything outside of us is like a projection designed to kind of distract us, whether it's flat, round, or whatever. Because I have a friend of mine who said that he believes a lot of people, I just want to say, he believes a lot of people are presented to something different because everything's perception. There are some people who can see it as round for some strange reason we don't know yet, and others who see it as flat, and it's just from their
It's not a
perspective,
strange reason.
like,
Have you heard of hypnosis?
I don't know.
Have you heard of hypnosis?
Of course.
Yeah, so it's not a strange reason that some people believe that they can see the curve at sea level. It's called wishful seeing, when you believe something so hard that your perception is influenced.
Yeah, and when he says the word hypnosis, it doesn't necessarily mean, oh, you're going to think you're a chicken when you open your eyes, right? It's not really that tight. It's you could also classify it as brainwashing, because the hypnosis starts when you're a little baby. It starts showing you a globe all over the place. Everywhere you see is globe. Start teaching you a globe before you know your ABCs, but you know you live on a ball. What the hell is that? What's the purpose of that? It's so that you get very, very, very accustomed to it. So that later on, when you're like 30, 40, you might lose your mind if somebody says, no, I don't live on a ball with water sticking to the outside of it. That's insane. And you lose your shit. Why? Because you've known this ball. It's your friend. All your life, it's been your home. Right? I used to call it my home when I used to see pictures of the ball Earth. I thought it was cool. Right? But when you realize this, no, that's nonsense. Water doesn't. Bodies of water don't stick to the outside of balls. There's no curvature measured on Earth. That's not real. Well, then some people can let it go, and others hold on even tighter.
Yeah. And it's like those little video clips that you sometimes get where they say, you know, how many people did you see in this video? And then you're counting the people. And then they say, did you see the giant gorilla walk across the entire screen? You completely were oblivious to a man in a gorilla suit walking across the middle of the screen because your eye is tracking the people. So exactly like Chocolate was saying now, with a subtle brainwashing, you're looking for the people and not the guy in the gorilla suit. And the guy in the gorilla suit is like this glaringly flat horizon, which because you weren't looking for it, you never saw it.
And the other thing that they do is that because it looks, the world presents itself as it is, they can just use the way the world looks as the excuse. It's like we have a vanishing point and the horizon. It's like, therefore, instead of calling it what it is, they say that's Earth curvature. And that's what we grow up with. And because we've been conditioned to accept that, we easily go along with it. So
And
they
some
hijack the way we actually see things.
And some really smart guys have drawn the correlation that all of the mathematics for this curvature that we're supposed to see resides in the eye. And when you start to examine how the eye works, you start to see all the mathematics coming forward for the curvature that we're supposed to be seeing. So it's more a product of how light is received in our eye, which they've back engineered as the curvature of a ball. Incredibly done, I must say. Like, for men to have done the reverse engineering of this, it's really, it took a lot of forethought and a lot
Who
of
says
planning.
they're men?
Or women, or beings.
No,
or
no, no. I
whatever.
mean, like, they could just be something not human at all, you know, who's been studying us for
They're
like, ever.
reptilians. Reptilians.
Yeah. And like, you know, the sound frequency stuff about how sound produces matter and things, it makes you wonder what
Cymatics.
exactly are they using, what exactly are they using these 5G towers for all around the world. And it's like, do you think they're trying to produce some kind of matter or shift this earth into some way that they want it to be warped, like, and things, you know? Like, I don't know what the true purpose of those really is, but I just have some ideas.
That's a bit sci-fi for most of us, I think.
Do you think? Do you think 5G has no relevance to the fact that they put them everywhere? Like, that they're not
I
trying
don't
to
think-
do
Yeah, so this isn't the topic. Topic is flat Earth. If you want to discuss any other topics, you can hop down in any other.
I just wondered how it correlates to flat Earth if they're trying to make it seem less flat by using them some kind of perception distortion.
Yeah,
I don't know.
So powers that be don't want us to talk about the G stuff.
How are they so okay with this discourse then? Unless it's playing into their hands somehow.
This is just the way it is, right? So,
this Discord's been running for years, and they've been very careful and meticulous to be able to maintain that record. So I think what Roger's explaining is just what we try and do is not say certain topics which are known to be censor-driven topics.
Yeah. So as soon as this starts to become more mainstream, it's like this is going to have to be hush hush then, isn't it? Because then more and more people start to question it, which is when it gets put on like a blacklist of topics to discuss.
It's already
or it's distraction.
It's already
even more so.
Yeah.
Because there are not enough people are taking it seriously. Clearly, more people are talking about that, what I just mentioned, for it to be a threat topic. You know.
But it's also like the magician says, watch my hand. Watch how I shuffle these cards. And while you're watching that hand, the other hand's doing something.
Yeah.
So they are past masters at releasing a little bit, getting all the truthers to run towards that topic.
Drip feeding.
And then doing something else. They pass laws and stuff that we didn't even have on our radar, because we're now all talking about that communication thing. Whereas with, like, you know, a magician, he's always using underhanded tactics or misdirection. Focus where I'm doing a lot of movement so that your eye is there. And then while it's there, I'm going to do something else that you're not going to see.
Yeah.
So and
it's like each different thing that's going on, like we know there's a bunch of them all, but they're all tied into one messed up, you know, reality. But it's like, I think to some extent, each hand wants to do something actual to sort of mess with you as well as elude you, like delude you. Like they want to distract you. And then when you're looking here, this hand will do something else. And then you look back there, they'll do something with this thing, and so on, until it's just like a mess, everything. You know?
The thing is, it's so huge, though, that it's not just one person in their hands. They have audience. They have people in the audience, right? They have people backstage. They have people under the stage. They have people.
The hands are just an analogy.
And some of those people don't even know what the other people's job are in the act, right? They just know they're part of it.
I think rather than use hands as an analogy, because essentially what's really going on is we're experiencing different pendulums. You know what I mean? Like the different pendulums. Like there's actually this book that talks about pendulums and how they can, you know, fall into the category of either a person who's tyrannical by nature or like a certain belief model, which everyone who joins a certain job was have to fall in line eventually, because the Challenger pendulum is not good, but it's like a hierarchical system. Something in play is just a pendulum. Reality Transurfing is the name of the book, and it's about like knowing how to navigate those pendulums.
Instead of going into a whole new analogy, just add more hands. There's more than one hand. This is what.
Yeah, I think the pendulums are just what encompass it all, because they're all around us at all times on Earth, and you know, all it's like multi-dimensional and things like that. But they're just things that distract and kind of mislead and almost rule
Dr.
over
Sherry
you.
Tenpenny described them as parallel, like imagine a racetrack with lots of parallel lines or lanes.
Yeah,
In one lane, you've got technology. The other lane, you've got pharmaceuticals. In the other lane, you've got IT. In the other lane, now they're all in their own lane, thinking they're forging new ground. But without them knowing, they're all running parallel towards a common goal of total authoritarian leadership.
And it ties back into, you know, about like Operation Lockstep. Are you familiar with that?
Completely, yeah. 2010.
And that's like
that
it
was
all
released.
falls under one or the other without you even really knowing. You're just pushing one of those narratives.
But back to your question that you asked about people wanting to hold on a sec, just about people wanting to go explore this place. From 2015, every flat earther was saying we've got to go to the South Pole or we've got to go to the North Pole, and then suddenly they put the whole world on lockdown. Now, I could say that that's coincidental. To me, I saw it as the systemic build-up. They got really petrified of flat Earth in 2018, and they started removing channels like left, right, and center. That didn't stem the tide. And there were a lot of people starting GoFundMe pages to go on round-the-world aircraft travel. There's still never been a north-south circumnavigation of this Earth. No one's ever flown from the North Pole to the south and continued flying south and ended up back at the North Pole. No one has ever done that. No, because if it's flat, you're only flying outwards. So if you go from the center out, there's no point that you arrive back at the center because you're only flying outward. So this has never been completed on a ball. So they started a GoFundMe page to do a north-south circumnavigation
And with all of that hype, suddenly we went into this authoritarian lockdown.
Yeah. It's like a video game in a lot of ways. Like, I kind of liken it to, the game GTA, Grand Theft Auto. Basically, when you're the character and you're swimming and you go too far away from the map and you're out in the water, there is actually just a point where there's just nothing but air you can see through. But it just kind of prevents you from going any further. But you can feel some kind of invisible curve thing that's just pushing you back. It's some kind of force, that you can't get past. I wonder if that's why, or what happens if they try to get to South Pole from the North Pole by flying upwards.
How do you know this?
Know what?
That there's an invisible barrier.
In Grand Theft Auto, there is. In the game, there is.
I was saying I liken it to that. So if there's something there that's supposedly preventing us, I just say it's kind of like a video game or something. Some kind of programmable code is holding us back. I don't know. Some force beyond us.
Can you remind me again, real quick? I refresh my memory of Operation Lockstep. And also, we were saying before about how the everyone's in their own lane. The other thing is that it's already been paved. We're just whatever we're driving.
Yeah,
on,
we're just playing it out. We all think we're making progress.
Yeah, it's fake progress. Yeah. It's actually.
So yeah, I have something on Lockstep. Yeah, I have something on Lockstep, and it briefly says, and it just goes. Lockstep, a world of tighter top-down government control and authoritarian leadership with limited innovation and citizen pushback. In 2012, the pandemic that the world had been anticipating for years finally hit. Unlike 2009's H1N1, this new influenza strain, originating from wild geese, was extremely virulent and deadly. Even the most pandemic-prepared nations were quickly overwhelmed when the virus streaked around the world, infecting nearly 20% of the global population and killing 8 million in just 7 months. The majority of them healthy young adults. The pandemic also had a deadly effect on economies. International mobility of both people and goods screeched to a halt, debilitating industries like tourism and breaking global supply chains. Even locally, normally bustling shops and offline buildings sat empty for months, devoid of both employees and customers. And then it goes on, it shows like a little graph and things, or like a picture. And it goes, once crossed, these axes create a matrix of 4 very different futures. Lockstep, a world of tighter top-down government control and more authoritarian leadership with limited innovation and grown citizen pushback. Hack attack, an economically unstable and shock-prone world in which governments weaken, criminals thrive, and dangerous innovations emerge. Clever together, a world in which highly coordinated and successful strategies emerge for addressing both urgent and entrenched worldwide issues. And Smart Scramble, an economically depressed world in which individuals make communities develop localized makeshift solutions to a growing set of problems. To me, that sounds like most likely the best one.
It all sounds like a coincidence. There's no way that would happen. They wouldn't. Why would they lie about something like that?
Something like that that will never happen in America.
That was released in 2010. So just to contextualize that.
Yeah, thank you. I'm driving, so I can't really look it up right now.
Okay. Hopefully it sparked some memories.
Yeah, it's like all of these operations, at a certain point, they're all like, which one was that one again?
You said that was called Lockstep?
Yes.
Is that what that was called?
Yes.
Yeah, I posted something in live stream.
Cool. I never heard of that one.
I sent you the image, Solo. I don't know if you've seen it yet.
That's the one I just posted, the one that you sent to me.
Oh, no worries. Did you read my posts up to...
It was a Rockefeller-funded analysis of how the world would push back when they insert the one world order. And then they went through something called...
So they're trying to preempt how we would respond, how we'd react, so they could try and circumvent.
But even on a broader scale as well, they did I can't remember if it's Operation 201 or Project 201.
Event 201.
Event 201, that's it. They simulated that in 2019 in October, talking about a surprise outbreak of a novel coronavirus. This is 2019. Remember, we went into lockdown March 2020. So in 2019...
Oh, no. Frosty was talking about surprise outbreaks in 2017. out loud, telling people there's going to be this whole. Go ahead, man. I'm sorry. I cut you off.
Sorry, man. It just the Event 201 was like a full, detailed Q&A session of how people thought that their population would push back and how they would deal with whatever crisis they could think about that could come up after this thing were to happen. New data's just come out now that there's more than 50 patents on the spike protein, on the novel coronavirus, and on the ACE2 receptor binding point or attachment point. So there's 50 patents. When you go search the patents, they were filed in 2002 and granted in 2015.
Yeah, you forget that also.
And more in 2008. So this thing has been a 20-year plan. The technology was patented, both the medicine to cure it was also patented at the same time. And then they told us that this thing was a novel thing, which is why, meaning it was brand new and no one could foresee it, which is why we had to instill all these emergency lockdown procedures and rush the medicine onto the market. And when you look, it's patented 2008, 2009, 2002. There was nothing novel about it, let alone surprise.
I have the patent documents, and I'll send those. I've already sent them to about 20 people here, but if anybody else wants them, I have the patent information.
Yeah, so during Event 201, they also simulated how to address social media, how to address YouTube, to address quote-unquote misinformation, how to take care of it, right? That's what we're seeing now. YouTube channels being shut down. Discord
That's pretty funny that not just a few days ago, Jen Psaki, press secretary of this ridiculous administration, completely admitted that the administration, that's ridiculous, is working with big tech like Facebook, social media platforms, telling them what to put on as government approved and what's not government approved. Isn't that nice, guys, for your freedom of speech? She blatantly admitted it a few days ago. It's ridiculous. They don't even care now. They're just telling you in your face you're a slave.
They haven't cared for a while now.
Is that the redhead chick?
Yes, the robot.
Circle back one?
Automaton,
Okay.
circle back robot. Yes, that's her.
I never knew her name.
Yeah, Jen.
Chocolate, they don't have to add it anymore because they know they can get away with it.
Yeah, it's in your face now, bro. Like, they're just telling you, yeah, you ain't doing shit. We're gonna shut you all. You don't agree with us? We're gonna shut you down early and fast. We don't even got to tell you about it. I mean, it's out of control, bro. It's crazy.
I was saying the other night, I think that they released flat earth information to test how people would react to truth and how many people would reject the truth no matter how much it was placed in front of them. And when they saw how the majority of the sheep just went along with the mainstream narrative, they knew there's no point in delaying this any further. They could execute their plan right now and they'll achieve the numbers. And then they squashed Flat Earth to check how they're going to squash whatever health information needs to come. And it was provably successful, flushing YouTube and shutting all the other smaller platforms that then supported the misinformers. So it was almost like another beta test of let's see how leaking this information, because in the beginning, YouTube was prompting this shit. Every day I was getting a new recommendation from a new flat earther or some new conspiracy, or there's no trees on flat earth, or like nutrition, or, like I was being prompted with every single thing, and then suddenly that stopped. And that to me also seems quite deliberate, not like they mistakenly gave you access to things, like it was deliberately put out, saw what the response or the reaction rate would be, how they would then control that, and once they had a majority idea that they can control even when the truth has been released, then they went forward with this plan, knowing that the majority will just accept whatever the news tells them, no matter how much evidence we show, no matter how much proof we show, they'll just follow the exact same process as was followed with Flat Earth to ensure that the majority follows consensus.
So the majority rules, literally.
Yeah.
Pretty sad.
Or is seen to be right. So if I look left and right and they're all walking towards the edge of the cliff, must be the right way to walk. But if we started having like 100% uptake in Flat Earth, if every person who heard the information was being converted, they would have just shut entire platforms down. So they would have still controlled it to ensure that their outcome was positive or favorable, no matter what. So they sometimes act like it's reactionary, but then when you read some of these documents like that Lockstep, it literally details plan for plan. They just said that this one came from a goose, whereas our one came from a bat from Wuhan. So they just change one or two little things and then go forward, and it's like could have never been foreseen. But yet the Flat Earth truth, you can go and show someone there's no radius. You can show them that horizon.
They know what makes us tick, because and they know what makes
Yeah, truth makes me sick. I like truth. I don't like bullshit. I like living in a fantasy world.
Yeah, what
I
I was going
the really is level.
exactly. Exactly. Yeah, what I was going to was everybody is all too fun posting shit on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter, so they know what makes us tick. Collecting all these data, this data.
We're being protected and categorized.
Yeah, in a marketing
they've designed
sphere.
it that way, right?
So
Sorry,
they've tailored, you're right, they have designed it that way. They've tailored it to find data sets or data trends, and from that trend, an output can be quantified. So
the trends they're popularizing now sure says a lot about humans on this earth.
But they created this. They created an algorithm that if it goes and it reads, I think 2 years of your Facebook information, it can then plan what your next month would look like with about a 98% accuracy. So it'll tell you what takeaways you're going to get on a Monday night, where you're going to be on a Wednesday night, probably who you're going to chat to on Thursday, who you're going to socialize with on Friday, where you're going to be on Sunday. It looked at all those different data sets of stuff that you've posted every time you hit, I'm at this location, or I'm with this friend, or every one of those points were then calculated, and it had like they say, a 98 or 99% accuracy, even to the point where the people that started arguing with it eventually had to concede that the robot was right because of these. So the human thought, maybe I won't be seeing this person on Thursday, and then they would show why they are. Maybe they'd made an appointment a month ago, and they see.
Speaking of them trying to predict us, it reminds me of what they've been doing. Supposedly, these elite banksters and things. Apparently, they bet money against all of us, like on our life odds, like what our chances are of becoming, free in the future financially, and they actually bet against us in order, and then they basically do things, pull strings to make it, work in their favor, so they actually, pay up, win big, benefit from it, suffering.
That wouldn't surprise me. When you look at like how they bet on sports, in a game like cricket, they'll bet that the guy's going to bowl a no ball in the 4th over on the 3rd ball, and it's like a 60-1 odd. And when you watch the game, and a no ball means he steps over the line when he's delivering the ball. So on that 3rd ball of the 4th over, he oversteps, and then nowhere else for the rest of the game, he oversteps. And then you look, and there was a bet for that. And it makes you realize, like, it literally is just a game. The money is just a toy, and they use it for entertainment. So I actually wouldn't be surprised if they were actually betting on our misery.
Yeah, they get off on shit like that, basically. And yeah, free energy distribution seems like the way of the future, I would say.
Well, it was the way of the past. I don't want us to know that.
Yeah, they stopped everyone from knowing and being able to go forth with this, so they could squeeze money out of us with energy bills, etc.
Well, and it keeps you in the system. So you're forced to live in these cities and
depend on the state.
Participate. Yes, exactly.
Why would you ever let your slaves have free energy?
Yes.
When they speak of this stuff, they speak of this stuff in the Bible because the future is the past and it always repeats. So basically, when they speak about the mark of the beast, what I figured out that was basically it could present itself in very different forms to throw you off. But it's essentially anything that keeps you tied to the state or to the government or dependent on them. So for instance, if they, give you a dose of this or dose of that, and it's like you have to have them for the rest of your life because now you're kind of locked into a cycle and they don't even know what they're giving you and just makes you worse and then more dependent. So you're locked into that system. And it's like transhumanism seems to be the road they're going down as far as all of that, as opposed to the organic way forward. So it's like the complete antithesis. And then, they also got other things that brand you to, what many call to be like a Luciferian system, or to like rely on this so-called great reset. There is no great reset. I mean, it's a reset, all right, but it's basically into the direction of the one world order. Essentially, it seems to be is communism, but they want to call it like all fancy names like the quantum financial system. It's like, don't be duped.
May I interject?
Sure.
I know this is totally off topic, but I was a missile defender in the Army. I worked with the Patriot Missile Defense System, and I know this server is all about, I guess, Flat Earth, of course, right? So I just had a few questions because I'm trying to, I guess, open my field of knowledge and understand what people think in here. So if anybody wants to give me what they think and explain to me how things work, I'd like to listen.
Wait, so you shot missiles? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I was a 14 Tango Patriot Missile Defender.
How far were they traveling?
Different distances. I really can't give you that. That's secret. But I worked with PAC 2 and PAC 3.
10 miles, 100 miles?
They could, I think, go around the whole world more than 3 times. But
around.
Do you know the curvature? Do you know the curvature of the Earth by chance?
I have no idea.
Did you ever? Okay. Did you? No, I know. We're gonna get there, but I'm just trying to, because if you really did what you said you did, then these numbers will actually mean something to you. So you were not aware of the drop. You're not aware currently of the drop rate of the ball, supposedly.
Not to my knowledge, no. My job was just to press a button and to shoot a missile, to be honest with you.
That's okay. That's okay. But fun fact is those missiles will only work on a flat Earth, and we can get into why.
Word, I'd like to listen. Just tell me what you think.
It's not what I mean, not only what we think or believe, it's what we know, because this is where they messed up, is they told us the size of the ball, and it's 25,000 miles in circumference, which, and if it's a sphere, it means that you can calculate the arc of every part of it will break down to like a little mini arc, and you can calculate the arc angle. And so the drop rate is, and this works about to 1,000 miles because the number is exponential, but it's 8-inch drop per mile squared, which doesn't seem like a lot. 3 miles across water, for example, there will be a 6-foot drop. 10 miles across, there will be a 60-foot drop. And correct me if I'm wrong, flat earthers, but 100 miles across is a 6,666 foot drop. So if you're shooting missiles over the ocean, 100 or whatever you said they were, you're shooting those things to a target over flat level water, there should be a 6,000 foot drop. It makes the missiles and rail guns and things like that make no sense if there's you're aiming for a target on a curving ball.
Well, he also said that he can shoot something 2 or 3 times around the Earth.
Yeah.
Have you ever fired a rocket out in front of you and then watched it come past above your head on the second trip around the Earth and then come past your head again on the third trip around the Earth? Like, has that ever been provably done? Or is it just based on like a calculation of distance covered?
Okay, so let me respond to both what she said and what you're saying. So I worked on the THAAD missile system as well. Not a lot, but I just got the chance to work with it. But then I worked with the Patriot mainly. So they're two different. There's 4 different types of missiles. You got you could actually go look it up. I can give you the TM for it. It's 9-1440-1600 I believe it's 10. Yeah. Anyways, these TMs that y'all guys are referring to when you're talking about the distance and length and all that are all available online. Again, I'm not here to teach you. I'm just saying, like, if you want to learn more about it. But to respond to what you said, no, I haven't. I've only seen the Patriot missile shot. There's also the Regis system. There's a lot of other different missile systems that we have in the Army and in the Navy. And since I'm not in the Army anymore, I haven't had the chance to shoot it. And I never, really did get to shoot it. But I've seen it. I've seen them be like, like test launches and stuff like that. So I've definitely seen some of what they're talking about in regards to the math that they use. Because, again, the military bases everything off of a round world, I guess you could say that. I might be wrong. I'm not the guy making these.
Yeah, you're not right on that.
Understandable. Okay, so, but that's basically what I was going to tell you guys. There are missile TMs that you can do the numbers on. Again, I can't.
And do you ever shoot moving targets? Sorry, just 2 more questions. Do you ever shoot moving targets?
So the Patriot missile system is used towards they could be used towards enemy planes, UFOs. They could be used towards other missiles. It's basically the only line of ballistic missile defense that the U.S. has.
Is that an automatic tracking system? Is that an automatic tracking, or do you actually have to lead the target yourself?
So the UAV would be you lead it, but if you have like a missile, it's we use something called there's a radar system that we use along with this. Again, there's TMs online about this. Excuse me. So I believe there's a guy sitting in the room, right? And they have this radar system. So it kind of like beeps, kind of like similar to something you would see in the Navy ships where they're tracking what's in the vicinity of the ship or whatever. And
or like a video game.
It's kind of like that, yeah. But basically the guy who sets it, by the way, I was an air defender. So like I never got to sit in those rooms, but I know that it's going on because the people doing this are like my best friends. Like I've gotten a chance to see it in action.
No, that's awesome.
Yeah.
No, reason I asked that question about leading the target is that we're said that there's supposed to be this thing called Coriolis effect. And the Coriolis effect is that when something leaves the spinning Earth, that it starts to spin differently to the Earth because of no longer being attached to the spinning reference frame. So whenever you're talking about ballistics, you would have to be leading a target always because of the Coriolis effect. And any sniper who puts his target leading something that's stationary, because in our reality, we only experience them stationary in terms of static targets. But in the calculations, that target is said to be spinning at 800 miles per hour on its daily journey to make one revolution per day around the Earth. So there's supposed to be something called the Coriolis effect, which would imply you would always have to lead a target or aim with or against the Coriolis effect. And whenever you're doing any ballistics, it's you're taking into consideration wind trajectory, distance, altitude, pressure, a couple of those basic things. Some people will claim that Coriolis is taken into effect, but the actual guy who's shooting the shot or taking the shot, he's never calculating and moving his crosshair away from the target so that the target can catch up with the projectile. He's always manipulating the projectile based on the wind currents to ensure it hits that stationary target.
Well, actually, in reply to that, so the guy is not actually controlling the missile. So I don't know if I really said that correctly. So something that I want to mention is that the guy in there is only tracking the thing that we're trying to shoot down. And through tracking, I believe there is something in the
painting.
We have these
painting the target.
Well, okay, so basically, it just shows us, and then they use radio to call over, hey, this, that, right? And the missile has its own. By the way, you can go on Raytheon.com/products and look at their missile system and actually read into how it works. But the way that it's supposed to work is they're supposed to call over the radio and be like, hey, there's a projectile here, and then we shoot the missile. They don't actually control it. In some sense, though, they can like self-destruct it, but that's really all they can do. But yeah.
But in order to acquire the target, it needs to be painted. It needs to be shown somewhere that's.
That's why we have radar systems all around the world in order to do that sort of thing. Yeah.
But yeah, they also have rangefinder, like lasers that can go beyond what the curvature says it should.
Well, radar is line of sight, right? Radar is line of sight. So is microwave transmission. It's line of sight. Do you acknowledge that?
And LiDAR, yep. And Loran. Is he still here?
Yeah, I am. Just forgive me for 1 second. I'm doing something. Hold on 1 second.
Because that's the nail in the coffin, is that it's line of sight. So in your imagination, it's sending an expanding ball that continues to engulf over a curvature and then manage to bounce its way back to your receiver. But in reality, it's line of sight. The object is there at that distance, and therefore it can be shot. And what we have a lot of in here is globers coming in and telling us that anything at 10 miles is refraction and that it's only apparently there, which means that any 10 to 20, 30 mile shot that you try and take, you'd be shooting at a hologram. Mm-hmm. You wouldn't be shooting at the actual object. So you either have to agree that things on the horizon are so badly refracted that they're just an apparent hologram of themselves and they're not tangibly there, or that the radar is picking up a real target at 100 miles and you can actually shoot that real target at 100 miles due to line of sight. And if you can see something at 100 miles line of sight and it's relatively close to the ocean surface, guess what? Sea is level.
Yep. So the only question I would like to ask the gentleman is, I would like you to tell us or show us actually of any of that technology that you discussed where they actually make a claim of a spherical Earth.
Okay, I'm back. Repeat that. I do apologize. Here, I can share my screen if y'all can.
Okay. So in any of the technology that you mentioned, please show us a documentation. I know if it's secret, I understand. I was in the military myself, but show us in any of that technology you mentioned where they are assuming a spherical rotating Earth.
What do you mean by that?
Well, they told us Earth is spherical.
Yeah.
So it has a rate. So it has a rate of curvature, correct?
To some extent, that's why missiles aren't shot in a straight direction. A lot of
Yeah. Wait, I don't care about that. I don't care about that. I just want to know where the technology assumes a spherical rotating Earth in that technology.
In writing, a physical citation.
Yeah, documentation that states they are making that claim. We need that documentation.
Okay, I'll give you the documentation, but I also have to say that here we go. Okay, so before I say,
wait, you hear my point about I don't want listen. I don't want you to waste your time. So if it doesn't claim that their technology is being used over a spherical rotating Earth, then it doesn't matter. I'm not looking for something that doesn't include that. It has to have a reference to the technology stating that they're performing whatever that technology is doing over a spherical rotating Earth.
Sure, I got you. Hold on, give me 1 second.
And I would press you further about the measurement of Earth's curvature any time in history, but you already mentioned you don't know of that, so.
No, it was just that when we shoot missiles, we're not shooting them straight forward. We're shooting them at a curve so they go.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I just want to see where the technology is using a spherical Earth.
If you're shooting them at a curve, though, then I would be shocked that they never taught you what the curvature rate is, right? Isn't that hilarious? If you are literally shooting them at a curve, why would you not know the drop rate or the size of the ball?
I'm not the radar technician,
it's about
so it's not
targeting
my job,
and not about the shooting of the missile. It's the targeting. The targeting.
Well, but the question is why do we shoot it at a curve? Why are we shooting it at a curve and it gets there?
I want you to show me where it says they're shooting it around a curve. Show me that.
No, you shoot it upward as an arc so that it can gain further distance. That's got nothing to do with shooting it around a curve of an Earth. That only occurs in your mind. But like I said to you before, I'm not sure if you were deliberately not hearing it, but all radar systems and microwave systems are line of sight. Do you acknowledge that?
I mean, you can read the radar thing that I'll send you guys for the TM, and you can decide that for yourself. It wasn't my job to be the radar guy, so I can't really answer that and then claim.
Okay, using your brain, just using your brain.
I can't answer it because I don't know.
Something that sends a signal out and expects to bounce off of something and recover that signal. Do you think that would be line of sight? Or around curves that it could create obtuse angles that it couldn't recover the signal?
I think that's
it's line of sight.
But I think
that
maybe the common answer, but I can't really answer that because when you're talking about radars, you can say that, but there's a whole bunch of other, not really science, but there's a whole bunch of other things you could factor into that, like the shape of where you're at, like hills, mountains.
The shape.
Yeah, because that has a lot to do with it.
The terrestrial, the topography and stuff. Okay, I gotcha.
Okay,
yeah, if you're in Afghanistan, there's
do yourself a favor and look because it is line of sight.
Okay.
It is line of sight. It says so on all the equipment. It's how the fundamental mechanism is working is that it's line of sight. So if you're aiming at a target over 100 miles away on sea level and you're shooting from sea level, and it's 100 miles away and it's line of sight, it means it's not below a curve. But then secondly to that, the globe Earth always tries to claim that there's too much refraction happening at the horizon, and the horizon should only be 3 miles from the observer. So say within 10 to 20 miles, there should be so much refraction that you're aiming at a hologram and no longer the actual tangible object. You should be aiming at the refracted object. So what you see on the horizon can't be what you're actually seeing if there's refraction. Yet your radar system is using line of sight to pick that target up that you are looking at, and then you shoot at that target which you're looking at while painting it, and you hit that target at 100 miles and greater, depending on the tech that you're using, through line of sight, but yet it's claimed there's too much refraction that you can't trust what's on the horizon. But secondly, if it's line of sight, there isn't the 8 inches per mile squared curvature, which is necessitated by a 3959 radius. Did you hear that?
Yeah, sorry. I'm currently doing something, but I'm listening to everything you're saying. It's just, I just think it's like a really hard question to really answer, because to be honest with you, in regards to what you're saying, I can understand where you're coming from, like on one point, because I didn't make the software and I don't know how it works in that sense. But I can just say this, like, it's really interesting when you do start to look at the software. It's kind of weird how it's laid out and stuff. I just think that I think it's really more complex than that. There's a lot more that goes into radar technology than...
It's really not that complex. I think he kind of just told you how it works and what it does.
Yeah, but then again, like, I've been working with this for the past 3.5 years, so I can tell you that it's so much more complex.
You can't say if radar is line of sight or not.
Yeah.
Again, because it's like a personality.
Justin,
but I'm telling you that it's a personal. I think it's a personal opinion.
Bro, radar is either line of sight or it's not.
It's my personal opinion. I think it's more complex.
Bro,
Radar cares about your personal opinion.
I'm trying to understand. Hello.
Whether you agree with that or not, that's fine. But I think it's just more complex. That's.
Bro, do you think that's really a response?
It's not.
It sounds more like a belief.
When asked if radar is line of sight or not, you're saying it's a matter of personal belief. Is radar line of sight or not?
So every radar is different.
Or it's not.
Every radar is different. Go look up the Aegis system on the Navy.
Yeah, listen, you said you think that it's not. Well, you also think that you're on a globe and there is no measurement of
That's
said
not what I think. I actually don't know. I've never gone up into space, so I don't know.
You don't have to go to space to measure the surface. How did they go to space if they didn't have the curvature measurement, the radius?
Again, I've never said that I believe they did.
Yeah, you have a belief. You have a belief that you're on a globe.
That's
you have
not
no
true.
proof to back it up.
Where I'm at.
You have no proof to back it up. Shut up. You have no proof to back it up.
You don't have any proof either.
You have nothing empirical.
We have plenty of proof. Every single channel here is proof.
Are you? Let me ask you this. So
you have nothing, bro.
In the years that I've spent in the Army studying this stuff, and I'm trying to give you proof that when we shoot it at a curve, it's a shorter distance. How can you?
One at a time.
You can either ban me because you don't agree with me.
No, shut up. It's not about agreeing. It's shut up.
We got some experts here, don't we?
It's not about agreeing or disagreeing. You can't show anything empirical that backs up the globe that shows that it's a real thing.
Well,
Justin,
again, with working with these radars and working with the missile system, I have to work. I have to work with the radars.
Word salad,
guys. 1 second. So, Justin, you told us, right? Am I? Hello.
Yeah, you're
okay.
Here. Go ahead.
So, Justin, listen. You told us you just pushed the button, right? And now you're telling us because of the
research by the Army in order to conduct. I have to understand how the Earth rotates or moves or whatever you would like to believe I have to understand that I literally went to a school and I have paperwork to. I can prove it. I gotta go find
Show
it.
us where.
Okay, but the Army never does any of that shit in reality.
Show us where it says you're.
No, you're right. You're right. The Army works with the Air Force, and the Air Force.
Show us the fucking globe in the technology, bro.
They don't do it in practice. It's just a theory.
Justin,
they never
are you
do
in
any
the
of that
voice
shit in
text?
practice.
Are you in the live stream voice text, Justin?
The what?
Are you in the little text channel just above the voice channel that you're in? If you click on it, you'll see that guys are busy posting information.
No,
I've posted a picture which shows that radar is line of sight. So
Okay,
if you
that's
look
fine.
just
That's fine. I just
above
didn't-
live stream 2, you see live stream 2 voice text? Do you see
I'm
it?
looking at it. Yeah, see, but I've never seen anybody say that. I think that
Okay,
again
so now,
with the whole
now that you're
secret,
in here, you can start to see that the Army states that it's always assuming a flat, non-rotating Earth for all propagation, and that radar is line of sight. That's not a negotiable. That is the fundamental basis of microwave communication. So
See,
you have
this
to have
is
the two
NASA.
dishes pointing toward. No, this is not NASA. What do you mean? Okay, the second document from Drace,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
So the point is that when we look, there's Navy documents, there's
me get
NASA documents, there's government documents, and they all state in the preface that they have to assume a flat, non-rotating Earth. That's why Sonny asked you, can you show anything in your documentation that tells us
I
the
can send
opposite,
you a TM.
that
Yes.
they're using a spinning spherical model when operating that piece of equipment?
Yeah, I can try to find this TM for you guys.
You can try to,
Yes,
but you won't find
please
it because
do,
they don't
because-
work that way.
Well,
actually,
and I
the Army
just
does
can't-
operate that way because I just found it. I just found some TMs on you. So
Well,
Okay,
and
let's
I'm
see what they
sorry
say.
to hear this.
Kinda-
Just to hear this guy claim that he supposedly is taking to the spin of the Earth. You didn't even know what Coriolis was when you came in.
Or the radius.
This guy's
You
milk.
didn't even know. Yeah, you didn't even
Didn't know the radius or the
He
drop
went
rate.
to school for this, guys. He studied it for 3 years.
Where he was
I studied missile technology and how the missiles move. Yeah, I did that.
See, you want us to appeal to your authority. You want us to appeal to your authority, but then at the same time be like, "Oh, I don't know anything."
Yeah, so now you're
Can I-
lying
Can I
about
just
it.
ask? Can I just ask you a question? Can I just ask you a question, Justin? Right. So you said you studied this for 3 years, right? In 3 years, did they ever teach you how these missiles operate on a ball?
Again,
That's what you're being asked right now.
That's assuming.
Because again,
that's
like
assuming
was
the
told
wide
to you,
surface
there
of the
are
Earth.
plenty of documents that say that they assume the Earth to be flat stationary before they build vehicles, before they use weapons, right? Well, that's a little weird because that's not what we're told we live on. We're told we live on a ball. So what you're being asked is, in any of the military experience that you have, can you provide us with something that tells us that some of this technology can actually work on a ball, right?
Yes,
Because you would
I
think
can.
they would have taught you that in 3 years if that's what we were living on, right?
Well, I'm referring.
That's
to
why
the
people are
Patriot
getting a
missile
little hot with you right now, brother. I'm trying to help you out.
I'm trying to
Right?
speak. I'm just trying to say that when we're talking about nuclear bombs and we're talking about other things like that, you have to. When we're talking about inert.
Have you shot a nuclear bomb?
You don't shoot a. You don't shoot
Great.
a bomb.
Great. So can we go back to what we were talking about before the missiles?
But what that
Right?
has to
We're
do
talking
with
about
is-
missiles. Why are we talking about nuclear bombs? Whatever that
I'm
is.
trying to explain something to you. So, in the research and stuff that I did and that I was forced to do, you can go on this Army Pubs, Army.mil, product maps, and pub forums, and you can go look at all the TMs that you want about missile systems and how the world works and what they base it off. I don't know if they base it off of a flat Earth. I don't believe so. I was never told that.
Well, bro, you know what's crazy is that you came in here touting credibility, right? Touting, I learned this shit. I've shot missiles, right? And now we're
Yeah,
here
and we always
asking
shoot
you
them at a
that
curve.
proof. And what you're saying is, well, I go look at the documents. No. We don't want the documents, man. We want you.
You have to
tell
read them.
us.
You know, this isn't just as easy as you want to make it sound. All these little theories and stuff.
It is easy. We just showed you the
What
proof.
theories are you talking about?
Not that
The
easy.
globe theory? Because that's the theory that you're here
That's
to
not
talk
the
about,
theory
right?
that I'm talking about. That's not what I'm saying. You're not listening. You're just talking to me about this.
No,
point
we're
you're trying to
listening.
prove, and I'm not
No,
trying
you
to-
aren't
You have no-
listening.
did you
Just
mute-
the
I'm
proof.
not trying to. I'm
Can
not
we
trying to
mute
prove
him
it.
until he provides evidence? We should just mute him until he provides evidence. Just put your money where your mouth
Yeah,
is.
just mute
That's
me
all you got to
because
do.
That's really gonna.
Again, dude. Nobody's trying to fight you, right? People are getting hot with you because we're asking you direct questions, and what you're telling us is go check out the documents, right? When you were asked
That he hasn't
directly by
read.
Sonny for a document stating that some of this technology is used on a globe, and how, where, why, details.
Yep.
Now you're telling us go look it up. So that's the same thing as somebody coming in here and telling us, oh, of course the Earth is a globe. Just Google it. Right? It's the same shit. That's why people are getting hot with you. I'm just letting you know that's what it is. So
Also, we looked
work that
at
out.
his documents, and the documents didn't have anything to support him. So
We provided documents. We provided them. Well, I didn't personally, but you guys did. And he's not doing shit about it. He's not saying. I don't get it, man. I don't
So you
get these
can go
people
prove your point
sometimes.
more.
What did he provide, Drace? What did he provide?
it's a link to basically nothing. It says nothing about the globe or the Earth. It's just random AMCOM active.
He said he just posted the same thing twice. This guy's stolen valor. He's got to be. There's no way he's X-Mil.
None of
There's
this
no
I can
fucking way.
open or look at further. It's just a page. I'll take a picture and show you guys.
Okay. He posted something else. Simulation. Check this out.
I'm going to email this to myself and I'm going to do a word search. If I don't see curvature, the drop rate in there,
Radar
it's just going to be
simulation.
dismissed.
Yeah, and a study on course.com is that's what you're saying. Steadioncourse.com.
Study on course. What? This is not a .gov website. This is not an Army website. What is this?
No, it's bullshit. Bullshit. Absolute bullshit. I knew it from the
And
beginning. I love these missile
It says
guys.
nothing.
I love
It
the
says
missile
nothing about curve.
Nope, nothing at all. Doesn't say they're using curve. Doesn't say. Oh my god!
Fuck.
What a numpty, man! What a numpty! Go back to Gamma
guess he
Pandas,
left.
bro. Literally, go back to Gamma Pandas because it didn't work. Okay, go tell your buddies it didn't work.
We can let him respond.
Justin's unmuted. Let's hear it.
Justin.
Okay, so the
So-
Army publications thing that I wanted to mention to you guys, these are training doctrines that we use in the Army to do things like Patriot missile defense.
So what? The globe.
So
The globe.
those theories that you're using don't work for those.
I'm not
things.
using a
You're-
theory. I'm asking you for proof that any of the technology is using a spherical rotating Earth.
Again,
And you're going to know, listen, you're going to provide documentation with citation and sources, or you're just going to stay muted. That's my opinion. Because
That's fine.
you're full
I
of
told
shit.
you.
Amen. Amen.
Okay,
Amen.
so
we do not
you're full
need
of shit.
any more
Provide-
Okay, let
fluff
me
talk.
finish. Can I finish?
Provide the
Okay.
documentation.
Yep.
I don't want to hear your rubbish. It's word salad. Doesn't mean anything. All you got is hearsay.
I gave
put
him the
time
chance,
out.
right? I gave him the chance. So.
Lie, and you're lying about your own claim. You lied about it. You said one thing this, and then you obfuscate away and literally lie about what you just claimed. So no, we're not putting up with that here.
It's also peculiar, his little icon of a boy with a crown, claiming to be some military guy who's had all this experience. I wouldn't be surprised if he's a 16-year-old claiming all these things. If asked if radar is line of sight, you have to just type into Google, is radar line of sight? That's
Depends
about
on-
as difficult as that needed to be.
Depends on your feelings. The radar cares
Yes.
about your feelings.
No, well, they kind of. I don't know if you've ever used like a filling putty or something that expands. I've heard them describe radar as like this growing, almost like a dough mix that engulfs over the curvature of the Earth, and then it can send the signal back to itself. So it's like this infinitely growing signal that just overlaps on the sides, and that's why it manages to get around the curve and come back. And it has to be at the 7.6 refraction, and it's like so retarded because it's light.
He posted record details. He posted record details of a technical manual that we've already read through and determined that there's nothing about a curved spinning ball in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Well, I can't even get any of the text. It's just showing like page numbers, but I want to see the actual text. Like this to me just looks like a
Well,
table
there's
of
a
contents.
title. There's some kind of title for another book, but that book has already been dealt with. It's been read through. There's nothing about curve anywhere. So, guy's a bullshitter. Either way.
And honestly, if you've ever been on any long distance flight and you felt yourself sit there on that perfectly flat horizon for hour after hour after hour, and then to descend and land on the other side, there's nothing more provable that it's flat. The only way that you can think it's a ball is if you glance out the window once and you see that there's a tiny bit of curve once, and you never look out that window again for the entire 8-hour flight.
And the curve is caused by the window anyway. So,
because if you've spent any time looking out that window for any duration of time, it should be so obvious that you never flew over any curvature.
and sometimes, you know, when you look out at, like, during the day, if you are looking out at a very wide stretch of land, sometimes the sun's light over the water. I mean, this used to happen with me, right? Before I woke up to the shit, like, there would be part of it would be lit and the other part would not. And I would think that the lit part was curving. It just looked that way because you couldn't see the ground as well. So maybe people get tricked by that too.
This guy's totally a fraud. He's now posting, what did he just? Popsci.com. 10 easy ways you can tell yourself the Earth is not flat.
Really one of those.
That's the
Do you
first
also
thing
have
Google gives you.
my Cosmopolitan horoscope, Justin? Can you also post that, please? I want to read that as well.
Well, good thing we don't have 200 proofs that the Earth is flat or not a rotating ball.
No, we really need one.
Yeah, one black swan proves that they're not all white swans. But having 200 basic proofs, and I think at this point now there's probably 1,000 proofs as to why this cannot be a spinning space pair water ball hurtling around space.
Yeah, so we have Tyler Abdu. Tyler, what's up? Are you there? You have control of your mic? Tyler? I saw you post something in the lobby addressing Mrs. Musk. You want to elaborate?
Oh, what do you say?
Something about watch an eclipse.
Oh, God.
Don't we have a whole channel on eclipses? This guy is telling us to watch an eclipse.
I want to see if he knows even how eclipses work.
Right. Watch a lunar eclipse, sweetie, was his.
Oh.
So,
Okay, Tyler, why don't you talk then? You're so big and bad.
Is he in here? What's up, Tyler Abdu?
Mm-hmm.
Is that you in your picture? I can barely see you. I'm on phone and you're really far away. What channel is he in?
he's in the lobby.
He's here. Oh, in
Oh, I
the
had that
lobby?
channel.
Oh, I thought it
In
was.
the lobby. Yeah, it was in the lobby. He has no
I
rules,
can't
but
see that channel.
he has control of his mic, so he can explain how eclipses work on a ball Earth. Okay.
He even said sweetie. I really wanted him to talk. Oh, well.
should have showed him Branson. Should have showed him Branson stating that Earth looks like a plate.
Did Branson seriously fucking say that?
He said I could see all the continents, although they look distorted the further out. Like,
Wait, hold on.
No,
Branson said he could see all the continents.
All the continents.
I need that. I need that.
What?
Hold on, gentlemen. To be honest, gentlemen, to be honest,
He's gonna
it was
get
a
suicided,
meme.
bro.
It was a tweet. It was a tweet, and it was a meme. It could have been a fake twit. We don't know, but that's what the twit said.
Do you have it by chance? It's in the live stream from yesterday.
Oh,
If he really said that, he's gonna get suicided. Like, no doubt.
No,
He's gonna like, they're gonna Heath Ledger him. They're gonna be like, yeah, he accidentally took some cough syrup, mixed it with something else, and died.
He's just gonna play like Tyson. He's got too much dirt.
You can't see the curve from the beach ball. Fucking A, man.
And Bezos' stunt today was freaking hilarious.
Bezos went to space? Supposedly?
Yeah. Oh, sure, let's call it that. The landing was the best. Thump.
Yeah, let's call it that, because there is no fucking space.
There was no airbag, no cushion, nothing. Just thump.
What?
Like a Ford landing on the ground.
No one got backache. What?
Dude, what?
It just went thump on the ground in the middle of the desert. Like there was no. Supposedly there was supposed to be jets or whatever to help slow it down as it got closer to the ground. But they didn't even have like airbags to cushion the blow or anything. It just went.
They didn't fire the retro
like
rockets.
a fucking Jeep, you know.
They didn't fire the retro rockets.
Oh my god.
Man, you're making my back hurt.
That's just embarrassing.
Oh my god.
Does anyone remember who posted that yesterday? Dang it. I wish I'd saved that shit. Man.
Oh, you're testing my memory. Was it Get Begat?
Yeah, that's just embarrassing. Oh man. So he was like he was acting like he was super up high. And then just dropped. No cushion, no jets, no nothing. Not even a parachute?
And it was so quick. Like the thing took off, separated, the shaft separated from the head. The shaft landed, and then the head banged in the middle of the desert. And the people were sitting in there not moving for the first few minutes. And then next thing you know, the arm starts moving. Then they waited for people to show up with stairs and let them out. It was retarded.
I noticed that, right? I thought, is he dead, right? He's just so still in this chair. I mean, what? Then suddenly they moved, but I thought I saw it hit the ground with 16 miles per hour. Something like that.
Wow.
Could be wrong.
They just don't give a shit anymore.
Maybe
That's
they
what
just
it is.
respect this gangster. They just like, yo, he's Jeff Bezos. He could take it. Just throw him out there. Yeah. Let's not worry about any of that other shit. He could take it. The clown show.
I
And
think
there
they
was
just
no
don't give a
live.
shit anymore.
There was no live footage from inside the head of the thing that they were all in. There was 4 of them inside this thing, and but there was some audio on the
You could
ground.
say it. The head of the penis. It looks like a freaking penis.
And then later they're showing footage, and the guy's upside down with his legs spread, and the other guy's on the other side of the thing. Like I was cracking my ass.
Fucking joke.
Jesus Christ, man. It really is a clown show, like you said.
They had
It's
orange
crazy,
ping pong
man.
balls floating around. They were kicking each other. Like, it looked like they were going to kick each other in the face and everything.
It's like a Jackass stunt. That's like the fucking porta potty stunt from Jackass when they launched it in a catapult.
And you could have
And all that
housed
blue
20
shit got
people
all
and-
over him.
housed 20 people and fed many more with that money instead. But nope, look what I did.
Yeah. Nope. Fucking disappointing. That's kind of true with all celebrities, though. You know, they're so wealthy, but instead of helping people, they just kind of get more famous. That's their whole goal. You'd think that'd be the reason why people stop watching celebrities. They're starting to, but no, it's because of Weinstein. That one incident with Weinstein was like, oh, all celebrities are bad. It's like, no, he's one of the reasons, but there's others.
Well, the thing that floors me is I could lend a buddy $50 and he can't pay it back for a year and a half. But as soon as there's 3,500 fans allowed to go watch the fucking Montreal Canadiens face off against whoever, they got a $4,000 ticket. Like, and why are you even going? Like, that's a way overpriced and you're going because they're letting you? Like, how stupid.
Just watch it on TV. It's that easy. A lot of these things that you pay for, I'm noticing I call them idiot taxes.
At the beginning of this massive hoax, when they were selling seats for cutouts of your image, if the football hits your image or if the baseball hits your image, we'll send the ball to you.
What the fuck?
For like $300 a seat and shit. And then the next game, oh, now Sam wants to buy that seat with the cutout in it. Let's just put a picture of Sam over a picture of Susie. Another $300.
That's such a scam.
Yeah.
I didn't even hear about that until you just told me.
Yeah, and they're different cutouts. Like some could be waving the pom-pom or whatever, Some have the horn. Some are holding beers. Like you're really there.
It's creepy. Creepy fucking weird.
And those same numbnuts that are paying $300 for that cutout are going, fuck people wanting change from me in the street starving, and fuck people on welfare, and screw fucking single parents. I hate people asking for handouts. But they're wasting $300 on a cutout.
Yep. People don't think about stuff like that. They got a one-track mind. Disappointing. I'm guilty of that, though. What can I say? Any more Glovers in here? Or was it the last one for now? Jim, 66%. Mic out, dude.
Come on, Globers. We'll be nice this time. We promise.
Jim is a flat earther. We talked to him.
If you still think you're a hairless monkey on a spinning ball, come talk to us, y'all.
Yeah, we have Complete Self joined us. Maybe he has questions.
3 points participant.
So,
what does that mean?
So
they've answered the 3-point question. Sorry, Elijah or whoever that was.
Right. We ask people 3 questions and make them understand that their understanding of the globe model is just a belief.
Oh, so like the 3 big arguments: curvature, motion, and it's the last one.
Gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, that one.
Pressurized.
That kind of
system
ties
next
in.
to pressurized system next to a vacuum without a container.
I mean, motion kind of ties into the whole space thing, right? In a way. Like the whole motion of Earth, or lack of it, it ties into the whole space thing, in a way. Because if the Earth, I mean, if there's no space, what is the Earth moving? Nothing. So it doesn't move.
That's it. I'm writing a strongly worded letter.
To who?
Oh, is he still bullshitting? I'm gonna photocopy it and I'm gonna friggin' fax it off to all of them. Do faxes still work?
Oh shit, he left. But you have to use rotary phone technology, so because that's the best. I mean, go all the way to the moon. Come on.
Ma, get that old phone out of the drawer in the kitchen.
That's the hands down that rotary phone, man.
We just got a new person joining us, Giovanni. He has got a few questions, so maybe you guys want to talk to him.
Oh, we jump.
Was it Johnny? Welcome to the server. You're coming in a little low if you want to turn yourself up.
He jumped. He was named Giovanni. He dropped out. Hopefully he'll be back.
My bad. Sorry. Shit, that monkey looks like he's doing 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. Oh my god.
How the fuck is he doing that without breaking his arms?
I don't know. I can't even look at it. I get dizzy even looking at that. So, that's how I know. That's another reason I know I'm not spinning, because if I get dizzy looking at that, can you imagine 1,000 miles an hour at the surface? No thanks. That's something I would like to be able to do. Like trying to search through like things, because that meme, and I wish I had captured that meme, but I can't seem to find it, which really sucks.
Yo, quick question. Who is Richard Branson? I have no idea who that is.
He's a numbnut that was knighted by the Queen. He's a numbnut that was knighted by the Queen a number of years back. He's killed a few people trying to send them to the outer edge of space in the past. And recently, he's done some naked windsurfing, like with the the parasail and the surfboard. He's done some naked stuff like that once, and he owns Virgin, the radio station or the brand, the mobile phone company, and all that.
It was a record label first. Yep.
Yeah, and he's just a basic all-around douchebag. You know, like
I
those
remember
guys you
Virgin
see
Records.
wearing they wear the bench coats and they got the collar flipped up, so you know it's a bench coat. He's like one of those types of people.
I don't even know what a bench coat is, but it sounds douchey.
It's a skiing brand, I believe. Brand name.
Oh.
So these douchebags buy them that've never seen a snow hill in their life or a snowboard, or maybe that's all they do is snowboarding, so they wear bench everywhere.
Yeah, snowboarding's pretty cool. I always fall off though.
I can't stand both my feet stuck
Here
solid
we
like
go.
that.
Here's an image of him carrying a naked lady. Well, this is mainstream, I think, so I don't think there's any problem. You can't see anything. That's probably okay. Anyway, we didn't do it. He did.
Wow.
Would you let this guy send you into space?
No.
Is that real?
How the fuck did this guy get knighted?
Hell yeah, it's real.
Oh, he probably paid. He probably paid for that, or joined.
You could pay to get knighted.
Yeah, you buy a piece of land and
He might have joined. He might have joined the Ninth Circle, which is a crazy satanic cult. If you haven't researched that rabbit hole. Anyways, who knows how he got knighted, but maybe he went down on the Queen.
Looks like he got his ass kicked, if you ask me.
That's the point. You know why they attacked that eye. You want to know why?
Mm-hmm.
Anyone know?
No.
Why they do what?
Why they always attack your left eye?
Don't know exactly.
Well, the reason they attack the left eye is because it's connected to your right brain, right? So your right eye is connected to your right brain. I mean, your left brain, duh. So your right brain is the brain of,
the bigger picture. I'm an extremely right brain. The bigger picture, putting dots together where most people, left brain people, wouldn't see these connections. Where I see them all the fucking time. It's been a blessing and a curse.
That's the thing, right versus left brain.
So they punch you in your left eye to reduce mutiny, to reduce rebellion, to reduce creativity and imagination.
Well, isn't your right brain
spiritually
like
trapped?
critical thinking?
What do you say?
Like your right brain is responsible for critical thinking.
Your right brain is responsible, I believe, for critical thinking. But that's why they do it. They don't always do it. They do it if they like. They basically do it if they consider you like a grunt, and that you're never going to be anything but a grunt. They also do it sometimes to higher ups. Once in a while, they'll do it to higher ups if they consider them to be part of the so-called right-eyed cult, the right-eyed clan, out of Canaan and Israel. Not Israel. Israel. Anyway. Just a little history for you.
Douchebag, the fucking right eye should match the left, and his nuts should be hurting. There should be a tube coming out of his arm to feed him.
Yeah. Seems like a real piece of shit. It's definitely in the club, Brian said. Rest in power, George Carlin. Sorry if you guys can hear my chewing. I'm having some seasoned Marizano tomatoes. Just grew them out of the garden that I got here.
Can't even hear it.
There's starving kids all around the world listening to this, and you just told them you're eating. Wow, what a guy.
No more Glovers, huh?
You see the shadows in that meme? Like, that was a well done meme, man. You even see the old lady's shadow on the wall. Like,
no, hold on.
maybe
yeah. That is really good.
It could be a young lady, but she's walking her dog.
That's really well done. You know what? You know how they did this? So you see the lower leg? You see her lower leg, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So she's standing on a platform that's green screened.
Yeah, yeah.
Very clever. And they just turned it sideways. It's very clever.
You can see like the shadow from the parking meter even going to the wall where her hand's holding the shadow of the parking meter in her hand. And
that's really good. That's really well edited.
The shadow of the leash.
Yeah. What the fuck?
But I mean, the day the Earth spun, dude. 1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
And the parking meter's bent. It's like bending in her direction. That's really well done. Finding Elon Musk in his kitchen. Musk is a fucking retard, bro. I'm telling you. Musk is genuinely a fucking retard. Like, Bezos is kind of smart.
I wouldn't even give Elon Musk $100 of my money to invest for me.
I don't think anyone. I shouldn't say that. I think everyone he works with manages his money, manages his tweets. I think he's just a figurehead. Dude is a retard, man. Have you seen the relationship with his wife? It's fucking embarrassing. Embarrassing. And he acts like it's totally fine.
Careful, she could be listening. She might be in the live stream right now.
Ooh. I'm so scared.
I'm joking. It's one of our valued members. She named herself Mrs. Musk. Anyways.
Oh, that's fun. Oh, shit. I just got that. My bad, Lady Musk. Musk is a genius. He banks off idiots while being an idiot. Yeah. Yeah, he is kind of smart in that way, but I don't know. Maybe he's just a good actor. But anytime you see him like candid outside of his speeches, or anytime you see him doing anything off the script, it's retarded. Like below normal cognition.
Come on.
It's just something wrong with him. Come on, man.
Come on.
You know the thing.
Tire was made by which material?
Jimmy's saying he saw pics of Musk and Ghislaine Maxwell.
I think the GHIS is pronounced Gee. Gee's the male version. Ghislaine is the female version, kind of like Elaine. So
Is there Elaine from else?
Well,
Ghislaine Maxwell Ghislaine.
Fucking with these vacuum gifts, dude. It's just fucking multiple gifts.
Well, the vacuum of space, you know.
This is like multiple gifts of people getting the Mike Wazowski treatment.
I like the fire one. There's another one where there's just a little bit of flame left, like he's just finishing vacuuming up the fire.
How is that even possible? Where the fuck does it go? It just goes out? I don't understand how that works. Oh shit, yeah. That's Spaceball's gift. So let me get this straight, right? So she's standing on a dome, sucking up all the air. Right?
Yeah, apparently Mel Brooks figured out that in order for this joke to work, the air would have to be contained. Yeah.
And it looks, when she's sucking the air, it looks like a rail being lifted off the mountains when the snow gets lifted up. And then when they use the power of the Schwartz to go from suck to blow, everything gets pushed back down under.
The Schwartz. Feel the Schwartz in you, inside you. Fucking great movie.
I hate yogurt.
I hate it. I hate it.
They jammed us. Raspberry.
Comb the desert.
Only one man would dare give me the raspberry.
We ain't found shit.
Star. I love that movie.
Yo, guys, comb the desert. What did you find?
We ain't found shit.
When did that come out? Was that 80s or 70s? I don't remember. Or was that 90s? Some kind of old movie. Oh yeah, that skeleton one's good.
Remember when they teleport Mel Brooks and he's got his pants on backwards and pretending his butt's facing forward?
Yeah, I remember that. Bro. Oh man, that scene actually scared me as a kid. Like, I was like, oh my god, no. How did that happen? It was like body horror. Flat Earth Flyer. What does that mean? Does he fly a lot? It's pretty cool. Could use someone like that. Fucking, yo, Flatman can. Yeah. He was like, "What does that make us?" Nothing. It's like all that shit didn't even matter. It was like the biggest plots. It was like the only plot twist in the movie.
I wish they
get
still
retcon 3 seconds later.
Well, no, because remember the other plot twist when he goes to shake his hand and I can't believe it. I got the ring. He fell for the old shake the hand trick.
Yeah.
Fooled you.
You gotta say it right. Fooled you. I can't believe it, man. You fell for the oldest trick in the book. Oh, man.
When was the last time they made a slapstick movie like that, man? They don't make them like that anymore.
Really don't.
What, you mean funny?
Yeah.
'Cause they still try. They just don't make them funny anymore. That's the problem.
Fucking Gene Wilder. He was in 2 like hysterical movies. He was in that I can remember. He was in Young Frankenstein, and then the Mel Brooks one he was in was Blazing Saddles. I remember that one. Fucking
another classic.
Fantastic.
They lost the technology. They lost the technology to be funny, and it's a painful process.
Yeah, I miss those old type of movies like Robin Hood, Men in Tights, and they don't still make those slapstick stupid movies anymore.
That was another Mel Brooks movie, I think. Men in Tights.
Today's launch made me think of the Austin Powers scene where the ship almost looked identical.
Is that a big penis?
On the radar, sir. I seem to have a giant Johnson.
That was hilarious.
Good shit.
It's not a gas giant. It's a giant Johnson.
Yeah.
No, wasn't that one of the guys' names in the room? He's, sir, yes, sir. After he says Johnson.
Yeah.
They
I
keep
remember that.
like switching the names around, like using different metaphors, you know?
Yeah.
So good.
I
Really
am
have
your
no more
father's
GE.
brother's nephew's cousin's former roommate. But what does that make us? Absolutely nothing. Which is what you are about
Yeah.
to become.
Classic.
We go home and watch Spaceballs now, man. Damn it.
Isn't it on Netflix or something? I don't remember.
I don't know. I haven't seen it in years.
Man, there's really no more GEs in there. One more. Justin, did you just join?
Yeah. I'm just eating right now.
Oh.
The lobby's popping with Globers.
Oh, Justin. Person I want.
Yeah. So we have
Justin, do you remember? Justin, I'm sorry. I'll be done quick. Justin, do you remember who put the TikTok link or showed the image of Branson saying he saw all the continents? Do you remember who that was by chance?
Oh no.
Yeah.
It was a twit. A Twitter twit.
I remember them talking about it, but I can't remember the link.
Yeah, I
may
thought it
be
was
here if you
TikTok.
search for
Anyway.
it.
Yeah, I've been searching for a while. I'm going
Oh.
back through the stream too. All right, I'll recede.
Damn it.
Parquito,
Wish I knew something about it.
Parquito, get verified, and then hop in this VC. You can't talk yet because you don't have any roles. So get verified and then come back, man.
Where is he? What's his name?
He just left. Parquito.
I can unmute him in here.
Ah, he already left.
Yeah, we have CRL, but he's deafened.
Mm-hmm.
And he's in the
talking to
lobby.
live stream. Also,
Yeah, he's-
are all the other planets flat too? That's his last thing that he said.
Are all the other planets
Yeah.
triggered?
Yeah.
Hey, what
I'm gonna say,
other
well,
planet?
First, tell me what a planet is, and then you can talk.
Yo,
Have you verified one?
Yo, complete self. You're unmuted. What's up, dude?
what's happening?
What's
It's
that?
goody.
Oh, chilling.
Good.
As you should.
Likewise.
Why are you here, man? What brings you here?
The same reason that brings all of us together. The same one.
No, what is that reason? Hello.
Yo,
What is that reason?
why are you here?
Why am I here?
Yeah.
Yeah, for the truth, really. Although I've been in this shit for like a year, I joined the server very recently.
Yeah, likewise. I've been in it for like 2 years and just got verified.
Good for you, bro.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't in the server for a year. I was reading the wiki.
Hmm.
I was reading the wiki, watching some YouTube
Yeah.
for like a year.
Welcome. Complete self.
Thanks.
So what do you think about the shape of the Earth?
Man, the shape changes every day.
Okay.
What shape would that be?
A big blob, you know. That's all I could express it in words.
I see.
Yeah.
And well, here's the thing. So I know that like some people they talk about the nature of the world in how they view it spiritually, right? How they view it in during their meditations. But what we're talking about here is how do you view it tangibly? How do you view it physically? What do you think the Earth is like physically? That's really what we're asking.
And that's interesting. But you got to take into account how each individual views it depends on their viewpoint, which means that everybody has a different viewpoint.
The problem with this complete self is that not everyone's viewpoint is correct. So what we're looking for is the correct viewpoint. And what we're asking is what yours is.
All right. My viewpoint is that it's a disc, but at the same time it has this curvature, not like a sphere, but it's not flat as you know, like straight flat. If that makes sense.
Well, obviously not. I mean, we have mountains and stuff.
I
so
just had to be
it's not.
specific. Yeah, I just had to put it that way.
So
yeah,
here's the thing, man. The problem with the whole disk theory, right? That's something the Flat Earth Society likes to push, but it doesn't add up in reality because we do not move, first of all, and second, assuming you're talking about a disk without a container, there's no vacuum of space, so that kind of eliminates the whole disk theory, doesn't it?
right. Hey, hold up though. You went a step too far. You said what was the first thing you said?
The first thing I said is that the Earth does not move.
Yeah. Do we move? Like
we do not move. No.
Ain't that interesting right there?
It is interesting, isn't it? Because it defies what a lot of people have been told their whole life. Voice crack, damn it. But it defies what a lot of people have been told their whole life, right? Which is that we move. We're constantly rotating and flying through an empty void of space at a gorillion miles an hour, but simply isn't the case.
No.
So I'm going to ask you again, what is your viewpoint with that out of the way?
What is my viewpoint? My viewpoint hasn't finished. Hasn't finished yet. I'm still compiling my viewpoint.
He's still processing. Are you aware of the live stream voice text where people will post pertinent information to your conversation?
What was that?
Are you aware of the live stream voice text where people will post information pertinent to the conversation? It's just above or underneath where you see join voice.
Oh, okay. I'm not aware, but I'll check it out. Oh yeah. I see what you're saying.
You'll see the guy jumping off the subway.
I see him.
Yeah. So as you're having a conversation with whomever you're speaking with, other people in the server will post pertinent information there to the topic. Might help you understand the topic better.
That's what's up. Got it. Cool.
If you look above, something else also. Do not look that guy, burning guy.
Yeah, holy shit. I don't even know what that's related to. But anyway. So, complete that.
Yeah, do you already have a certain viewpoint, or are you still compiling?
Well, yeah, I already have a certain viewpoint because I've done repeatable and verifiable tests anyone can do, and the reason I know they're repeatable and verifiable is because I did them.
So you found curvature, or is this
no?
a
I
flat
did not
Earth
find
story?
curvature.
Oh, sorry.
No, this is a flat Earth story.
I'm a stoner.
Keep thinking
I'm
of
going
Clover.
back on mute. I'm going back on mute. I'm stoner.
No, I did tests myself, and I didn't detect any motion. You can detect motion during earthquakes using a seismograph, but that's pretty much the only time it moves. So I didn't detect any motion. I didn't detect any curve. And a vacuum of space violates natural gas laws. So what do you say to that?
I say out of all the experiments and testing you did, which one stood out the most for you? Which one said you in the
probably
flat
the
plane.
lack of curve.
Yeah.
Lack of curve and lack of motion.
So complete self, when did you experience the Earth as a ball Earth?
I have yet to experience it. How about yourself?
Well, I can say that everybody here in this room experienced the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth. Right? You never see curvature, you never feel motion.
That's actually what I wanted to ask.
I see.
So I wanted to ask you: do you ever experience motion, complete self? That's really what I wanted to get to.
Well, that's why I stopped you when you said those two things earlier, because you said first we're not in motion. The Earth is not in motion. So that right there, says a lot.
Well, what do you think? Are we?
I think words, as far as motion wise, it don't describe it. As far as moving, yeah, like you said, there's earthquake, there's movement, there's all kinds of what we describe in this language movement.
How about the rotation?
That's the only movement that we detect.
It's like the pixels right now that of all the gifs on the that you guys posted right now.
You're getting too abstract.
You could say they're moving, but there is no motion being taken place.
Let me bring you back to Earth, buddy. All right, you're getting a little too abstract. Let's stick to the facts.
You said bring me back to Earth.
Exactly. Pun intended. So, we don't detect any motion anywhere. Nobody does, except during earthquakes. That's really the only earthquakes and maybe a volcano explosion.
Let's be specific then, right? So we don't detect the actual rotation of the Earth spinning at 1,000 miles per hour around the equator. Okay.
Thanks for the specification. Yeah, I was about to get even more technical.
Okay, so you don't feel it, right? And we can't detect it. So why would you then think we're still rotating? Or do you think that?
Yeah, my thoughts haven't gone there yet.
Okay.
I need a reason for such a thing. You got any reason?
That is the reason. The reason is that there is a lack of proof. There's a lack of reason for motion. There is no reason for us to be rotating because there's no evidence of it.
No, for motion it is the lack. Yeah, but I'm saying reason for me to think that.
That's your reason. That's your reason right there, is that there is a lack of rotation. There you go. You understand? Like I said before, we're not talking abstractly.
I see.
All right? We're not talking abstractly. We're not talking about what you may see, what gods may visit you. We're talking about what's here, tangible, real, physical. Right? What's in reality?
Is what's physical and what's reality the same?
In this case, yeah. I'll define them as the same. Sure.
So you would
for this
say
conversation.
it's case by case. You're saying it's case by case, and in this case,
no, you're saying it's case by case. I'm saying it's the same everywhere, and people simply deny it. You were the one who said it was case by case.
You just said in this case. You said that.
Yeah, because the claims that you guys talk about are physical claims, right? He's not saying everything is physical just because if it's physical, it has to be reality. What he's saying is the claims that he is talking about right now, like axial rotation, curvature, those are physical. And they need to be physical in order for them to be validated. You get that?
Right. I'm with that definition with what you said. I just wanted to hear what you guys think as far as your opinion or your thoughts on is physical, was tangible, same thing as reality. What do you guys think?
All right, well, that is what we think. So, do you agree or disagree?
Are your thoughts physical?
That's a good question.
That's kind of what I'm asking right there.
Well,
no,
why don't you answer? They're not physical, but they are in reality, right? So don't try to straw man them.
Not at all. Simple is just he said what is physical, what is reality, but reality and physical is two different things. Is what we're coming into conclusion, right?
And I get that, but he was being very specific, right, about the physical claims that the Earth makes, the globe makes, right?
Like, can something spherical in reality be flat?
And depends on what dimension we would view it in.
Shut up and listen to his question.
In that what doesn't matter even, but let's say in that dimension what it is, but doesn't matter dimension.
Yeah, because there's many ways to view it. You know, like in second dimension.
Listen me now. I will put it back. Can some ball be flat? Can some basketball, football ball, any kind of ball be flat?
If it doesn't have air, my friend, the answer is yes. It can be.
Okay, can an air-filled fucking basketball be flat? Now you're pissing me off.
How spherical object can be flat? How spherical object can be flat? Tell me that. If it's something spherical, it is spherical. If it's something flat, it's flat.
Yes.
Do you understand that?
A sphere cannot be flat unless you view it with.
Sphere cannot be flat in any kind of situation. Do you understand that?
Do you understand this? When you draw a sphere, it's flat because you drew it on a paper. But yet, when you're drawing the sphere,
physical spheres, not abstract conceptual spheres.
When you put sphere in reality, why it's flat?
A sphere in reality or a sphere physically cannot be flat. It'll become a circle.
In reality, it is flat. That I'm wondering.
Huh?
Why it's flat in reality?
When you say reality, you mean physical, right?
I mean on the earth.
In real life.
He just wants to play word games the whole fucking time.
From the space,
not at all.
It's curving, and from the ground, it's not curving.
In physical, it wouldn't be a sphere.
Why the earth from the space it's curving, and from the ground it's not curving?
That question you asking, maybe I'm not getting. Yeah. What
Did you know that Earth is not curving? Because we have examples of that Earth is not curving. You can see that in that GIF. What you said.
Yeah.
I posted 4 GIFs. You have black on there.
You might think I'm a glober or something, but you.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I didn't realize still what you are.
Yeah. When you asked that, I remember those snowflake things you shake. You know, it's like flat on the bottom, and then it has that dome, and then you shake it up, and then it looks like it's snowing. You know, I think that's what you're describing, or what?
No, I'm describing the time on the beach, and in one point, the Earth should to drop, but it's not dropping. That's my point. I don't play with the snow and flakes. You know.
Yeah, no, I noticed. I noticed. There were some videos.
I don't play with the discs. I don't play with the fairy tale stories. I don't play with Santa Claus. I don't play with vacuums of space. I don't play with the galaxies. I don't play with that.
What do you play with?
With reality.
All right.
Cool. Rovers on Mars.
All right. So I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna ask you one more fucking time, and then that's gonna be it. I'm gonna consider you totally lost. Do you, or do you not, experience motion of Earth yourself, outside of earthquakes, volcanoes, and what have you? By default, do you experience motion of Earth? Yes or no?
Not by default, but like I said, I'm still compiling my viewpoint. But like I say, no. Simple, no. Not by default.
Okay, then. That is what we consider reality.
Yeah, but my point of view or viewpoint hasn't been, fully established. Like I said, I'm still gathering all my viewpoints, all my experiments, and
hey,
all
aren't
the
we
things
all?
that. Well, you said you were finished with yours. You already have a viewpoint, right?
Yeah, but none of this is about view. Listen, none of this is about viewpoints or opinions. None of what we do here, anyway. Maybe what you do, but none of what we do here is about opinions or my point of view. We're only talking about the empirically provable through measurement, observation, or experiment. And I don't think you know what an experiment is. So I would stop throwing the word around.
All right. Everything that you just mentioned can only become an experiment or thing as such when you do it yourself. You can't be an observer and say that it's an experiment to you when you didn't experiment to yourself. It's two different things to be an observer than to do the experiment yourself. If
Just
you're an
answer the
observer,
question. Okay, I guess you already did.
you didn't ask.
So you're not.
You didn't,
So
you
you're
didn't
not
ask.
moving. So you're not moving. How about curvature? Do you experience curvature in your everyday life?
He considers the Earth a disk.
I don't consider Earth a disk.
Oh my!
Get
the fuck out of here.
Neither do we. Where did you get this thing from?
Yeah,
Wait a
where are
minute.
you getting that, man?
I gotta put a stop to this. So where did you get this disc idea from, bro?
Idea? Didn't you hear that guy just said?
No one said disc here. Sorry.
Who told you it was a disc, or where did you read? Stop talking for a minute, especially in the middle of my sentence. Okay, where did you get this disc idea from? Did you read it from somewhere? Did someone tell you that? Where?
I don't know what disc you're referring to.
Where did you get the idea of Earth as a disc? You got it from somewhere. I'm asking you where.
This guy's a liar. He brought it up before. When he first joined, he brought it up.
Where'd you get the disc idea? Where'd you get it?
I haven't gotten any disc ideas. What are you talking about?
You are a liar.
Well, you said it.
Are you lying about what you just told us about the disc?
Where did you get your disc idea?
Shut the fuck up about the disc. Where'd you get the idea? You can't answer the question?
Get him out.
Answer the question. Where'd you get the idea of the disc? You got one more chance.
Yeah, you were the first one to mention.
Let him answer. Where did you get the idea of the disc from, bro?
You gave it to me right now.
And before that, he called it a blob. I was
Bye. Bye.
Clown.
Fucking liar. Beyond a clown. Just a fucking liar. I gave him so many chances, too. And you did, too.
This one seemed a little bit legitimately slower minded.
Agreed.
Yeah.
That it's painful every day, and that sometimes it's a disc and sometimes it's a globe.
Yeah.
Fucking blob Earth. I've never heard that one. I gotta add that role to my server. Blob Earther. Holy shit. That's rich.
Glob.
He said it phases, it goes through phases, it can change between spherical and flat. Rotund
Depending,
and flat. I mean,
yeah, depending on the development of your point of view. It depends on the development of your point of view. So I guess it changes shape when your point of view changes.
The fuck? Insanity. It's delusion.
Put on the paper, he said it can be flat.
One day it might be one thing. One day it
Let's
might
put
be
that on
another.
the paper.
Delusional at the end of the day.
I mean, that doesn't happen to you guys. You don't go outside to your car and one day it's a freaking motorcycle, and then it's like a helicopter the next day. Like,
yeah,
that doesn't happen to you guys. I mean, is that just me?
And your viewpoint.
It's happening right now. I'm driving the car, chocolate. I'm in helicopter. Real. I see the moon.
Yeah.
No. It's just your viewpoint, man.
It's just like your opinion, man. Whatever.
Dude.
He deafened. He doesn't want to hear it anymore. He doesn't want the smoke.
Yeah, so we have QDPal. QDPal, I'm going to mute you. Welcome, QDPal, to the server. How are you doing? QDPal?
Quid Pal, what's up? He's
So
gone.
if you're, did he talk?
Yeah, he left. Sonorando. Holy shit.
Whoa.
What up? I didn't think you were here, bud.
Nah, I was just chilling out. Well, cleaning my shit in my house today, so.
Remember when I
Yeah.
roasted you to shit and made you cry the other day?
Oh, really, Anubis? Really? Lies. I've not cried. I've not cried since I was 10. I'm too emotionally scarred from that. I have no tear ducts. No, legit, one of them got burnt off when I was a kid, so I can't cry from one eye.
Oh shit! How'd that happen?
I got too close to the fire and put my I don't know. I put my face too close to the fire. I was trying to get a stick and then flame washed in my face and I was like, my eye. So I've got kind of a crappy one, well, a shitty right eye ish. It sees fine though.
Huh. Oh, you live and you learn, I guess.
Yeah. It was my fault. I put my face on a fucking fire, so you know, like my parents were they were concerned, but you know, it's like you're an idiot. It's like, yeah, okay. I can't lie. It's true. Yeah. You alright though, Anubis?
What?
You alright? All life is well?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Decent.
Ow. Moses here. Says who? I gotta ask you about that avatar, bro. It's cool. I've always been into old maps. Too shy? Alright.
I'm still pondering about Blob Earth.
Don't try. It'll drive you nuts, like it did that guy.
So Earth is a glob, unless I draw a circle on a piece of paper, and Earth is a flat disk on a piece of paper.
So we had a liar. I mean, the guy that came in and claimed to be a rocket button pusher, right? He pushed buttons for rockets. Studied 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had a guy that told us Earth is a blob.
Interesting day. Is it always like this?
No.
No, today is good.
It is good. It's perfect.
Typical flat Earth day for us.
That's a great one. Memorable.
Well, I push a button for rockets, so Earth is a ball. I mean, what can you say to that, right?
Look, I just work here, man. They tell me they're going to the ISS and that it's a ball. That's all I know, but
What's amazing to me is this like pseudo confidence. You know, like, I mean, I just can't understand what people are thinking. It really evades me. Like a Glober coming in to talk about rocketry or something like that in the military. Like, you're coming out to a flat Earth server, and when we ask you what the radius is, you didn't even know.
Right. Hilarious.
So what do you?
It's hilarious.
Yeah. So what are you gonna? Yeah. So what are they gonna defend with? They don't think they need to. I think that's the whole point. They don't think they need to.
Well, they become big Earthers, right? So they subscribe to this big Earth theory, where the Earth is too big to measure curvature.
Yeah, that's like a last resort. That's like exit stage left. When you get painted into a corner, they have all these little exit things. Talk about pushing buttons.
Yeah.
Push the trapdoor. Push the trapdoor to Big Earth. Escape to there. It's literally. It's like that.
The better trapdoors, but we just can't know anything.
You know what the real killer
ever.
is? You know, you thought Big Earth theory was bad. You heard the Tiny Earth theory? Ever heard that one?
It's too.
Where
No.
you show them a pic of like a really low altitude, like obviously trick lensed picture, right? And they say, "Oh yeah, you know, you're pretty high up."
Oh, shit.
Call that Tiny Earth.
Where are the Globers at?
I don't think they're here, bro.
Trying to find their globe.
Stu Unger, talk, man.
Yeah, Miggy, you missed a guy that called Earth a blob.
No kidding.
Yeah. And a guy that pushed buttons to launch rockets that didn't know the radius. That's fine.
I think he thought that
he didn't even know if radar was line of sight or not. And he was in the game for 3 years.
X-Mill.
He's used to the conversation starting with, I shoot rockets, and everyone goes, ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly what that was, Solar. Yep. He's like, he came in with the credentials on the shoulder. Like, yep, military, baby. I shot rockets. What y'all got?
Yep. It's called leading.
Find out what y'all got.
Been fighting.
Is radar line of sight? I'll get the TM for you. What?
I don't know. Gee whiz.
I'm over here launching rockets, man. What have you guys been doing?
Bro, what you doing?
I like that position.
Yeah. 3 years, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Using radar? Is that line of sight? Oh, no. I don't know.
Huh?
I'll get the TM for you.
Yeah.
Just that question. Is radar line of sight? Well, I didn't work in the radar division.
I like that. Yeah, that obfuscation tactics.
I guess I can live with it.
Yeah. I don't know, some other guy with a higher.
It was first it was the magical the silence that you get, and then like 2 minutes later, so I was like, hello, you know, it's like, oh yeah, I'm sorry, I was doing something. Magically, they're always doing something. They always get real busy when a serious, direct question is asked that would destroy their whole thing. Yeah. It's funny how that works.
Yes.
What was the blob about? I wasn't here.
For youngest, my mother is calling me.
Blobber.
I just love it when they come in here and we're like, do you have any questions? I love it when they're like, have any of you ever been on a plane? Nope, none of us.
Nope. No. We should start saying that. Nope, we've never flown ever. None of us ever.
Planes
What's that
are
about?
fake,
Tell us
man.
all about it.
You're like, why? What happens when you're on a plane? Tell me.
Yeah.
Aren't we all on a plane?
You see more flat. That's the problem.
Okay, your smart ass isn't welcome when they come in here and ask that question.
Yeah. Hey, so we got Napalm in here. Was asking a question. Napalm, are you there?
Yeah. No, I was just saying, aren't we all on a plane?
Oh. There's
Smart
new
ass.
faces in here. Napalm, are you new to this server? Or you been here a while?
Yeah, no, I'm new. I came on last night.
All right. So what is your opinion of the shape of the Earth, man?
It's a geocentric stationary plane.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should.
Because I hardly there's new faces that are coming in here. I don't know where they stand. We got a few new faces, don't we?
Geocentric is just a loaded word because the way that most people believe geocentrism is that it's still spherical, but that the sun and the moon are moving around.
It's in the center of
But
the
you did say a flat plane, so I guess you corrected that.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I just think it's a good description that people might understand.
So what took you so long to find this place?
Just took me it just took me a while to actually hop on here.
bro.
I've actually
Took you so long, bro. We've been waiting, bro. What's going on? You've been slacking.
Yeah, don't let it happen again. Man.
Sorry, man. My name's an anagram, so my first name, there's too many people in the movement that already have it. So I figured, I don't want to be the 15th Nathan,
You're a Nathan. I got you.
I'm looking for the next confident glober. If you're out there on live stream and the YouTube listening in, if you can come in here and tell me how you know for certain that the Earth is a globe, that'd be swell.
Well, I love that question today where a guy jumped in. The guy jumped in and he said, well, explain to me, how do flights work on a flat Earth? Like he had this nail in the coffin question. And it's like, well,
Gotcha.
have you got 5 minutes?
My calendar, 2021. Yeah, it's 2015 arguments. Yeah.
The guy earlier was like, well, how do sunsets work on a flat Earth? Oh, shit.
The sunset?
Yeah. These questions, though, man, like...
Mickey, do you want to hear a new one? Why the shadow is going on the Mount Everest from the top
Oh,
down
damn it.
up?
Yeah. What mountain was that? I don't know. Was that Everest? I don't think it was.
Yeah. What the fuck is that?
No, I think it's Mount.
That's an old dude. That's some like 2018, 17 meme. That's an old meme.
Yeah, it's about 17, I think. Maybe late 17, 18.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Because I remember arguing that like a lot, man, for a while, for a minute. It was like a month straight. We're talking about that stupid meme.
But anytime that they ask that question, how could this work on a flat Earth? The Earth is flat, measures flat, the water's flat. So everything is working on a flat Earth. You just simply don't have the imagination to follow along with my discussion. But it is working on a flat Earth. Like they were talking about equatorial mounts. How can an equatorial mount work on a flat? It is. It's tracking an axis of what's moving above it. If the object below it was moving, you'd have fuzzy footage. So it has to be the other thing. Yeah.
But they use images like that mountain with the shadow and all that other shit. And you're like, okay.
Mount Rainier.
I don't care what you're showing me, these pictures and all that. Did you find a curvature? Because that's what we got to do before we start talking about what you think this is. And if you did, then we can talk about it. But if not, then you got a problem, right? Because if there's no curve, there's no ball, no globe. It's not going to be shining like it would on a globe because you don't know if it's a globe or not. So how are you then presenting this like it's evidence of something if you can't even find the curve? You know what I mean? Like you gotta lay it to them like that because they want to come with these little gotcha memes. That's old and busted, man. Like, where's the curve at, man? Like, let's start there.
Spit that line, bro. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth. That's the conversation. I wasn't playing when I said that shit. That's the conversation.
They have that with the tide because they're asking how tides work on flat Earth, and they don't have answer how tides work on the globe.
Yeah, exactly. You tell them, well, how do they work? You got something in the hopper? You know how they work? Go ahead and tell me. They're like, the moon's pulling the water. All right, man. Where's the evidence for that? Go ahead. I'll wait.
But everybody knows that.
That's the answer. Everybody knows, man. Come on.
Everybody knows that. Yeah, that moon is doing it. I know that also. I know that all my life.
You ever notice how the
what's
evidence?
Hilarious? I was talking to a coworker the other day, and we were talking about that nonsense with the tides and the moon, gravity bullshit. So she's like, "Yeah, the tides. It's because the moon. It's that the gravity is pulling the water." I was like, "Oh, the 1/6 gravity of the moon. All right, that's cool. Let's say that's accurate. What's going on with the air in between the moon and the water?" She just looked at me like, "Oh shit. Oh, doesn't it make sense? I mean, why was so the moon's gravity is going to go right through the atmosphere and affect all the water, but not the air that it just went through?
Problem.
How does that work? How does that work?" She just looked at me like, "All right, so you just gave me a headache again. Okay, thanks."
She's gonna be calling you.
You should have told her you just played yourself, man. That's what you did.
She does it every day, man. She wants to holler at me every day about this shit. And then I'll say something, and she's like, "I have a headache now. I can't deal with you."
Yeah, that's all right.
All right. I'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah.
Not a problem.
Oh, but how could you explain a tidally locked moon on a flat Earth?
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. They come up with these bogus questions, man. Like these busted questions.
It can only be tidally locked if it's a ball and you're a ball, and then the gravity's holding the one ball facing you, but gravity lets all the other balls spin in orbits. But this one doesn't spin because it's tidally locked because of gravity. And gravity pulls to the center, but it also allows orbits.
It's funny because you get in these conversations with people, right, that want to talk about like the shape of the earth and stuff. But every argument is DOA, dude. It's dead on arrival. Every single one of them. Like none of them. There's no credibility to nothing that the globe has to offer. So when they tell you, I hear what you're saying, but I want to talk about gravity. Like, no, we're not going to do that. Like you can't start on a presupposition. Like this is not. You can't do that. You have to start.
Why do y'all want to talk about gravity? The people that tell you about that shit don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, they're like,
but why you want to come in here and talk about it? That's funny. The astrophysicist said, "Nah, we don't know." Next question.
Yeah, we
but
don't know.
You, Mr. Internet guy, gonna come tell us? Go ahead.
The arguments are all DOA because you've zipped the same body bags over and over and over and over again. It's always the same question.
No, but it's their question. They've been thinking. They come in here and they ask, "I've been thinking. Have you ever thought about going to the edge?"
Yeah.
This is my question. Like, I really thought about this hard. Like, have you thought about going to the edge and taking a photo?
And by thinking, they read a meme.
Yeah, and that's by thinking. That's what they mean. Yeah.
See, that's funny. They just started just thinking about flat Earth, right? Well, I've been thinking about the claims of the globe since I was a kid. Right? You guys spend way too much time thinking about flat Earth when you don't even understand the very model that you claim you live on. Right? Maybe think about how things work on a globe. Maybe think about finding the globe, finding evidence for the globe. How about that? Instead of coming here and asking us, how do things work on a flat Earth? Oh, it's flat? Conversation done. Now you just want to ask, and now you just want to shoot the breeze. Right? Because you're supposed to be here proving something, right? And we live on a ball, magical one, that's flying around in a vacuum with water sticking to the outside of it. Yeah. Priorities. They taught my 3-year-old today at her nursery school about the moon and about astronauts and about sending astronauts to the moon. And there was this large sand pit, and they all got to play with rockets, and they sent us all these photos of all the planets and all this whole thing. So I pick up my daughter, and she's got this picture of an astronaut that she's got to color in for the day. And she says, look, astronauts, they go, like, she's got very broken speech still. So she's like, they went to the moon. So I pick her up and I look in the sky, and the moon is like in my blue sky, sort of 3 p.m., 3:30 p.m. So the moon's there in the blue sky. And I said, you mean they went there? And she said, no, the moon. And I could see that it's the story that she understands. But when you point to that thing and say, you say men went there, she shook her head saying no. So there's like a complete disconnect, but the fantasy is embedded.
Got to get them young, don't they?
That's where Disney comes in, man. Disney captures their imagination at a young age and just steers
and there's
it.
no recourse for you to go back and say, hey, why did you tell my kid this shit?
I've been thinking about it since I picked it up. But now you got to take on the principal. You got to take on all the teachers. You got to take on her teacher. You teachers. So a lot of my family are all professional teachers, either lecturers at colleges or in the schooling system. And I've tried to explain the flat earth concept to them. And I've realized that a teacher is the king parrot. The teacher gets given their syllabus, and it matters not if they agree or disagree, they teach that syllabus. So they've almost become numb to the fact that they don't like what they're teaching, but they teach it anyway.
The best thing to do, man, is just to inform your daughter, have her as a free thinker, give her the right instructions so she can have discernment when she grows up. Because, I mean, obviously not always going to be there for her.
Yeah.
And she's got to understand, what a lie is and what questions to ask, and let her be inquisitive about the world around her, not so much relying on the information of people that can't verify any. Like, you have to teach her right, so obviously that once you instill those values in her, she's going to go through this world with a better understanding versus just somebody who just gobbles up information and regurgitates it. That's.
Yeah. I started doing that already with my first child. She's now 8 and she's the inquisitive mind. So I've told her always that there's 2 sides to everything. Mm. And I've always explained both sides and then asked her which one she thinks is which one makes the most sense to her. And it's been a really enjoyable thing to watch her making sense of this place. We were chatting to Mimas the other night, and he was saying exactly that, present both sides to them so that they've got the skill of looking for the other side.
Yeah.
Because in that regard, they'll always look for both sides and form their own conclusion, and they won't just simply follow whatever someone says. But it also creates a whip for yourself because now you've got a thinking child, and free will is very inconvenient to the person wanting to control them.
Well, a big part of it is if you're continuing down that path, you don't have to get in arguments with all the school board and all that, because if you have that free thinking child, they will have the discernment upon themselves to know what is truth and what isn't. So you don't have to, knock people out to get your point across, because the point will already be across with your daughter having the discernment. You know what I mean? Like, she'll be able to say, no, Papa, that's not right. They're not correct. And that's when your work is being realized,
But it's not only Walt Disney. Somebody said Walt Disney. It's all of them.
Yeah.
Practically all of them. I'm watching with my daughter all cartoons, and in all of them there are shits about space and
mm-hmm.
Good old Hanna-Barbera.
Yeah, it's everywhere. That's kind of the thing.
New ones, man. Everyone what is new, it must be one show about space or something. Yeah.
But that's why everyone knows it's a globe. We got globers in the YouTube kind of triggered.
Oh yeah. Tell them to come in here. Hey, if you guys listen to me right now, come in here and provide evidence
Hey,
for the
YouTube.
Glober.
Yeah, live streamers. Mr. Flurf Annihilator. Great name. Why don't you come in here and annihilate us with all your globe proofsies? How about that? And who's the other one? Daffy Duck said, I watched history live today. Jeff Bezos is a living legend. Wow.
Okay, come on in.
Want to come in here and tell us all about it?
Child.
Or nah?
Let's have a chat.
Fleur
It's also
Annihilator.
on television.
Fleur Annihilator. That sounds like a real beta name, guy.
Seriously. Instead of sitting in the chat being all triggered, because you can't deal with us, why don't you come in here? We're nice guys.
That's why the name Globies is a nice name, because they're like little children who are just believing a little story, and you've actually got to treat them like children in helping them to realize it is the fantasy.
Oh, that's so cute.
What chat are they in?
They're in the live stream on the YouTube.
Oh, on YouTube. Oh.
Yeah, they'll never come in here.
You know, Ken Wheeler always says that nobody goes looking for the answers to questions they think they already have the answer to.
Exactly.
Which is pretty profound.
That's true. I like to do that, though. I like to challenge the answers I have.
QE calls Ken Wheeler. QE calls Ken Wheeler Jabba the Hutt.
Yeah, he's a glober, right? So it's pretty hypocrite. Or
he also stole that quote from. He stole that quote essentially from older quotes that say pretty much the same thing.
Correct. Yeah.
Oh shit. Well, I mean, come on. Wisdom is repeated, after all.
There's nothing new under the sun.
So he's a camera expert, right? Ken Wheeler is a camera expert.
So yeah, I think he
if it's just a hobby.
He did do a video where he went out basically proving that moonlight is colder. So he has to be, at least listening to the topic. But, he has a large ego, and sometimes people can't put their ego aside or think that, coming out with their, a knowing that they have in this subject, lots of times people are scared to express that. And, it is what it is. But he does have a lot of good information, at least in my opinion, when it comes to, electrostatics and magnetism. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, QE.
You know what? I do think fear is a big part of it. I think if people would just stop being afraid, they would probably learn a lot more.
But one thing that I've come to realize through this whole process is that nothing is really settled. All topics are still in a process of debate in some way, shape, or form. And we kind of grew up thinking like everything was settled, and then they taught us the stuff that was proven true. But when you go and look at it, like say, for example, a Bible debate, they're both taking the same evidence. They're both using the Bible, and both sides are arguing using the same evidence. And it's the same as when we show them the picture of the black swan and they start trying to argue that it's evidence for their side. It's like taking the Bible, opening the Bible, and we start having a massive debate using the same evidence. Yeah. So there's very much a bias from your perception that drives how you, it's kind of like looking at the evidence through a certain lens. And when you look at it through that lens, you'll only ever see it in that lens because you're using the red lens or the blue lens. So you're only going to see blue stuff or red stuff. So it's really peculiar how we can still argue, we can present exactly identical evidence, even in court of law. Your lawyer says this, my lawyer says this, and here's the evidence. We're arguing over the same evidence, always. And it's about the perspective on that evidence and the bias. And like with Ken Wheeler, he's so right about so many things. And he makes this massive point where he talks about in all magnetic fields, there's this inertial plane of existence. And only on the inertial plane of existence within that magnetic field. And then he says it can't be flat. And he kind of links the circular magnetic field could be why the Earth's a sphere.
Yeah, he might be doing that just to save face.
But you've just stated the inertial plane of existence, and in 50 videos he talks about, people don't know anything about the inertial plane of existence. It's kind of the counterpoint. It's the space between.
You don't want to lose your followers, though, right?
He talks about it metaphysically, not that it could be a physical plane. And he's quite adamant. When the flat earthers first hounded him, like 3-4 years ago, it was like 150 flat earthers in his channel. All the comments were flat earth comments. And he was eventually like saying, piss off. You flat earthers, fuck off. Like, really, leave me alone. I don't believe it's flat. He did like many videos on that. So he seemed really triggered even. But then in his information, he'll take certain pieces, and then that's how he fits together a ball idea. And then
that was the problem with that blob earther, right? That was the problem with him. He believes it metaphysically.
The what earther?
The blob earther that came in earlier. You remember him?
No, I wasn't here.
Complete self. He said Earth is a fucking blob that constantly changes shape.
Is he coming back?
I hope not.
If it was a water ball, that's what it would do. Think about a water ball flying through space. It would deform, and it would have a tail, and it would, it wouldn't be a perfect sphere.
What was interesting about what he was saying is that he was saying that we can only speculate, that there is nothing that can be physically proven, that it's all speculation and metaphysics. And then he switched to saying that it was a disc. And he says sometimes it's a disc, sometimes it isn't. Sometimes it's just a blob. It changes shape. It's insanity.
So he's making up shit, basically.
Basically.
I mean, sometimes my car is a helicopter. Sometimes it's a motorcycle. I mean, this is the global logic.
That's what you were saying before.
This is the nonsense that we got to hear. You people in freaking live stream, YouTube. This is the type of shit that y'all come in here and say, which is why when we tell y'all to come in here, y'all don't want to, right? Because the ones that do will come in here and tell us, it could be a blob or a flat disc. What? What's the matter with y'all? Serious.
Exactly. It doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Plain and simple. I think even some of the people watching the stream would agree that blob earth shit doesn't make any sense. These are the type of people that we get every day.
They want to probably agreeing with him just to be a contrarian against everything you're saying, man. To be honest.
It's kind of like, when you see people who've just come to this information, and it's kind of like the moment you realize that there is this massive deception, and then everything else becomes a question mark. It's like nothing is off the table. And that moment of like mental freedom. So like no topic is unquestionable. Some people get lost in that and start to question or make up assumptions. What I've seen a lot of is now people are talking about how many different dimensions or different realms there are. And maybe we're 7 eggs stacked inside one another, or we're 7 firmaments thick, and it's like, okay, guys, we haven't even proven the first one. And now
isn't 7 the number of deception? The snake tongue?
Well, it talks about the 7 heavens in the Bible, or the 7, the 7th heaven, and that's where God's seat is placed. And 7 in the Bible is considered a holy number, or it's like a number of completion. And there's like 7 colors in the rainbow, 7 octaves in a piano, or 7 notes in an octave, 7 days of a week. like all these things are divisible by 7. So there's something about the creation and 7. But
I see.
To assume what's outside of the firmament and to start claiming that as fact, and then wanting to like preach this as though it should be a new religion, and people will all start preaching that there's 7 layers and we've got to do this to get to the next one, and then the next one after that you got to do this, and it's once everything becomes a question mark, people can get lost in the, well, then it could be anything. It could be a blob, could be concave, could be hollow, could be, it could be a Pac-Man Earth. It could be a square Earth. Maybe water is falling over the sides. Like, your mind starts questioning any possibility, and then some guys don't go that one step further to go and do a bit more research, but they just get stuck in their speculation of thinking what it could be.
Sad. Very sad. Hell, I got some speculations of my own, but I'm going to stick to the facts no matter what.
Yeah, let the data lead you rather than lead the data. That's what got us here.
I invited this guy Cynical here. He's in another voice chat right now. He's looking to be convinced. Seems pretty open-minded. I hope he does well. He's not ready to verify yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
because he's in another voice chat right now. I told him he could connect here anytime. He said he would. He said he's not. He said he would rather lurk and not really ask any questions. He says that his questions should be answered over time. So we'll see how that goes. Fitting name though, Cynical.
Selectively cynical, I would presume.
Well, he seems pretty smart, not wanting to jump in, not knowing anything, because that's what a dumb person does.
Yeah, you gotta be smart enough to fear the situation, to not enter. Ignorance is bliss.
7th heaven, Saturn. Was Saturn not the father of Zeus? Interesting. And Zeus is comparable to Yahweh in some ways. I'll have to look into this. Get, what the hell is that you just posted, bro? What is that? A blob. Some kind of freak of nature, man.
The blob
looks like it looks like a young blob. I don't even understand.
I think I've seen a big one of those. They look really funky.
I don't get it. How is it producing an air bubble when it's surrounded by liquid?
So, Drace, I'm looking at that picture that you posted of like the ancient cosmology. Now, it's something I've been playing with a little bit in my mind. Some guys have brought up some questions about our history and how it's been manipulated. And when we try and trace back the lineage of books and stuff, we can only really get to about the 1600s when the printing press was created. And then they started mass printing books and then discarding the originals. And I was just wondering if, like, what we're told of this ancient cosmology, how do we know that that is truly factual? Like, a lot of the colored pictures and stuff that they present us with is for all we know, it could have been reprinted in the 1800s or manipulated in some other way, and it's could also be a lie in itself. But I guess that's just the skeptic in me, just always wondering how do we know that what we're told there is true? What prior source or primary source can we go to corroborate what these nice pictures that we see now are?
Jason Whatcurve was just talking about this yesterday. He said something about not being able to go further back than the 11th century, but you're saying 17th century. You're saying we can't go any further back past that. And he named someone, I think his last name was Scalinger. Not sure. He posted about it yesterday, and there's some kind of website about it.
So Jeranism, he started selling books. So he started doing like online book sales and real retail book sales. So people would call him up and say, I want to see this book or that book. So he got access to like registries to find books where they stored, if there are still copies of them. So then he started going back to the oldest ones that he could find. And around about the printing press, say late 1500s, early 1600s, that was where most book dates stopped. And where they refer to the earlier text, it's often in a book that's dated 15 or 1600, and then it's referencing back to the 11th century or the 12th century in another book, but we no longer have that book. That original book from the 11th century, you can't find that original book, but pretty much every other book starts at the time where this printing press was. So he went like for a couple of weeks down this whole rabbit hole of what's the oldest book he can find, where's the original copy, because when you look at it, then it's like the 5th edition or 7th edition or 10th edition.
Oh, shit.
So it's copies of copies of copies of copies of copies of copies. Who knows how many times that could have been changed, pages taken out, pages added. You don't know. And it was a peculiar thing. And then when you look, it's like there was the Dark Ages and they had all the book burnings. And so the story that we're told is there was this time of destruction of knowledge. But the stuff that we have, but then those books in the 1500s describe all these other things before. And it was like, if you wanted to erase what came before, you would get rid of the original copies and then reprint new copies with slightly changed versions. And like, what are we seeing today? The textbooks now describe 9/11. I'm sure it's getting taught in the US schools of exactly how it happened. Stuff that happened in my lifetime is being taught in the schools now, but with a spin on it. And those are the latest textbooks being printed. And so they're always changing the history in every successive generation as they go. They're like rewriting stuff. And then when you look for Eratosthenes was mentioned in another book.
Is that how you say it? I always thought it was Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes. Huh.
Yeah. So Eratosthenes.
Sounds like a medical injury.
A knee injury or something. Yeah. He was mentioned by someone else in a book. And when you try and find the original experiment, it's why they sometimes describe it as a well and sometimes describe it as 2 sticks, because there isn't an original experiment or Eratosthenes experiment documents. It's just mentioned in another book that he did it. And when you go and look, when that book was first published, it was like in either late 1800s or early 1900s. So before that book, there was no mention. And when you go to his generation or his lineage or his timeline, no one else who was there present at that time mentions him in their writings, which we do actually have copies, or copies of copies of copies of copies, or maybe excerpts of stuff. And there were these grand libraries of Alexandria and grand libraries of kings and stuff. So they would hoard these books and they would move to the wealthy rulers. So the information like vault. Information is power. So if they have manipulated all of our history, like even 1500s, 1600s, that's also questionable when you start to look at Tartaria and the mud floods and all these other things.
Shit, you know about Tartaria.
Yeah, man. Yeah, all of these rabbit holes, bro. They different branches off of the main topic of the more you don't know, the more bullshit you'll fall for in the future.
Yeah. Seems to be how it goes.
So if Tartaria was this mighty empire for hundreds of years, where does that fit in neatly between 1500, 1600 and today, where we were told how the slaves were moved around and the white man?
Well, they somehow fell, right? That's the story we're told, that this Tartarian and barbarian branch somehow fell. This system somehow fell, and all of their history was suddenly erased, etc., etc.
But so where's that in our textbooks? Where's that in our history? But we must trust the books that are there now as truth. But such an important part of that history is missing. So how many other important parts of that history is missing? So it starts to create like this little loose end that as you start to tug on it, it starts to unpick the rug, you know? And it's like,
yeah,
when you really start now, so considering all of that, why is it that the ancient cosmology and stuff was like untampered with, and that we've got pure clarity on this flat earth idea with the ancient cosmology and the multiple heavens, and like if you can't get outside the first dome, how do you know what's beyond that?
Yeah. The reason it reigns true, the reason we have it for so long, is because it's self-evident that not the 7 Earths, obviously, 7 planes of existence per se, but this single plane of existence with a container above it is self-evident, and it can be proven time and again, which is why information about it has survived for so long and will continue to survive no matter what anyone does. So anything that's self-evident will be like that. History repeats, that's self-evident, ain't it?
Yeah.
People don't learn.
No, but
well, they do learn, but their protege forget.
Well, what I find really peculiar is like when you go and look at what are some of the hottest recorded temperatures, they're scattered over 2 or 3 decades. And then every year they tell you this is the hottest temperature. This summer it's going to be the hottest.
Global warming. The whole Earth is going to melt, and then we're fine.
But then in the winter, then they say, well, this is now going to be the coldest winter. And when you go back previously, you'll see the same kind of trend as the flus over the last 10 years. They sort of killed the same amount of people every year. So there's a similar baseline trend. Yes, it moves up and down, but you can kind of say, okay, this is where the general trend is. And it's the same, but they mask it. So it's like...
So, I'm with you on the time thing, man, because like it bothers me when I'm consistently told for 6 years, oh, we've known it's a globe for 2,000 years. Really? That's cool. So why are people getting arrested and thrown in jail for talking about it being a globe in the 1900s, according to this
Saying that
newspaper
honestly
article.
made me crack up, dude.
That's
can't
a little
believe
funny.
someone really-
Why is there a lady alive right now? Interviewed by David Weiss, said I was taught it was flat. That's a little weird. That's a little weird. She's still alive. She was taught it was flat in school, and then all of a sudden one day they just switched it up. How does that work if we've known for 2,000 years it's a globe, guys? Why is my man over here? Why is my man over here getting thrown in jail or threatened to throw in jail in 1900? Did he have a good lawyer? Oh, because in 1900, I don't know, maybe they thought the idea of people living on a globe was ridiculous. How can we ever really know, right? So yeah, I'm with you, Solar, on the whole time thing. I think that's all a sham. They just use the numbers and the dates, and they play around with the books and just try to make it seem like it's that long ago and seem all these things are happening, but it's not It's ridiculous.
You seen the guy that verified Pompeii to be in the 1600s?
No.
What the hell?
Oh yeah, that was interesting because he was going over how the technology at the time and how it didn't match up with anything in history, and with the current narrative, Pompeii would have had to have happened in the 1600s.
Oh shit!
It's pretty cool. Stolen history has a lot of that.
My bad, bro.
You hear the theory that
I just want to say I dropped a snippet of that article in the live stream if anybody wants to read it. I think I have the full thing somewhere, but that's a snippet of it.
But molten volcanic rock must be able to be dated, right?
yeah. Just use the fossils around it.
Fossils. Oh my god.
And then how do you date the fossils? You use the rock you just dated.
That's it. Exactly.
Fucking A. What a crock. And I almost fell for that shit as a kid, too. Then I was like, why can't I find any bones in my backyard? Why aren't any of my neighbors finding them? Why isn't anyone outside of the TV finding bones? And when I joined here, when I first learned about here, it was like, dinosaurs don't exist. Look at that. Fucking petrified wood. What a joke. Petrified fucking wood. I fell for that.
I don't think you're the only one, buddy.
It's insulting.
And it's part of the whole destabilization.
Go on.
It was strange how there was like this narrative that Christians thought it was 6,000 years old. And that's so laughable because we know it's 4.5 billion years old. And when you start to look on a geological record, most things that we can date sort of tend back to that 5,000, 6,000 year. But if that's what I'm aiming for, then I'm only going to be looking, like I said, with the blue lens. So anything that appears blue, I'm going to use because I'm looking through the blue lens. And anyone who's looking through the red lens is going to look through the same evidence and find the red pieces and put the red pieces out. And then the blue person and the red person just keep fighting because they can't see the other person's evidence. And it's like throughout this whole journey of piecing this stuff back together, it's always about a narrative. And one of the guys proposed that there was no missing dark ages, and you start taking out these where they say 200-300 years there was no progress by man. Like, do you know any man that doesn't after like 2 or 3 years say, all right, I got to get my ass into gear and do something? Do you think men would just sit around for 300 years and accomplish sweet fuck all over that time?
Yeah.
Probably not. But we told it and we accepted. And then for so many years, we were just villagers and we just fought with pickaxes and shit. And we told all these long, enormous time lengths and this whole history's created. But when you really start to look back, a lot of it was fudged and renamed, certain dynasties removed, certain ones advanced. It's like there's an entire sub-history that's been lost to us. And what this guy was proposing is that maybe the entire civilization was only 2,000 years, and that effectively it started fairly soon. Jesus came, and then we're now only like maybe a couple of 100 years after, but everything's much condensed, much more condensed than what they want us to think. And then they've given us this whole illusion of billions of years and millions of years and all this evolution story.
And someone ruled the earth before we did, etc. Like, come on.
I don't know about that. What do you mean by that?
Well, dinos. They were like, yeah, and like, well, before they said that, they were like, trees ruled everything. Trees were the master species, etc.
Right. Yeah.
They were the most superior species.
And the Bible also places it in the other order. You know? So he created like when they talk about like how each part of the creation, the complete inverse is suggested by science. But it's such a ludicrous idea that time equals something. So if the first 10 million years didn't cause a change, why does the second 10 million cause a change? Or why does the third 10 million cause a change? No, it's only after 50 million. Okay, so 5 10 millions. So what happened in the fifth 10 million that didn't happen in the first 10 million? And they can never answer it on that scale. It just has to be more time. So maybe 100 million, maybe 200 million. Then we could get whatever desired outcome we want from anything. And when you think about like, if it was much, much shorter, then it would also make a lot of sense why they want to inflate it so massively, just to completely throw you off. That you think, oh, I'm just like the 1 billionth human, generation-wise. I'm like the billionth generation. But you're actually maybe just like the 100th that's ever been here. And they had all the information. And in this very short time, they've managed to make people really dumb, burn all the information, steal most of the land. And it's like accelerating towards its outcome.
Reminds me of the quote from 1984. Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past.
Yeah. Control the present.
It's like if you're controlling the past, you can easily steer where people are going to go in the future by making them believe something that may be false in the past.
Yeah, and because this is like definitely a spiritual battle, they have to get your consent because you have free will from the Creator. So they've been studying you for 150 years, maybe 200 years, so that they can manufacture your consent at their will, because they have to, within this game, within this realm, you have to agree and sign on the dotted line, even though they've put it all in the terms and conditions, and you could have read it, and you could have denied to be traced and tracked and recorded, and you could have been denied. You can deny all those things, but we just sign on the dotted line, and then they've put culpable deniability.
It's like the allegory in most of the vampire movies where you have to let the vampire into your house, right?
Consent, yeah. And then
Because if
through
you don't
that consent, it's just a steamroller. Sorry, you're going to say?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you don't consent, they can force it, but at that point, they're just liars. It's going to come back to them more quick. It will come back to them more quickly.
But you notice how the enforcers are typically not the ones at the top, right?
Yeah.
Which is where, they still claim that quote unquote moral high ground because they're not the ones actually enforcing. Because people have to enforce that on other people.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, I was actually thinking about it like a puppet show is actually a very sinister act of you're explaining exactly what's occurring. The mindless people can't even see. So there's a person behind the curtain, and he's got all these characters, and these characters enter the stage, they perform for a bit, and then this character behind the curtain places those characters on a shelf once they finished their performance. And you never get to see who the puppet master is. And in this realm, we get to see presidents and CEOs and all these people of really high positions are the puppets, giving the masses a performance. And the real puppet masters never show their faces. They always hide behind the curtain. And we can hate some of the characters. They create some of the characters on purpose, just so you can hate them. This is the evil character. And then eventually that evil character dies like an Epstein, and everyone feels like, yes, pedophile died, so everything is settled. We don't need to go on and search any more information there. We got our retribution. And the next little puppet comes and does his thing until he gets placed on the shelf. And then the next puppet comes and does his thing. And we, like the dumb masses, all sit in the audience eating our popcorn, watching these puppets. What are these puppets going to tell us to do? What are the puppets how they're going to entertain us today? And the entire time there's a puppet master, and we never get to see him. We never get to know him. We never get to understand his motives. But we're only entertained in the puppets. And everyone talks about the puppets. And it's like, then they create a small puppet show for you to show you how it's done. And you think it's like the greatest thing. Check the strings, like check how the curtains opened. You're so engrossed in the entertainment of it. And it's almost like them laughing in your face. Look, this is what we're doing to you. And then you see it as an amazing piece of entertainment for your pleasure. And it's just them putting it in plain sight and you can't see it. Very sinister.
You should write a book.
Well, it's kind of like that truth has been told to us many times, through Shakespeare, All the World's a Play, many movies like The Wizard of Oz, all, the truth in movies. It's all been kind of explained to us, but you're so dazzled by the lights and the stage and the actors, you don't realize that they're telling you the truth in allegory.
Exactly. And then if they see that the audience is getting tired of a specific puppet, they just swap it to a new puppet. This puppet has a different face and he's got a different voice. And then the public's all excited and interested again. And they do that for 4 years. And then the public gets tired, or maybe 8 years. The public gets tired and then they swap the puppet. And it's this repetitive thing where even within 4 years or 8 years, we completely forget. Even in a 1 year span, people's memories are so short. Then they look back over 10 years and say, wow, check how much has happened. But year for year, they feel like it's entirely normal.
Have you ever noticed it's almost as though all the information that we're allowed or allotted to know has already been it's like there's different levels of information. There's the stuff that the masses get to see. Then there's the stuff that we're looking at, which is that it's already been pre-set up for you to go through down those corridors, like someone already knew it. Someone already set it all up and placed it there like a rabbit trail for you to go down and find the pieces, So someone already told, basically you were told, but it's like somebody already, if there's anything out there that shouldn't be there, that someone is going to know it and it'll get rid of it before it gets to spread. It's all controlled.
But also there's a liberating thought here. So I also thought, how did any of these people write that book in the first place? How did that person acquire that information to be able to put it in a book to be stored in a library somewhere? They had to have gotten that information as like a download or come to some realization in being present in this realm.
Yeah, so it's like there's different ways that it happens too.
So potentially having a library with all the books available just saves us time, but we would probably still rediscover the stuff, but it just may take us hundreds of years longer to rediscover certain things that potentially, if we just had it in the book in the first place and built upon our forefathers, the way they always like to say that we do, if we did actually do that sort of thing, we could be miles ahead. But effectively, it's like Adam and Eve, they didn't have a Bible. God spoke to them through their hearts. And I think that we all possess that ability to have information or things occur to us on a very subjective, personal level. And it can matter to us so we can go and dig deeper and find real valuable information, which can actually change lives, change people. We, on an individual basis, don't ever write yourself off, and don't ever write off who you might be interacting with. It's a ripple effect. So
that's true.
There's a lot of seeds,
and there's a lot of information that's really very it's mind blowing, but it's not for the masses. It's not allowed to get to the masses. So it's almost like a school, because it's like kindergartners can't get that yet, so don't be putting it out there and you'll be stopped from giving it to the kindergartners. It's almost like there's a natural element of that's going on, spiritual progression, but also there's another part of it that's very physical, and it's part of the control system that, you're not going to be able to get that to the masses no matter what you do. That's the crazy part. So that's how it's all controlled.
It's kind of like Neil Armstrong said, you're peeling back one of truth's layers, kind of like an onion.
Layers. Yeah.
And I think it's, that what the controllers are ultimately scared of, I think, is that people realize that one of the last layers is understanding the spiritual side of the warfare that's taking place. That's the big thing that scares them.
Right, but there is a part that something about it that they have to allow, like it to still. It's crazy. It's like, I think God is real because He makes the ultimate decisions. There's a big God. There's a God, and there's a big God, and the big God makes the ultimate decisions. Small God makes big decisions too, but it's all just decided, and then the humans. You know what I mean? Like God Himself will stop it. So it's not like you're this freedom fighter who's going to just get the truth out to the masses. No, God is going to stop you too if you go too fast. If you broadcast it in a way that's gonna caused chaos to the Matrix, if you know what I'm trying to say. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, but some information will like really mess things up here, you know, if it got out, like the flat Earth or whatever, you know. So, and it's not like God wants it, but it's just not. He's not able to because the devil stops it or something. God is controlling all of it. So that's the crazy part. And what we're trying to figure out is like, what is it what are we supposed to tell people, you know? Because maybe some people aren't supposed to know certain things. We all have to think about that too.
Well, maybe that comes down to the whole concept of free will, that we were given free will, right? And you go down the path of finding truth or understanding the spiritual warfare that's taking place, and then you understand which side of that line of the spiritual warfare you fall on. Because God knows maybe in the end that there's no way that the adversary would be able to defeat him. And we've been given the choice on which path to choose.
That's true. I do agree with that. I agree that there are certain. I agree that there are certain paths, but I also agree that the lines are blurred, and you know it's not cut and dry. For like the more information you have, you know, then you see that it's not cut and dry. There's like a weird thing going on here. That's all I want to say.
But there was it's kind of like we all see the sun in our own perspective. Our path is narrow because it's only us that can walk the path. Nobody can convince us otherwise. It's our path to walk. That's why the path is narrow.
That's very true.
But you know, I often wondered, why were the ancient men very religious? Or when you look back, they were Christian. They were strong, devout Christians, and for hundreds of years before, they were pretty staunch with their religious aspect of their lifestyle. And then in our modern lifestyle, religion is like this, not even a 1% of people's lives. It's like a discarded ancient thing that people used to do. And I think it's got to do purely with the flat earth. When it's flat, it's created. You're created. You're special. The things around you are special, and you live in harmony with it. Man would have land, and he would care for the land. He wouldn't just pump chemicals in that can damage the soil. He would look after the soil because he knows he's just a steward for a couple of decades. And then he'll pass away and someone else will have to look after that land. But somewhere along the line, by making it a ball and we can just do whatever we like, we lost our connection with the land. And in that regard, it's like you're destroying for the future generation, which is so counterproductive. And it's just so delusional, you know? And I think, but when it was flat, people knew there was a creator. So they were religious of some kind, but they were all religious because they knew it was created. You can see it's created.
So you think there's like... Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, you know, that's why this lie is censored so much, because when you think about it, some of the major levers of control that most of these people in perceived positions of authority have are, you know, the fear of scarcity. And when you're talking about ancient people that were so devoutly religious and understood and cared for the nature, you realize that God's creation is abundant and there is no scarcity, and that the earth provides for you, and that the creation from the Creator will provide for you without, you know, some need for an authoritative figure to provide anything to you. And that, you know, those are the levers of control that the people in power tend to be able to pull on people. It's a constant fear campaign of scarcity. We're going to run out of water. We're going to run out of oil. We're going to run out of food.
We can't run out. Like, as a matter of fact, you know what this place is? What they call the ether. It's just consciousness, and it's everywhere at all times. That consciousness, if you can developed the technology, or if you have the means, which DNA and how to combine the frequencies and stuff and create a being, what life is, what beings are, it's a vehicle or a vessel that can, like a fish. Let's say, what is a fish? A fish is a vessel that is taking water energy and concentrating it in one place to the point where it's conscious and it's swimming around. It's just taking the water and turning it into a conscious being, or providing the vessel for consciousness to exist in that being. That's what we're doing when we breathe and when we eat. We're taking that energy and sustaining a vessel which can hold consciousness. But that vessel is actually taking the ether and concentrating it in such a way that it becomes conscious, because consciousness is everywhere, so someone knew how to make these vessels so that they can draw the ether into one place, concentrate it in such a way that it's very conscious, and that's us. We're walking around, but the energy's coming from around us that sustains us. So I don't know if that makes sense.
Jeepers, that's a lot of assumptions, bro.
Well, I just figured out, because when you're breathing, you can only go a few seconds without breathing, and you can't go more than a couple.
I don't think a fish is only there because it's concentrating the water.
Well, what I'm saying is that water, you can only go a few seconds without breathing. Fish can only go a few seconds without, having water. So you're actually, their life is sustained. It can't exist without the water. We can't exist without the air. So we're taking, and there's consciousness everywhere. So what beings are just, someone figured out how to make that consciousness, concentrate it and make it more conscious. How to make God, put God, awaken God, basically. You know what I mean?
You're talking about what most ancients would call the four elements, right? You're talking about water. You're talking about air.
Yes, and ether too, the fifth element. Right. So how to combine them and with the right amount of frequencies and the vibration to sustain a vehicle like a body, and that body is a vehicle for consciousness. But where's that consciousness coming from? Well, it's everywhere at all times. We live in it.
Yeah, but air used to be the ether. It used to be AER, air. But then they changed it to AIR. So yeah, it used to it wasn't just an oxygen molecule floating around your head. It was a real substance.
Air and oxygen is a misnomer. They're really talking about what we're surrounded in. We're surrounded in consciousness. And that's why there's free energy everywhere, because it's eternal energy. It's not created, it's not destroyed. It can't be created or destroyed, consciousness.
The ether is the medium in which all energy flows. And when you think about it, even when you try to discuss the topic of gravity, when you break everything down to its smallest, you realize that when they talk about mass, you drill down to atomic mass, which atomic mass is just made up by the amount of charged particles that make up the element that you're giving the atomic mass. So it's all energetic, and the ether is the medium in which all of that energy flows.
Yeah, you're just describing different types of energies. That's all. Those words are describing different types of prana. And if you know how to work with all those different pranas and combine them properly, you can make any type of life you want. But it's high knowledge. A human brain can't contain that much knowledge, but something can.
You're talking about God's creation, right? How can the computer understand the person who created it? Not saying that we are computers, but just to use an analogy, we can't comprehend something that has created us.
Well, I'd say you're right in a sense, but in a sense you're wrong, because since we're part of that consciousness, we actually can't comprehend it. We can comprehend it, but in our physical form, we design in such a way that you're so far removed from it momentarily that you forget that that's what you are, but you're actually that consciousness.
Well, yeah, what you're saying is basically the vessel, when the consciousness that you call you is contained within a vessel. It's basically, like taking something and putting it through a very, 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 very small lens of what you can see and experience. And then once that vessel is removed, sure.
Yes, exactly. I think we're just basically one big consciousness to get. Everybody says, "Oh, sorry," but I figured out a better way to look at it. It's more like where did that consciousness come from? That goes in that. Where did it come from? It came from the big, pure consciousness that all life comes from. The one consciousness.
Well, so, maybe the meaning of life is to realize that life has meaning. I don't know.
Yep. Good one. Good talking to you, man.
Yeah. So has anybody contemplated maybe that what I had just put forward about the atomic mass, and when you look at even gravitational equations and things like that, when you're talking mass attracting mass, really what you're talking about is concentrations of different energies attracting one another. And when people speak of gravity, how can you remove the electrostatic or the, electric magnetic nature of either of those objects to test and prove the force which would create a downward vector? Does that make sense? Anyone?
It's hard to tell because we are inside this medium that we're in. We call Earth, right? But what is of heaven? We haven't been there, so we don't know how that mechanism works and what's the total effect down here. So we can speculate, and maybe we do have some good ideas, but how it actually works is a good question.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll ever fully understand, and I don't know if we're meant to fully understand, right? How everything works,
Without revelation, I don't think we will, because I think what's going on the heavens has an effect on what's going on down here, but how it actually is happening and how it works, that's the big question.
Some type of energetic spiritual warfare, possibly.
I think it's an input, but actually it's input and output. It's in and out. So, the sun might be an input, the moon kind of like an output. That's part of the mechanism, but we don't know exactly how it actually works.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that train of thought at all. But I think, most people can, at least that come to a place like this, can also admit when we don't know and we're speculating, right? We don't have all the answers.
And that's fine. It's totally fine.
It kind of leads you back to the wonderment that you had as a child discovering the world, right?
I mean, when you're a child, you don't know.
Right. The world, everything in the world was just amazing to discover and try to understand. And then it's like you go into school at such a young age that they can really pigeonhole you into a train of thought and thinking and lead you in a direction. But
also we can't underestimate a young child. A lot of people say, young child is like a sponge. It takes all the energy. All the information. And I think that's true. But it's designed to be in relation with the environment, with the medium, with reality. The world that we're in, and take all the experiences and grow from there. But when you take that sponge and put it into an artificial environment, like this, I don't know, like mind bending institutions called schools, it goes against, the natural environment. You put this child inside a building with barely any windows for most of the day, when I think the day is designed for people to be out there, So it's an artificial environment for the child. So that can, I guess, warp the mind in some ways.
100%. How many of probably us here, even in the chat, would sit in school and be so disappointed and or uninterested in what was taking place and learn very little when you could have been in another environment and maybe really honed in on what your purpose on this world was, something that you had a drive or a passion for, but instead we're all put through the same square hole and not everybody is a square peg.
Well, they're trying to make factory workers, dude. They
100%.
want to enslave people.
Yeah, definitely. 100%. Obedient workers, like the comedian George Carlin said, right?
Yeah.
They don't want people that can think for themselves. They want obedient workers, people just smart enough to pull the levers and push the paper, but just dumb enough to not realize how bad they're getting. Are there any global believers in the conversation?
Somebody told me they saw Sputnik when they were a kid fly around 2-3 times. As big as a beach ball. I think they said it was 650 miles.
How big was their telescope?
No, with the naked eye. A whole school of kids supposedly seen Sputnik. That's what I was told.
Well, they probably saw something, but Sputnik being that far away, being the size of a basketball, your eye would not be able to resolve that, even if it was reflecting back sunlight.
I mean, there could be equipments and things up above, the Atmos layers. They could definitely send things up there, but the place that people are being told this vacuum of space, that's where the fantasy kicks in. So yeah, equipment going up in the Atmos and people seeing that stuff is possible, but not the medium that they claim, the vacuum.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things.
You figure an airplane 30,000 feet. Oh, sorry, but.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say an airplane at 30,000 feet is about the size of a, you know how big it is. And then, like you said, the size of a basketball, it's 350 to 650 miles. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think you would just have to do some simple mathematics to prove that what the alleged size of that object is and the alleged distance to it, that your eye would not be able to resolve that. And that's kind of the thing, right? You have to have a known size of an object that you're viewing in the distance in order to be able to even begin to calculate how far away it is. Right? Because if you don't know the size of the object to begin with, how can you calculate the distance?
Well, supposedly they told us the distance. The size was about the size of a beach ball. But then people were saying, well, we've seen the rocket. But I don't believe you'd see the rocket that far away either.
I mean, launching rockets definitely works in reality. Because
100%. And you can see them from far away. I mean, I can personally attest to that because I live on the west coast of Florida, and I can see launches that take place on the east.
I saw a few launchers. I saw a few launches, and yeah, they do send stuff up. But I think these days, with the technology available with CGI and stuff, many of the launches that we see are actually just simulations, CGI. They probably, claim they spend all this money launching rockets and stuff, but it's basically just freaking CGI videos. It's way cheaper and easier for them to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, just like it's way cheaper and easier for them to send satellites up on balloons.
I think it'd be cheaper to travel by or whatever, and they want to keep burning that fire.
It's cheaper to go to the moon than it is to fake it, right?
I've heard that.
I remember that. I remember that argument in the first days.
Yeah.
It's so good.
And that's a fact, because I heard that it would be cheaper to go to the moon than to fake it. That's what I heard, so I know it's true.
That is a globe head argument for sure.
And like any other argument, it's like, okay, show me the proof, right? Show me the proof that it would cost way less to go to the moon than to fake it.
Yeah, I would just ask him to look up the budget for 2001: A Space Odyssey and compare that with the Apollo budget.
Exactly.
Like argument.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is the phone I'm holding in my hand has more technology than we did back in 1969.
And the firmament's in the way.
Quite possibly.
Early in the next decade, we'll test the systems for exploration beyond low Earth orbit. Congratulations.
Does anybody notice how now space is just considered really, really high? They just keep shooting people into quote unquote space. And it's like they're just taking parabolic flights. But I thought our atmosphere extended to the moon.
Well, they act like it's some sort of different quality medium, but their actions are also pointing to it being the same medium, just a different gradient, if it's as it were, kind of winding down toward a vacuum. So on one side of their mouth, they're saying that they're two separate media, but on the other side, they're kind of acting like it's the same thing, just at a different level. Almost as if it's all connected.
Yeah, so the claim is almost as if the vacuum is the baseline for the gradient, right? Meaning it's the same medium, but somehow happens to be void of anything.
So the vacuum space, as it were, would most likely be a background that everything else is mixed into. And I guess things settle down to the bottom of that fluid, as it were, down here where we breathe and live. Up there, it's a bit more pure, if you want to call space or the vacuum a fluid of something, possibly an ether, maybe.
Maybe an ether, yeah, but with a pressurized system, even in a gradient, there would need to be some sort of containment to begin with, right?
Yeah. That's where the dome would come in, or the firmament, with a ether underneath that contained and stuff mixing in. But who knows? Water's above, water's below. I think the Bible would even be saying that space is some sort of fluid, maybe like a water or something. A water below the firmament, maybe?
Quite possibly. So do you think that people can travel there?
Planes need a thicker medium,
probably, I would say, ether, the background mixed with air particles. If it's too thin, airplanes can't really go up there. You'd need something else. I think that's what they call the Kármán line, the zone past which airplanes don't quite function the same because they need a thicker medium to push off of.
But which planes? If the definition is space begins where planes need a thicker medium to function, if you're not functioning within this thick of an atmosphere, would you be the same thing as a rocket?
I guess so. I guess commercial planes, can't work up in what we call space. You need like a rocket, like you said, or a Satelloon.
Do you think there's a limit?
A limit to commercial planes, anyway.
Do you think?
Rockets, other ones too.
Do you think the stars, sun, and moon are contained within a firmament, outside of a firmament?
I'd say within the firmament, because the sun, moon, and stars were set within the firmament, according to the Bible, anyway.
Do you think the firmament is a solid structure?
That would go with air pressure needing a container. And plus, I think the Bible says God bowed the skies. That kind of implies a solid structure that's curved.
So do you think that the Earth is a flat plane?
Flat, covered by some sort of tent-like firmament. I'd say it's probably an arch structure. Aesthetically, that would be more pleasing, and arches tend to be very structurally sound. You'd think an arch would be able to hold out water like a half of a bubble. Flat land covered by some sort of hemispheric dome of sky. Plus, you can duplicate the star trails by drawing concentric rings on a piece of paper to represent the stars circling overhead, then pass a hemispheric glass cupola over the pattern, and you get a star trail to the north that's concentric and a star trail toward the outer perimeter south. So, based off of duplicating the effect, I'd go with that. Some sort of curved glass structure.
How about a numpty clip then? Unless there's anyone new in here. Any Glovers in here? Anybody got any questions? Says who? That's a flat earther. Uncle Bob, another flat earther. Big Juice. Big Juice, got any questions? Well, if you do later, feel free. You are not
Yes.
muted.
How does reality works on the globe?
How does reality work on a globe? Well, first we have to get to definitions. But to preface the definitions don't mean anything. Yep, so if anybody else comes across that tweet or whatever it was Branson was saying, it's either on TikTok or Twitter, I'm not sure which, the statement where he was saying he saw all of Earth's continents at the same time. If you find it, I spent like 4 hours looking for it. I couldn't find it in the previous live stream, so I don't know where it is.
Negator and his ball-tarred boyfriend, twice removed, curved water, March 2021.
Who says
So
that
are you saying
stars don't
that all
rotate east
stars-
to west? Who's saying that?
Well, and so when the Southern Cross is above the Southern Celestial Pole, it's actually rotating west to east.
Dude, Gator, you just said that stars move west to east?
Yep, he did. And we're all dumber for it. Now, Negator's made some really stupid comments in the past, but this is a whole other level entirely. Folks, what this ball-tart imbecile of epic proportions is essentially saying is, in the southern latitudes, the sun rises in the west and sets in the east.
Because if the earth were flat and they were only moving east to west in every aspect, then you would never see them moving right to left.
Oh, brother, we got another live one. This time, the ball-tart brain surgeon curved water. Number 1, the sun and the moon and all the stars, save for Polaris, move from east to west, no matter where you are on the earth. From, and I don't even know why I have to provide citation support for this patently obvious fog of mirror, well, duh, but here you go. From NASA.gov, the sun, the moon, the planets, and the stars all rise in the east and set in the west. From the astronomy department at the University of Nebraska, Path of the Stars, for an observer on the Earth, objects move from east to west. This is true for both northern and southern hemispheres. Number 2, the Earth is demonstrably flat. No ifs about it, Crayon Muncher. Number 3, right to left, forward and backward, counterclockwise and clockwise are subjective directions, whereas north, south, east, and west are cardinal directions. They're objective.
Look at you, big dummy.
Let's say we have a one-way east and west street, with all the cars driving from east to west. If you're on the north side of the street looking south, all the cars are moving from your left to right. If you head across the street, make sure you look both ways. Safety first. And turn around looking at the traffic facing north. The cars are moving from your right to left. Question: did the traffic change direction when you crossed the street, or are they all still moving from east to west, and it was your dumb ass that moved relative to their direct travel? So left to right, forwards and backwards, up and down, clockwise and counterclockwise are relative or subjective directions. They're not objective directions. And finally, to see the stars, save for Polaris, the sun or moon move from right to left is to all of a sudden like face north, then look up. Next block of instruction, how to look through a window on Wednesday mornings.
Turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over.
Mole Man, May 2021.
We know how, though. Wait.
How?
It does weight. It has weight.
How do you know it's got weight?
Because it's an observation. You can measure it.
Really?
So we know something has weight because we can observe it, doofus. Well, I can observe the moon, so according to your less than preschooler logic and basic reasoning skills, I can weigh it. When does your Rhodes Scholarship end?
Because I can scale the weight. There's a force.
What do you mean? Wow, man.
You just stepped right in it, numpty. You see, Green Man Alishi, weight in your fairy tale dreamland dumpster fire is W equal mg. MG love you long time. That train wreck progeny was derived vis-a-vis its daddy, F equal ma. Unfortunately for you and your bellowing ball-tarred brethren, all of the laws from Newton, of which F equal ma is part of, have been superseded and toppled from the throne by Einstein 106 years ago. From your alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. From Douglas Klein, professor of physics, Phys Libre text, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. From Professor Jacob D. Bekenstein, caltech.edu, Einstein also replaced the Newtonian law of motion by the statement that free test particles move along geodesics, the shortest curves in the space-time geometry. Adding insult to your ignoramus ignorance, Daddy F equal ma was filleted then fricasseed vis-a-vis quantum mechanics circa 1925. Hey, Dick, can you educate this wiki parroting pretender clown ball-tard bozo for us? From Richard Feynman, the Feynman Lectures, caltech.edu. Even though the law F equal ma is false,
fatality,
and all the derivations of Newton were wrong for the conservation of momentum, yada, yada, yada. Therefore, if F equal ma is false, and it is, meaning it never existed, then W equal mg, its progeny, never existed, leaving you holding the W equal mg, mg love you long time, empty baggy. Capiche, sunshine?
There's mass and acceleration. So by definition, there's a force.
Wrong. Hey, Dick, can you educate this wiki parroting pretender clown ball-tard bozo for us? From Richard Feynman, the Feynman Lectures, caltech.edu. Even though the law F equal ma is false,
fatality,
and all the derivations of Newton were wrong for the conservation of momentum, yada, yada, yada.
Do you have an experiment to go your hypothesis?
Yeah. I take water up and I pour it down. It accelerates down.
That's astonishing. A scientific experiment explains a how, why, cause, and effect question. But you just spewed a 3-word, well, duh, it accelerates down. What is answer?
Say it ain't so.
So far, Baltard, you're really knocking it out of the park.
If you can see a water, well, like a waterfall. A waterfall. Yeah, because by definition, mass times acceleration is a force.
Hey, Dick. Apparently, this ball-tard bozo is bafflingly bewildered. Time to re-educate. From Richard Feynman, the Feynman Lectures, caltech.edu. Even though the law F equal ma is false,
fatality,
and all the derivations of Newton were wrong for the conservation of momentum, yada, yada, yada.
Weight?
And that's
What is weight?
Weight is what we can measure.
Say what? That's not all you said a few seconds ago. You said...
That's weight. It has weight.
How do you know it's got weight?
Because it's an observation.
So which is it? It doesn't matter anyway. 13th century alchemy and Alice in Wonderland have more veracity than your mindlessly parroted weight. W = mg. MG love you long time. Slime of a crime fiasco.
Don't introduce a force. The force is there.
How do you know?
Because there's mass and there's acceleration.
Where does the acceleration and the mass come from?
I don't really give a f.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
Hey, Dick. Never mind. He ain't getting it. He's got a stage 5 Klinger Kung Fu death grip on 106-year out-of-date pseudoscience. Nothing's going to sever that fanatical religitard stranglehold. Attempting to separate a spinning space monkey from their mindlessly parroted Wiki Discovery Channel pseudoscience is as futile as extricating a cantankerous disposition from a honey badger. It's dug in like an Alabama tick.
Yeah, Kimo, I can take a cup of water, cup of salt water, and weigh it. Then I can take an egg and weigh it, and then I can drop that egg into the glass of salt water, and you can weigh the whole system, and you have the weight of the salt water, the glass, and the egg.
Your parents must be prouder than game roosters.
So it still has a force acting on it.
Really? What force might that be, young Skywalker? The MG loved you long time force.
You're busted.
Kimo, isn't Anthony the force when he added the salt?
What the hell did you just say?
He's the cause for the acceleration. So Anthony is the cause for objects going up like helium balloons and airplanes.
You serious?
Yep, he is. In conclusion.
Had enough Globers? Oh, I'm sorry. Any Globers here?
The PhD, Booger Eating Schmuck, M. Scott Veach, 5 November 2019.
It's your question. The way you've answered it is the only way that it can be answered is how you want me to answer it.
What the hell did you just say?
It's your question. The way you've answered it is the only way that it can be answered is how you want me to answer it.
You serious?
Yep, I'm afraid he is. Allow me to repeat what you just said, and then we'll pull it apart and check for second grade coherency. So, the premise. It's your question, the way you've answered it? Oh! What in the world, sir? He didn't answer his question. He asked you. This gets even stupider if you can believe it. The conclusion. The way you've answered it is the only way it can be answered is how you want me to answer it. So the way Nathan answered his question to you, which is inane bollocks, is the only way it can be answered is how you want me to answer it? Say what? This last section, besides being two disjointed sentence fragments, is light years beyond non sequitur. A big part of the problem, M. Vrot Screech, your pie hole is about 5 minutes ahead of that walnut-sized piece of horse shit you got between your ears. And you have a postgraduate degree? Eh? From where? Mail order from Tuco Tuco Community College in Tobago? Here's a thought, son. First thing tomorrow morning, have one of your slobber nurses file a failure to provide services suit against Tuco Tuco. You have an open and shut case.
Let's put another shrimp on the barbie.
So, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container beyond your fundamentalist religious belief that the sky is a vacuum? I.e., please don't point at the sky and say it's a vacuum as the proof that it's a vacuum. That's circular reasoning.
I'm not doing that. Yeah. So yes, the answer is yes. We're going to do that together. And what we're going to do, the way we're going to do that is we're going to get you to see that the atmosphere is an example of that.
So Nathan says, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container beyond your fundamentalist religious belief in a sky vacuum? I.e., please don't point at the sky and say it's a vacuum as the proof it's a vacuum. That's circular reasoning. Your response, I'm not doing that. Yeah, so yes, the answer is yes. Is that logically consistent, Screech? I'm not doing that. Yeah, so yes, the answer is yes? Oh. Unbelievable. Let's just finish this up. Your response, I'm not doing that. Yeah, so yes, the answer is yes. We're going to do that together. And what we're going to do, where we do that, is we can get you to see that the atmosphere is an example of that. You knuckle-headed ninny. Nathan just told you not to point at your fairy tale sky vacuum as proof of gas pressure without a container because it's circular reasoning, i.e., you're using as proof what you're attempting to prove. So immediately after you said you weren't going to do that, you said yes. The answer is yes. You're going to do that together and show Nathan as your proof an example of circular reasoning. Outstanding performance. Great job. I take back everything I said previously. For your safety, and most definitely the safety of others, you need to be subdued immediately by the authorities, straitjacketed, sedated with horse and elephant tranquilizers without cessation, rubber-roomed, then forced lobotomized. Friggin' scary, dude. Wow.
That's all, folks.
Yep, I'm going to double down that the Numpty clips are the best flat earth proof.